lap up the nectar that shoots out of her as her back arches like she's being exercised and she screams my name clearly. I lick through the tresses of her orgasm until she's a limp, sweaty mess. I pull her off Maverick. She gasps when he withdraws, a river of cum leaking from her holes, so beautifully abused. I carry her bridal style. Jonas opens the door of my office and we walk past both Kronos and Lucy, who've been patiently waiting by the door, and head upstairs where Maverick begins a bath for her in my large bathtub and Jonas gets her things ready. I take off the last remaining articles of clothing off her and dip her into the clear water, take off my clothes and slip in behind her. I put her hair up before it has a chance to touch the water and pull her to me. Such a pretty, perfect little raven, I murmur to her temple, kissing where the strands are silver. I love you. She hums happily in response. Maverick and I are going to start packing. Jet leaves at 4. We need to be back in time for my game tomorrow. Jonas comes to tell me. I don't move, only nod at him in silence. I simply hold her to me like I've always wanted to, like I should have in her dorm when I bathed her after finding her so malnourished and so sad. She pleaded with me to love her then, and so I'm showing her now. And I'll show her for the rest of my life. Chapter 19. Maverick. Raven stands at the edge of the balcony overlooking the sea, hands on the railing. The heated pool to the left of us has steam rising, the water so clear and blue you can see the bottom of the pool. It is unfairly pleasant here compared to Massachusetts. We're tucked in, facing away from the city for privacy. Paloma Hotel in its entirety is deliciously rich and lavish before you even enter the ridiculously small castle. Granted, it isn't one of the resorts like in other countries, but it is still very large and very beautiful, somewhat secluded on a mountainside. On the way here, I learned the old tycoon, Raven's grandfather, purchased the castle when it went up for sale and immediately began pulling things out, putting a lot of things up for auction, and then began to rebuild, then refurnish the old castle, making it one of the first unused, lavish castles to be repurposed as a hotel, and other tycoons began doing the same thing. We flew in, leaving at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Our flight was less than 8 hours, but the time difference brings us to just after 6 a.m. here. The last of the moon's rays shines against her skin, makes my heart stammer in my chest. I have to hold my breath just to take in the beauty of my woman in its entirety, or risk going into heart failure. We had to take 2 separate vehicles, which I hated. One was Jonas and Raven, in case the paparazzi were watching, then Damon and I were in another vehicle right behind them. I did not like that. I'm beginning to believe I do not give a fuck about what others would think of my sexuality nor my relationship with my girl. It's private. It's ours. If she wants to flaunt me as much as I want to flaunt her, so be it. The breeze makes her hair flutter around her, and I have to take a second to compose myself while I take in her profile in the sun rising over the pinkening horizon. When I can feel my heart beating regularly again, I step closer, placing my hands on her hips, then slip them around her middle and rest my chin on her shoulder. Her fantastic scent of jasmine and berries fills my lungs, and I am complete. She turns in my arms and wraps her arms around my shoulders, leaning into me, whiskey eyes locked on mine, and fuck, I think I've developed a heart murmur.
I wanted to say thank you for sharing your story with us.
She grimaces, but I could cry at how hard she's trying. I am so proud of her.
I know. It was hard for you. And...
She cringes again and pulls her arms down, but I don't let her go. She can sign perfectly from here, stuck in my embrace.
I think you are so incredible. If you ever decide to tell your side of the story, I think you should.
Siren, I groan, tipping my forehead to hers.
Not for you.
I arch a brow in question.
For them, the victims. Be their voice.
Did you know what happened to you and what happened to me was about a few days apart? I didn't know about what happened to you because for months after I turned in my badge, I didn't look at my phone or even turn on the TV. I went off-grid. I missed Tasha's wedding. She nods, turning her head and placing her cheek on my chest, but pushes away so she can lift her hands and sign. Siren.
You don't have to do it now, but when you're ready, the world will be ready too.
What if I do it wrong? I ask, allowing myself to be vulnerable.
You know what happened, the truth of it all, from the first missing teens to Mia. Not only would you be a voice for the victims, but you could be the reason law enforcement takes missing teens more seriously, not just cast them off as runaways. You could save more by being the reason they're more aware of their surroundings.
I give barely a few bobs of my head and pull her plush against me so I can breathe her in again. It may be a long time, so you might have to be patient with me. She hums in acceptance, leaning into me again, circling her arms over my shoulders. I take in the view from where we stand, drinking it all in, the feel of her in my arms, and really regret leaving Paris now. We could have worked so much out so much sooner, but me and my idiotic need to hold on to my anger, letting it fuel me in the wrong ways, was something I needed to work on. Really work on if I wanted us to be us forever. I know I should deal with the abandonment issues my mother left me with, the only thing she left me with other than my barely there father, and if I'm honest, there doesn't seem to be a reason to reach out. She made her life without me, and I made mine without her. The only thing I have to do is leave my past in the past and look forward to my life with Raven when this is all over. So I turn her and we stay, watching the sun rise above the glittering sea when we hear footsteps behind us. I cant my head to the side and see Jonas out of my periphery, hands in his jean pockets, looking at us with a longing on his face. The poor kid looks absolutely miserable when she's not in his arms. I tilt my head at him, a motion for him to come over and step aside, kissing her scarred temple where the strip of silver is tucked behind her ear. Little bird, we have a visitor. Damon comes from behind us after a few moments of solitude. She's quick to nod and moves away from us. We follow as she goes to her luggage and pulls out an outfit I've never seen before. It's very light pink and not her. She kicks off her combat boots and wiggles out of her skinny jeans, throwing off her black turtleneck. The dress she slips into is a dusty rose, and it hugs every one of her curves magnificently. The neckline drops just above her breasts in a straight line like a square. She pulls out sand-colored wedges that strap around her ankle, and she completes the fit with an oversized knit open cardigan that's as long as the dress itself that hits the middle of her thighs. She makes a nod at Damon, and he takes her by the arm, and he leads her out of the room into the ensuite living area. It's incredible, the wealthy vacation like this, like they're just going to another home. It doesn't even feel like a hotel suite. We aren't here just to relax, are we? I ask Jonas. He faces me, his head still turned in the direction of the door Raven has gone through, and then those meadow eyes of his look back at me. Are you still on a need-to-know basis? I'm on a need-to-know basis? Aren't you? His stare is dangerous, almost challenging. Even though I know he trusts me, I know there's a small piece of him that will maim and destroy me if I even thought about hurting our girl. No, I'm not. But I have a feeling the less I know about this, the less I have to lie about to Detective Arlo when he shows up at my door, am I right? He nods once and leaves me behind, but I still trail after him into the other room. A clatter is heard and a shuffling of feet when I hear an older, booming voice cry out, "Mi vida!" Raven's smile is radiant, transforming her face as she goes to the older man, a little over average height but still tall and imposing. His hair is mostly silver with dark dashes of ink-colored hair, like the neatly trimmed scruff of his beard that doesn't hide how deep his dimples are, and barely any crow's feet crinkle at the corner of his eyes. It's not even 9 in the morning, and the man is already dressed in a casual suit, the shirt unbuttoned as if he couldn't be bothered to put on his tie. He's relaxed and in his element. This is his domain, of course. Hotel waitstaff are rolling in so much food and different types of beverages on the large cart, setting everything up for us to feast. His eyes flick to mine, and the honey hue of Raven's eyes are the same on this man. It becomes very apparent that I am standing before the very distinguished hotel tycoon, Enrique Paloma. His arms are over Raven in a tight embrace. He, too, seems to finally register it isn't just he and Raven in the room, and when he pulls away from her, he cups her by the chin and looks her over. Hermosa! Beautiful. His smile doesn't falter when he looks down at his granddaughter, only brightens, and he pulls her in once more for another hug. ¿Quién son? Who are they?
Mis pretendientes.
My suitors. He arches a thick silver and black brow at her, obviously noting her stammer, but instead of making it a big deal, he only smiles down at her, a fierce pride on his face, and he shakes his head. Vamos, muñeca, a desayunar mientras que me dice la razón de tu regreso, ¿sí? Come, doll, let's eat breakfast while you tell me the reason for your return. Her arm goes into the crook of his, and we all take our seats around the table in the dining area. The long table that could sit 12 is set for 5, Enrique taking the chair at the head. Jonas sits beside her, Damon and I across from her, and I am beside Enrique. On serving platters, there's assortments of sweetbreads, toast, eggs, bacon, coffee, juices. I almost moan when the ensaimada I bite into coats my tongue, and I fist my hand on the table. I decide I'm going to take these with me when we leave. Good? Enrique asks me, an amused look on his face, Spanish accent light. He must have been speaking English for a very long time. I nod. Very. Thank you. We resume our meal. He asks each of us questions, our names, our professions, doing the grandfatherly thing to verify if we're worthy enough for his granddaughter, and when Raven begins to sign, asking Jonas to translate for her, he's about to, but Enrique interrupts. Your mother told me you refused to learn to sign. Damon chuckles, bringing the older man's gaze to us. She had us all fooled. She very much knows how to sign. She just kept it to herself for years. Cunning little thing. Enrique smiles at Raven adoringly and puts a hand over hers, squeezing it, and she smiles back at him as though her grandfather hung the moon. That she is. There was many a time when she terrorized the staff here as a child, playing pranks. Sneaky little fox. He shakes his head. And yet I could never bring myself to discipline her. I almost blurt out for him not to worry, that I do a pretty good job of disciplining her, but I bite my tongue. It is also incredible to see my usual dark and dreary siren so lit up by someone that loves her so unconditionally, and I wonder if this is how she was before her attack. I once likened her the Persephone to my Hades, and the more I am around her, the more I want to see my woman happy, although I do love the darkness within her and the fishnets. They make pink fishnets, don't they? Fuck, I'm getting hard under the table thinking about her wearing pink fishnets and little fairy wings, how delectable she'd look hanging from the ceiling at Inferno. I almost missed the entire conversation. Damon squeezes my shoulder, standing from behind me, and I tear my gaze from Raven, so pretty and pink. The handsome psychiatrist grins. We're no longer needed. Oh. I stand, stretch out my hand to shake Enrique's hand, which is firm and lightly calloused, thank him for the amazing breakfast, and then grab the plate of sweetbreads and refill my coffee mug, and that causes him to chuckle. My kitchen is always open to my granddaughter and her, friends. We aren't her friends, sir. I'm going to marry her, Jonas says matter-of-factly, and this makes Enrique give Jonas a double take, and he stands as well, uncaring that his chair slightly screeches as it pushes back with his legs. We all are, if it's possible. We love your granddaughter, Mr. Paloma. We will do whatever we can to protect her, do whatever we can to make sure she's happy, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure the people that did this to her are brought to justice. That's why we're here. Enrique eyes Jonas, taking an unusually long perusal of him from eyes to toes and back up, only to look at Raven, who gets to her feet a lot more graciously than Jonas did and threads her fingers between his, obviously letting the older man know it's true, and when his gaze meets mine and Damon's, we nod. Enrique surprises me by simply nodding his head in understanding. Then we must talk, he replies to Jonas. Damon once again squeezes my shoulder and jerks his chin to the door. Come on, we're not needed. This is between them. The flight back to Massachusetts the next morning is serene. Jonas and Siren are sleeping soundly in the pod-like chairs. Not even the slight turbulence we encounter wakes them, letting me know they're so used to this, boarding private jets and taking off on a whim to not just a different time zone but an entirely different country, and I can't help the small feeling of envy that eats at me. Damon is on his tablet, entranced by whatever he's doing that he pays me no mind. It's quiet, save for the low whirring of the plane's engines and Jonas's soft snores. My thoughts go back to walking the historical paths of Barcelona while Raven and Jonas spoke with Enrique behind closed doors and then left to God knows where. We're casually walking through the throngs of tourists and townsfolk in the Spanish Square, the old cobblestone streets beneath our feet, a visual and physical reminder of how much history was around us when Damon stopped in front of an old boutique's window, looking at the Christmas display. "What are you getting Raven for Christmas?" What an asinine response, I know. I hadn't really thought that far into it yet. What does one give someone that can afford the world? Damon looks over at me as though I'm the world's biggest idiot. Something from the heart? I roll my eyes. Christ, you sound like a jewelry store chain commercial. And yet, she's anything but a plain white diamond, isn't she? He said, moving toward the next window. A full display of little marionette dolls hang loosely in what looks like 16th century fashion. I grunted at him in agreement as we stopped at a cafe, ordered a strawberry smoothie, and kept walking. What are we doing here that we couldn't do in back home? Getting supplies so they can't be traced back to her. Guns? I asked, and Damon threw his head back, barking out a laugh. Christ, this isn't a mafia movie. No, not guns. Just something that's still in season here. I grunted again as Damon hailed a taxi to take us back to a different part of the city, and I threw away my plastic smoothie cup in a recycling bin. Jonas and Raven were gone with Enrique for almost 6 hours by the time we got back from touring, having had a delicious crustacean dinner by the sea, and returned barely 4 hours before we boarded the jet with a new briefcase holding something inside that clinked just a little every time it was moved. My knee bounces as I stare at the thing, feeling like Poe in The Telltale Heart, hearing the clinks every time the turbulence is subtle, but there. Quarter for your thoughts? Damon says, and I snap my sight to his silver stare. I know his little joke is from when I once told him my thoughts were worth more than a penny. What's in there? Vials? This vagueness in his tone irks me. Of? I practically snarl. It's not drugs. Oh, what a fucking relief. That one is a snarl. Damon sets down his tablet and focuses solely on me, interlocking his fingers together and settled them on his abs. We will tell you it all once it's done and over with, Maverick. I take off my glasses and pinch the bridge of my nose. I'm honestly surprised I haven't had a migraine since we've all come back together, but that doesn't mean being out of the loop grates on my nerves at times. Could you just give me peace of mind? It's strawberry extract. We flew across an entire ocean for strawberry extract. He has to be lying to me. He probably should be lying to me. No. Raven and Jonas flew across the ocean so he could meet her grandfather, where he took them to Huelva by helicopter to see where the strawberries he pays good people to tend year-round for his hotel grow, and they brought back samples of the extract they use for their desserts. You and I both know she doesn't bake. Our little heiress can barely make the bagel toaster function properly. Damon bites back a grin. He knows I'm right. Our girl is beautiful, but she can't cook worth a damn. Be that as it may, that's all you need to know. And if they ask why we were all together, I'm her counselor and was asked or paid to come along just in case. You and I saw this as an opportunity to have another mini vacation as a couple. I need a fucking drink. By the time we land, it's barely 2 p.m. our time and fatigue is settling in my bones. Jonas is playing tonight, which is why we've let him sleep so much during our flight, and in 2 days, it's Sophia's extravagant holiday party. Something Damon is invited to, and I'll be going as his plus one. I'll be meeting the great John Weston Monroe and his wife, Sophia Paloma Monroe, my girlfriend's parents, as her doctor's boyfriend. What the fuck have I allowed my life to become?
Chapter 20. Raven. Yellow Jackets win 27-21. I watch as Jonas takes off his helmet and lifts it on the Jumbotron. The crowd of students and former alumni roars behind me, but I'm too captivated by my handsome wide receiver that puts 2 fingers on his lips and holds them out for me to hear them. I swoon, watching my big, strong demigod all sweaty and delicious, and so very mine, get lifted by his teammates. His yellow jersey and super tight football pants are dirty with splotches of turf grass where he was tackled a few times. Before the crowd begins to dissipate, I rise from my seat in the stadium, behind the team by the center walkway where they go through the double doors to enter their assigned locker room at Yale's football stadium. And when they begin to go through, Jonas is the last to go in, running up, catching the ledge with his fingertips like a monkey, and begs me for a kiss. I lean down, and the crowd once again goes wild behind me.
I always win for you, baby.
Oh, I'm definitely blowing him tonight. I blush something horrid amidst the cold, and he hops down, heading in behind his team. I stand, deciding to head to the locker room to wait for him like I usually do, making my way through the swarms of drunken RMU and Yale students, almost skipping to get to him. He never takes long. I know Coach talks to them after every game before he comes out to greet me, so by the time I get down there, flash the security guards my VIP lanyard, and find where the damn thing is, he's already freshly showered and walking my way. The way Jonas smiles as soon as he spots me always makes me feel like we're in a movie. It happens in slow-mo each and every time. Meadow-like eyes on the ground slowly look up to search for me. And when he sees me, it's like time stands still just for us. It starts with one corner of his lips hitching up, and then both perfect lips widening so much they part, flashing those teeth of his, gorgeous with incisors a bit too big. His head leans back a bit, his eyes narrow, and there is absolutely nobody else on this earth but him and I. Two souls destined to collide. I grin, and as soon as his long legs reach me, his arms go around my torso and he lifts me. My arms immediately go around his neck, and his lips are on mine. He pulls away to rub his nose to mine, and our foreheads touch, and he lets out a soft moan as though he can finally breathe again.
Did you have fun, baby?
I nod enthusiastically. I really did.
Good. I'm starving. You hungry?
Fucking duh.
Don't answer that. I already know. Let's go.
He sets me down, and as soon as my boots touch the ground, he grabs my hand and tugs me through the double doors, helping me put my coat on like always, right before we get to the last set of doors. He surprises me with having our driver stop. He took the team bus and I took an Uber because Mav and Damon went to his house to keep up pretenses, and they don't like me driving on snowy nights without them, for a nice romantic dinner at some top-notch French seafood restaurant in West Haven on our way home. It's by the sea, and we can see the lighthouse, tiny but still there, from where we're seated. He orders a bottle of champagne for us, and then once again surprises the waiter by ordering half of the menu, since the portions are small. We feast in the quietness of the restaurant, most of the patrons already leaving. I feel almost panicked to eat my food quickly, but Jonas puts his hand over mine.
Relax, baby. I called ahead while I was on the bus earlier and paid for them to stay open a little later.
I sign a thank you and dip a cracker into my lobster bisque. It's fucking delicious, and I almost moan out loud at how good it is when it hits my tongue.
You're so fucking cute.
I blush, continuing to munch on.
Are you ready for tomorrow?
I make a disgruntled face, scrunching my nose. No, I most certainly am not ready to spend the night at the Monroe Mansion in preparation for the party the evening after. I don't want to see any of them, other than Axel, who was way too happy to receive the message Jonas sent him that we would be attending and staying the evening prior to the party now that Reardon is dead. Elena will also be there, and we'll be leaving to meet her in Vermont, where Damon and Jonas will be with us. Another reason Maverick and Damon stayed behind tonight was so they could go shopping for ski gear while we did our thing.
It's just one night and it'll be over before you know it.
He assures me, but it's already soured my mood.
You still got that sexy little balaclava?
He smirks, and fuck if I don't blush again remembering the night he wore it after Tyler's funeral, while he fucked me on the kitchen counter after playing hide and seek and he caught me in the pantry. I gulp down my champagne and give a slight nod.
Good. I have my own. Do you know if Damon got access to the cameras?
I nod again, pulling out my phone to show him the message I received from Damon earlier while at his game. It's nothing major, really, and probably excessive, but Damon just wants to have extra eyes and ears everywhere. He should have been a spy. Dirty Doctor.
I'm in. Dirty Doctor, huh? What am I in your phone?
Oh, fuck. I show him his contact. It's a picture of us in Paris under the Eiffel Tower, just as the snow started sticking to the ground. He hums in delight when he sees demigod and smiles widely. He shows me what mine says, and it's also one word. Wife, with a little raven emoji beside it. Why does that make me so wet? I clench my thighs together under the table, remembering the way he told my abuelo he wasn't just a friend, but my soon-to-be husband. He keeps asking, and I keep saying yes in every way I can. A blowjob here, a blowjob there, letting him fuck my ass. How many times can a girl say, yes, I'll marry you, while a thick dick stretches apart your insides? I don't really need a ring, but it would be nice to have one. I'm scared I'll have one of my nighttime episodes while we're there. I sign honestly, that they'll try to say I'm unfit and try to send me back to Lorne Wood.
Then I won't sleep to make sure if you do, I can wake you, and I'll never let that happen. I'll break in and kidnap you.
He grins. You shouldn't have to do that, I argue, sighing. You should be able to sleep and not have to watch over me like I'm a baby.
Maybe I shouldn't have to, baby, but I will, and I'm going to. It's an honor and a pleasure. Hey, look at me.
I do.
I love you, baby. We always get through everything together, don't we?
I nod.
This isn't forever, and we all get nightmares. Yours are just a little more vivid. If I have to hold you a little tighter, so be it.
I melt and don't argue. What's the point? He does what he wants when it comes to protecting me. And haven't I done the same? The man let me put a fucking tracker in him without a question. I finish my tuna tiradito with ají amarillo leche de tigre and sit back, ready for the next course. He grabs my plate, setting it aside, and puts the 4-layered caviar dip in front of me. It's a good night. It's been the perfect kind of night. The kind I wish I could have openly with Maverick or Damon without anyone knowing us. But for now, I'm okay with it just being us. I hate that I wasn't able to show Maverick around my old stomping grounds in Spain. That going to Huelva had taken all of my time, but it felt so good seeing my abuelo again. We end the evening with a chocolate souffle, and by the time we're back in the car, I'm practically waddling with how full I am. I unbutton my jeans as soon as we get into the car, and Jonas chuckles, rubbing on my stomach. We fall asleep on the 2-hour drive home, me in his arms and him against the door. Once we are in bed, he lays on me, hand curled around my tummy, head on my chest, and I scratch his back, letting him fall asleep on me. And soon I'm drifting, thinking of all the ways this could go very right, or very, very wrong. It's almost dark when we finally reach the Monroe Mansion. The 3-story Tudor-style mansion has impeccable landscaping. From the front gate to the home itself, I stare at the thing, once large and imposing, remembering the first time we drove through and it was so dark. Dark shutters, dark siding. Climbing out of my car, I look at all the changes Sophia has made over the last 12 years. White shutters, pale pink siding, the roof changed to a pale gray, but it's currently hidden under a blanket of snow. On the outside, it appears to be so light and happy, but the inside is always different, isn't it? My anxiety skyrockets as we make our way to the large white front door, large enough to fit a car, probably. Always wanted to find out, if I'm honest. I sigh as Jonas knocks, then grabs my hand, interlocking his fingers with mine as Axel opens the door, his smile faltering when he sees Jonas, but he fixes his smile.
Hey, Cookie. Hey, man.
A housemaid I've never seen before goes to grab our bags, but Jonas stops them, letting go of my hand to carry the bag the driver put on the ground beside us. She holds out her hands in order to take our coats instead. When I don't take the first step across the threshold, Jonas does. It feels forbidden to be back here. It feels wrong in so many ways I can't even explain. Even though it's warm enough in the house, letting my feet touch the white and gold marble flooring Sophia had installed after we moved in feels foreboding, and it makes my stomach curl. Axel and Jonas don't do that fist bump thing guys do. He just patiently waits for me to simply drink it in, the staircase that splits to the second level, going in different directions with light oak banisters, the rails painted gold, the wide-open floor plan of the first living area where the party will be held, a stage already set up for a string quartet in the back of the room where they'll be playing, tables already covered in red and gold linens, centerpieces made of ornaments, twinkling lights and garland are already set along with plates and dinnerware. The middle of the living room will of course be the dance floor, but nobody's danced at one of these fucking things that I could remember.
Sophia had Galvina set up your room. It's just like you left it.
Axel says as I turn to face him, chameleon eyes that change from moss to cerulean, a tide hitting an algae-laden shore. With a flick of his mood or a change of his shirt, they'd switch color. I used to think they were some of the coolest eyes I'd seen, until I peered into silver eyes that gleamed, until I stared into green-brown hazel eyes that merged with a ring of sunset between them, until I clashed with eyes so light green, they made my heart stop.
I'll just be in the theater room. Mom's still out getting last-minute things ready. Something about the parting gifts.
I lead Jonas up the stairs, past the second floor and going up to the third floor, past Axel's bedroom, down the hall and into mine. It smells sanitized, like it did when I would visit from Lorne Wood. It doesn't smell like home anymore. Jonas places our bags gently on the floor and circles his arms around me.
Don't overthink, baby. It's almost nighttime, just 30 more hours and Damon and Mav will be here tomorrow night. Then we'll be in Vermont, okay? Spending Christmas with my mom, skiing, opening presents.
He trails off, kisses my temple, and I just nod, looking around my room. The first cello my grandfather gave me sits in its stand in a corner of the room. Another one, larger and custom, made from mahogany wood so dark, it almost looks black in the light, sits beside it. My desk is clean. The shelves above it still hold old paperback novels I was obsessed with, turning them into my personality while I nursed book hangovers, until I found the next best thing. Heavy velvet violet drapes hang from the curtain rod, open from where I would sit there for hours, watching the snow or rain fall while reading or practicing. My king-size platform bed sits in the middle of the room. The side table behind it is also cluttered with books, where I would put them when I was done reading for the night. Jonas sits on my bed, kicking off the boots I got him and lays back, putting his hands behind his head.
Are those stars?
I nod. They glow.
That's fucking cool.
He holds his arms out to me, and I go to him, kicking off my boots. I settle beside him, laying my head on his bicep as we look up at the terrible constellations I created on my ceiling. We lay there, patiently waiting, as the sun goes down completely, and the first few stars begin to glow, and my sleep light turns on behind my cellos, casting slightly eerie shadows, but none that make me feel frightened. He rubs his large hand up and down my side, and when I gaze up at him, my heart stutters. There's a serious look on his face, one I've never seen before when he isn't being a growly asshole towards someone. And I slide up to reach him. Our lips meet, and even though we've kissed thousands of times, this one feels different. It feels heavy with need and validation. Desire pools between my thighs when his lips part, and I get the first taste of him. Our tongues collide, deepening our kiss, and his hand goes to my head, clutching my hair between his fingers. With his other hand, he hikes my thigh over his torso, sliding back down to grab the meat of my thigh, and slowly inching his fingers upward, over the silk of the tights I'm wearing, pushing up my skirt and tearing into my tights. I'm so glad I decided to forego my panties. All I am is lost in the sensations he creates within me. Always good. Always so fucking good. I love you, I moan between kisses. I need you.
And I need you, baby.
He bites at my lower lip, tugging it into his mouth. His kiss becomes more frantic, needier, as though it's not enough. He dips a finger into me from behind, barely knuckle deep, and groans when he feels how wet he makes me.
Can I fuck you like this? Please, baby.
As if I tell him no, I moan into his mouth, barely lifting my lower half so he can get undressed, hearing the zipper of his jeans smoothly go down the teeth, and he fumbles quickly without letting go of me, only tightening his grip on my hip. I hike up my thigh higher as he reaches over me to plunge 2 thick fingers into my pussy. The squelching noise is obscene, but it makes him groan.
Fuck, I love that.
He pulls his fingers out only to shift slightly, and the tip of him enters me. Hot, hard, and so fucking thick, I moan out his name.
That's right, baby. Just let me fuck you.
He moves my thigh over his forearm, both hands on my hips, and he thrusts, so deep and delicious. We're face to face, side by side, and I am so enamored by this man. The strong cut of his jaw, his lengthy lashes, the lust in those autumn eyes.
Take off your shirt, please, baby. I need to taste you.
It's an awkward movement since I'm still on my side, but off goes the lacy, long-sleeved shirt I'm wearing, and I unclasp my bra, throwing it who knows where, then settle back how we were. My arm goes around his head, and I clutch him to my breast as his tongue seeks my nipples, latching on and sucking. His tongue curls and swirls with each thrust. One hand leaves my hip, and I feel his fingers going to where we're joined from behind me.
So fucking wet, Raven, baby. You're so fucking wet every time I get in your little hole. Fucking dripping.
I should feel ashamed of how true that is. Instead, I push down when he thrusts upward, and I reach between us to stroke my clit.
There you go, baby. Play with your pretty little clit. Fuck, I want to lick it. I love eating your pussy, but I want to eat your creamy cum. I want to taste it over every flavor we have at dinner. I want to be able to smell it after my shower. Fuck, you make me so sick for you.
Jonas! I cry out, grinding my hips down on him. The pleasure builds, and I chase after it, needing it more than air. My orgasm rips through me when he forces my hip down further, shoving deep inside me, fucking harder.
God, yes. Good fucking girl. Keep coming for me. Give me all of it so I can clean it up. Fuck, I can feel you trying to milk my dick. I'm such a slave for this pussy, baby. For you. The way she tastes, the way she feels wrapped around my dick, the way she squirts for me, creams for me, comes for me. Fuck, I love you.
He doesn't flip me on my back, only slides out of me and down, keeping me in the same position, still on my side, burying his face between my thighs. And when he's done cleaning everything I gave him, he rises to his knees behind me, finding my hole with the tip of his dick, and shoves every inch in one hard stroke until his hips are flush against my ass. He lifts my leg, draping it over his thigh, grabbing onto it, and slams into me over and over again. I look up at the demigod through my lashes. As every muscle in his torso tightens, he looks so fucking serious, drinking the image of me at his mercy in like a depraved madman.
Say it, baby. Say it.
I know what he needs. I love you. He's so fierce like this. His jaw ticks, watching every ripple, every bounce of my skin meeting his, slapping away so loudly. He spanks me only for him to grip the fat of my thigh harder, and I repeat myself over and over with each thrust, commemorating him to memory. He throws his head back, shaking it, then looks back down at me, almost sneering. But his eyes are so dark and full of lust, it makes me come again. And that drives him over the edge, filling me with so much cum, I can feel it leak out of me before he's even pulling out to lay beside me and tugging me to his chest again.
I'm so fucked for you.
He pants, grinning down at me. There's a knock at the door.
Raven.
I sit up, pulling the comforter over me at the sound of Axel's voice. Jonas gets out of bed, uncaring about his state of undress, and opens the door. In all his glory, our cum still coating his softened dick. Axel looks at him, me, Jonas's dick, and back at me. He sucks in his cheeks, and then before turning to leave, he says,
Dinner's almost ready. We'll be downstairs waiting for you.
Closing my bedroom door, Jonas has a smug smile on his face, almost too pleased with himself. You didn't have to state your claim like that.
State my claim? Baby, you've been mine. I'm just reminding him who you belong to, just like I'll remind any motherfucker that even tries to look at or talk to you who you belong to. Don't like the way I do it? Don't be so fucking friendly.
He's my stepbrother. He rolls his eyes.
And I got trauma surrounding stepbrothers, babe. If I want to fuck you in front of him, I'm going to.
I sit up, this time holding my arms out to him, and he sighs, getting into bed with me. Nothing has ever happened between us. I love you.
Don't tell me you love me if you're trying to make it to dinner on time. You know what that does to me?
He grins.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm ready for round 2.
He waggles his brows, and I swat him with a pillow. Dinner is held in the dining area that isn't set up for the party, but is set up with the same holiday decor. At the table long enough to seat 12, John sits at the head, Sophia to his left, Axel to his right, and the 2 places set up are beside Ax. I take my place beside him, Jonas beside me, and keep my head down, not meeting any gazes. I want to go home. I want my daddy, and I want my beast. I want pizza. I want my books and my bed. I want Kronos and Lucy, even though I'm sure he hates me, but I can never tell with him.
Raven, it's good to see you. Jonas?
I look up at John, shoveling food onto his plate from the platters before us. I'm so twisty on the inside, I can't fathom eating an actual meal. I serve myself small portions, but Jonas grabs my plate and piles more food onto it. I want to tell him to stop, that I'm too anxious and don't want to eat too much or I'll get sick. But he smiles at me and my heart twists.
Thank you for having us,
he says, setting my plate down to start adding food to his. I see meat and potatoes and other veggies, but I don't want any of it, even though I know Galvina probably spent so much time in the kitchen preparing this. I feel bad they made her set up my room. I should say hello. I should go and thank her. Nonsense. Raven is always welcome here, Sophia scoffs, taking a sip of her wine. This is her house. Jonas's smile turns wide and almost creepy as he stares the woman that gave birth to me down. We both know this is not my house.
Good to hear it.
The conversation is awkward, to say the best, with me avoiding the parts of the food I don't really like, plus the entire conversation. I'm mostly drifting in and out, keeping my thoughts on Maverick and Damon, wanting to go upstairs to call them. I don't like being away from them. My knee starts bouncing and I can feel the anxiety rising. A hand on my thigh squeezes and I look up.
Baby?
I arch a brow at Jonas in question.
I told your mom you're playing your cello again.
Truth be told, I never stopped. They were just never home during my visits from Lornewood, so how would they know? I nod once to confirm and go back to pushing my food around my plate. Eat. I stare at Sophia, so posh, so beautiful, so perfect, so unlike the woman that laughed when things were funny and cried when she was sad. She breaks my heart. Where did my mommy go? It would be nice if maybe you played something tomorrow night. I look over at my handsome demigod that fingered his cum back into me while we showered, then tried to fill me with more just 40 minutes ago. He shrugs, telling me it's my choice, and I look back down at my plate. It's chicken, the meat Jonas served me. Chicken. Christ, where did I go? I push my plate forward, putting my napkin over it, then grip Jonas's hand that's on my thigh, letting him know I'm done and would like to retire immediately to my room. I can feel Axel's eyes on me, but I can't meet his gaze. Not because I'm ashamed of what happened upstairs, although that does make my cheeks heat. It's more like I just don't have anything to say anymore. I do miss him, and I do still love him, but I miss me more. I love me more. Maybe that's selfish or brutal of me to even think, but sometimes holding on to someone just because they were in your past causes more damage than just letting go. I cast a glance at the boy that knew my deepest, darkest secrets and fears, held them close, never judging me for them, simply wanting us to succeed together. He looks so perfect, so well put together as he swirls his wine in his glass. Pristinely pressed white shirt, not one strand of dirty blonde hair out of place, clean shaven with not a scar nor acne. He's beautiful, my Axel, and as much as I wish we could go back to who we were, I'm too far gone, and he's in way too deep for me to drag him out with me. In a way, I guess it is how it once was. I'm a stranger in his home again. Except now the tables have turned. Now I'm the sickly one dipped in darkness and death. And yet, there's no music when I look upon him, only longing for what I could have been, perfect and well put together. Jonas takes my cue and kisses my temple.
Okay, baby, let's go. Mr. and Mrs. Monroe, thank you for dinner. Raven and I are exhausted and we'd like to retire for the evening.
Yes, my father did tell me you stopped by the other day to meet him, then flew straight home in time for your game, she says, but I don't dare look at her. I don't look at anyone. I tense, and Jonas's hand does too, but on the small of my back so it's hidden from view. Said you asked for her hand in marriage. This time I do look at the way her light green eyes shine a bit with pride.
Gave me the green, Mrs. Monroe. Expect my mother to extend an invitation to the engagement party.
He lies. A beautiful, wonderful lie. What my grandfather really said was,
break her heart, and I'll make sure you and every hijo de puta in the syndicate are murdered.
And a surprised Jonas replied,
not if we get to them first.
And then they shook hands, like they were old business partners and friends. My abuelo then kissed my cheek, told me how beautiful I still am, and then whispering to me, he found Jonas and my men worthy of me, and that I always had a home with him in Spain. Yes, I'll be happy to attend. We will be happy to attend, won't we, amor? She says to John, but there's a certain timbre in her words.
Yes, of course,
John replies, cold stare meeting mine. I've concluded that Axel must look like his mother, because he barely resembles John, although there were never any pictures or portraits of her that I can remember, not even in the attic. Neither of them ever spoke of her, like she was just some dirty, repressed secret. There's ghosts at the Monroe mansion, and I always thought one of them was her. John seems to be choosing his words carefully while sipping on a glass of wine.
I suppose congratulations are in order?
He lifts his glass and tips it in our direction, the smile never reaching his eyes.
To the happy couple.
I bow my head in small thanks as Jonas says it out loud, and up we go, back to my room, to replace old memories and create new ones. If you think slipping around your old mansion in the middle of the night, while there are twinkling lights in almost every room, is easy, you're fucked in the head. Even though Damon has access to the cameras now, we can't be too careful. Slinking around in a balaclava from my room on the 3rd floor to the kitchen in the back of the house where all the champagne is being held is still tricky. Jonas maneuvers easily enough, except every time I turn, he bumps into me, and the man is sporting a raging hard-on. What even causes that? It pokes me in the back every time I have to stop and make sure the coast is clear. I'm pretty sure he's doing it on purpose, because he keeps groping me. I stifle a giggle, really wanting to laugh at how silly we probably look, wearing all black clothes and balaclavas. 2 Grinches wearing fucking fanny packs about to ruin someone's Christmas, and one of them has tinted pants. The fanny pack, of course, holds a fuck ton of syringes. Mine is holding the vials of strawberry extract, courtesy of my abuelo, who, after Jonas told him everything I've been up to, little traitor, simply told me I was adorable and that he was so proud of me for taking back my life and bringing down those hijos de putas, son of a bitches, if you will. I stop at the edge of the hallway to make sure there are no staff wandering about, Jonas stabbing me with his dick, and his hand lands on my hips.
Can I cut a hole in this later and fuck you in it, please?
I nod. Absolutely he can.
Fuck, I feel like I'm gonna come just thinking about it.
Now my nipples are hard. I roll my eyes and push back against the wall, using my arm to push him back too, when I spot one of the housemaids, Lucinda, venturing out of the kitchen, trying her hands on her apron. Jonas moves my hand down to his dick. I give him a firm squeeze, or 7, and when I'm sure she's not coming back, I stop fondling him long enough for us to tiptoe past the sunroom and make it to the kitchen through the back entrance. The lights in the kitchen are off, but very convenient crates of white wine instead of champagne are everywhere, perfectly opened and ready to be placed in the large ice boxes Sophia rents that will be here tomorrow. Did Damon cut the cameras? I ask with my hands.
Yeah, before we came down here.
He signs back.
He has them looping back to back.
I breathe out and give a quick jerk of my head. That was our biggest concern. Anything coming back to us via CCTV. We get to work immediately, filling the syringes we got from Damon, full of the extract in the vials to the brim, shove them through the corks, only letting but 0.01 ounces into each one. It takes us 2 hours, but all 200 bottles of wine are now laced with strawberry extract. Not enough to change the taste, not enough to change the color, only enough that if someone with a severe strawberry allergy consumed, say 4 half-poured crystal flutes, could begin to feel a certain itch that needs to be scratched. Jonas is still asleep when I wake up in the morning, lightly snoring but highly naked under the comforter. I put my pajamas on, then my robe, because where I'm going, there's always a chill. The house is eerily silent. No shuffling of house staff shoes on the marble floors, or even orders coming from the kitchen. just me and the old ghosts of Monroe Mansion tiptoeing around. I wonder if Axel's mom is watching me. I'm tired, unable to sleep, afraid we didn't pull this off properly, paranoid that someone was watching us from the shadows. But Damon would have texted Jonas if that were the case. I find myself in the sunroom, pulling my robe a little tighter as I stand to watch the snow land and billow around the glass ceiling and large windows. I used to pretend I was inside of a snow globe when I was here. For a moment, it feels like I'm 18, and I never left, and I was perfect. So, in my snow globe with the statues and the plants, I let myself pretend, until I hear footsteps slow and steady coming. The only other person that ever joined me in here was Axel. He grins, and my heart sighs at the sight of it.
Thought I'd find you in here?
He says quietly, putting his hands in his pockets, stepping closer to me. I shrug. Old habits die hard, I sign. He inclines his head.
You could say that.
And suddenly we're too close. He's taken all the air in the room, and I can feel the heat radiating off his body. He looks up, and I let my gaze follow. There, hanging from the only beam in the room, is one branch of mistletoe with a large red ribbon tied around it, hanging loosely but low. Axel peers down at my lips, then draws his eyes slowly back up to mine. He places his hand on my hip, and when I close my eyes, putting my hands on his chest to shove him off, to tell him no, he bends. The kiss is half on my cheek, half on the corner of my lips, and then he pulls me in for a hug, kissing my cheek, then my temple, sliding his hand slowly from my hips to my back.
I love you, Cookie. That will never change. You'll always be home to me. I miss you, but I can see that you're happy now. Truth be told, you could do a lot worse than Jonas Anderson.
He jokes. I shudder a sigh in his embrace. I love you too, X, I whisper. He tenses in my arms for barely a second, then lets me go, taking his warmth with him, like he was never here in the first place. I look down at my wrist, making sure it was a real moment. The party is in full swing by the time we get to the last set of stairs. A little late because Jonas looked entirely too good in his suit to not give him a blowjob, and then I had to redo my makeup. There are at least 70 people gathered, some sitting, some standing, drinks already in hand, talking amongst themselves, as the string quartet lightly plays to our right. I hold the banister with one hand, the other in Jonas's, keeping my eyes down on the black, shimmering satin of my gown. It has a plunging cowl neck that goes just beneath my breasts, cinching with the waist that gathers to hide the pockets on the sides, and the small train of the dress drags behind me. The back of it, like a halter dress, is held up by a string of large Swarovski crystals that glimmer like diamonds in the light. It was always my favorite dress, and I never thought I'd wear it again. My breath hitches when I see Damon and Maverick standing near the landing.
Just a little longer, baby, and we'll be in Vermont, okay?
I whimper just a bit over the music, my eyes bouncing between green and gray, the grins on their faces making me feel feral. I almost run to them, missing my guys so much. I want to leap into Damon's arms, and the anxiety of not being able to makes me tremble. I smile at them, but the new cluster of people coming through the foyer ahead catch my eye, and I almost stumble again. Sabrina. She looks different, fuller, and her hair is different, more caramel than platinum. I try to remember what she looked like at Tyler's wake, but all I remember was that she was still wearing her coat when she came to speak to me. She sees me. The man beside her is tall, dark, and handsome. He looks familiar as well, but I can't remember where I know him from. He looks dangerous. She clutches his bicep, and he looks like he would rather be anywhere but here. Same. We reach the landing, and not being able to say hello or kiss my men deeply, I do a simple nod in their direction. Jonas puts his hand on the small of my back. The heat of his palm on my skin soothes me, reminding me this isn't forever. This is just now. I have to get through the shitty part in order to get to the good part of my life. It won't be like this forever. I search for Sabrina in the crowd. I may not be able to talk to her, but I want to pat her hand. Ugh. I can feel my frustration wanting to get the best of me. One day I'll tell her everything. Until then, I don't have much to offer. Not that our friendship was ever conditional. I loved Sabrina like the sister I always wanted. Jonas spots his mother in the crowd, and soon we are on our way to greet Elena, leaving Damon and Maverick behind. "Hello, my little darlings," she greets, pulling me in first for a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I feel eyes on me, and when I look up, Sophia is gripping her flute so tightly, her knuckles are white. Elena looks wonderful in a cream dress. Much like mine, it has a cowl neck, but it stops at her breasts. Her red hair and lips are done perfectly in 1950s glam, and she's smiling so brightly, she has to be the most radiant thing in this room alone. I love her. "Oh, Raven, you look exquisite. Then again, you've looked wonderful every time I've seen you. Are you ready for tonight?" I nod enthusiastically, scrunching my nose up. "Elena, how lovely you came." I stiffen, hearing my mother's voice behind me. We all turn to face her. "Yes, well, I thought one last little shindig before we leave on our ski trip," she says merrily. My mother blinks. "We? Oh, yes. Right after the party, we are going to my cabin in Vermont." Excitement radiates off the older woman, and it gets me a little excited too. My mother smiles but shakes her head, eyes boomerang between the three of us. "But tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Raven always spends Christmas Eve with us."
Raven said she was at Wood last Christmas, alone.
I shouldn't have told him that. "Yes, we spent our holidays in Australia." My mother smiles tightly, blinking. Jonas's head snaps back a bit before his eyes narrow.
"Did you visit her at Wood before you went to Australia?"
I shake my head before I can stop it. No, they didn't. Sophia laughs nervously, deflecting the question by gritting out, "She's no longer at Wood. I was hoping she would spend it with us this year. You too, Jonas." Through her flawless smile, her $1 million smile. So beautiful, my mama, but not very mine. Not anymore. "Oh, Raven, sweetheart, did you want to spend the holidays with your mother?" Elena asks me, hand squeezing mine. I look down at our hands clasped together, the blue of her veins and the small freckles all over. There are a few wrinkles, but not a lot. She's so warm, so kind. She touches me like I'm not broken, not fragile. Fierce hugs and kisses that leave little lipstick stains on my cheeks. I love those. "The last time we spoke, you seemed so happy to be spending it with me. I don't mind waiting until Christmas Day to have you with me." "She spoke with you?" Sophia's voice trembles. I look back up, but not at her, at Elena, whose brows are furrowed and her eyes filled with concern. For me, it's a silent reassurance that if I choose to stay with the Monroes another night, she'll be okay with my decision. But I don't want that. I'd rather spend a night in solitary at Wood in the dark. Jonas's grin is fucking triumphant and smug as all hell.
Mom learned sign language to be able to talk to her. Did you? As her mother, I mean? Did you pay $600 measly little dollars for an online ASL course to be able to communicate with your only child who went through something extremely traumatic and probably wished she could talk to her mommy? Needed her mommy to comfort her? Do you see at all where you continuously fail as her mother, or do you just not care?
Jonas, Elena quietly scolds to not bring attention to us, smiling at passerby looking for their next glass of strawberry-infused wine. Her face turns a bright red, and again Sophia laughs, but it's so bitter I can almost taste it. The tension is so thick I choke on it. She turns her attention to me, dropping her silicone smile, and something like regret or shame creeps across her features. But I wouldn't know. I don't think she's ever regretted anything when it came to me. But if it's shame, I know that look well. Except, I don't think it's directed at me this time. Raven, darling? I flick my gaze to Elena. Did you want to spend the holiday with your mother? Before I can even begin to shake my head and sign that I'm excited to spend Christmas with her in Vermont, there's another presence beside Sophia.
Hey, Mom, sorry, but the caterers are asking questions I can't answer.
Sophia plasters a smile on her face again, turning to Axel, then back to us. A hostess job is never finished. Please, enjoy the party. She leaves us, heading toward the kitchen, her heels clacking loudly in my ears. I should probably feel sad. I should feel angry that no, she didn't bother to learn sign language. Instead, the longer I stay here, the more I feel like a stranger. This isn't my home anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. The more I think about it, it probably never was. Raven, a feminine mezzo-soprano voice with a faded English accent calls out to me. Brina, I go to her, putting my hand in hers, noticing the lace covering her hands. But this is a fancy party, so I try not to think of it too much. Instead, offering a smile, I look up at the man that towers over the both of us, and back down to the girl I stayed up nights with gushing about boys during our freshman year at RMU, and raise a brow and question. This is my betrothed, Maxim Giordano. Yes, she's definitely fuller in the face and body. Her mulberry dress hugs her curves, and honestly, she looks fucking hot. Gone are the sharp ridges and protruding bones. Nothing but softness. Her usual green eyes are darker now, and she has bags under her eyes, blotted with concealer. I can't shake the feeling that something's happened to her. Something bad. Intuition or just PTSD, but the smile she has on her face, as pretty as it is, feels like the other fake ones plastered around here, living statues amongst humans. Maxim holds his hand out and I take it.
Lovely party.
Dark hair, dark eyes, velvet voice like sin. He has at least a day's worth of stubble, and his hair is pushed back like he ran his large fingers through it one too many times. He smells expensive, and his expression remains bored as though this was just an obligation. And I feel that. Oh, she doesn't talk. I just wanted to introduce you two, since I'm hoping she'll be my maid of honor come spring. My mouth drops, and I shake my head at her. I want to tell her that just being here is giving me hives underneath my dress. I don't know if I could be her maid of honor at something that will most likely be the event of the year, knowing her. God, there are so many people here. When did more show up? If it weren't for the tables, it feels like we'd be shoulder to shoulder. Maybe that's why it's getting so warm in here. Or maybe I'm blushing with embarrassment. Someone calls Sabrina's name, and her attention goes to them. We'll talk later, Raven, okay? What can I say? I nod and watch them walk away. It's like watching a cane corso and a chihuahua walking together. Seriously, how tall is that man? He beats Jonas by an inch at least. Broad in the shoulders, looks menacing. I mean, he's definitely her type. She never wanted a nice boy. Kind, yes. Nice? She used to tell me nice guys were the ones that ended up as a docu-series on Netflix.
You're drooling.
I laugh softly and keep my hands low. No, I'm trying to figure out how they're going to have sex. He's a giant. Jonas dips his chin and laughs out loud, causing Axel's attention to turn to us from across the room. There are so many people now, but I can see him between the shoulders of others, and the person he's talking to also decides to slowly turn and look at us. Why do I know him? How do I know him? It's low. So fucking low when it starts. The other part to my symphony, my death lullaby. The melancholy song coats my spine like warm wax, from my atlas to my coccyx, and slowly receding back up into my skull, settling in and spreading through my gray matter, smoothing out the wrinkles. Fuck. I shiver, keeping my eyes on the man, dirty blonde, clean-shaven, chameleon eyes like Axel's. How do I know him?
Excuse me, everyone.
I almost growl when I hear John's voice, booming to be heard over the chatter and music, which both die down. His smile is wide and lizard-like, and that sends chills down my spine. Jonas must have felt my tiny shiver, because he rubs little circles on my lower back with his thumb, soothing me from the outside in.
We have a special treat for you. Our daughter, Raven, is going to play for us.
He points to my cello waiting for me by the stage they made for the instrumentalists. What the actual fuck? All eyes are on me as applause erupts from partygoers. I grab a flute from a passing tray and gulp it down quickly. Okay, I can play this game. I was a party trick once. I can do it again. But if I'm going to play, I'm going to do it my way. Really shake them up. I turn to Jonas and tip up on my toes for a kiss on his cheek, where I whisper to him to tell the crowd I'll be right back when he leans down. I then speed walk to Axel and make a motion with my arms for him to grab his guitar and amp upstairs.
You want me to play with you?
I grin, nodding my head. The surprise on his face is warm and ecstatic, almost childlike that I want to do this with him. We run upstairs together like we did when we were children, him to his room, me to mine, and grab my black binder full of sheet music from where it's always been. It's the only majestic Christmas carol we've ever played together, that we mastered for a string quartet plus a guitar during my unfinished second year at RMU for my music composition class, which was supposed to be played by the string quartet I was in during the RMU Holiday Concerto, accompanied by the man himself, Axel Monroe. Darting back downstairs, in my 3-inch heels no less, my leg biting at me. I really should go back to physical therapy. A little sweaty, I see Axel is already setting up, and the string quartet is pushing their chairs back to make room for him, and the celloist is rising and making a getaway to the restroom. Yeah, I remember those days, playing for hours without a bathroom break. I pass my men, all standing together, smirks on their faces in encouragement, and pass out the sheets of music to the violinists, the violist, and take my seat, bending to pull my cello from the stand where she sits, beautiful and shiny. Settled, I look at Axel, electric guitar strapped and ready to play. And I give him a nod. He begins, plucking the strings of our version of Carol of the Bells, as if 4 years have never gone by. The violinists pluck at theirs before readying their bows, and I lift mine, eyes on my men, not needing the sheet music. This song is already in my memory, in my soul. My fingers touch my strings and there goes Simon Hoover. My lips lift at the corners of my mouth as he sets one glass of wine down on a server's tray and picks up another, throwing it back like a shot. His wife hangs on his arm, beautiful and definitely sober. But he looks annoyed, a little red in the face even. The guitar crescendos, as does the viola. One violin is playing the harmonic higher pitches, the other the lower. And me, my fingers almost cramp at how tightly I'm playing, concentrated, watching, never wavering, as Simon tilts his head to the side and tugs on his pristine white shirt collar with one finger. All eyes are on me, and that includes Simon's. His upper lip curls back in what must be disgust, but I only smile when he grabs another drink. But God, I want to laugh. Axel holds his note, letting it linger in the air. Where one thinks the song would stop, it loops back to what would be the chorus if a choir had accompanied us. I can hear it in my mind, the need to dance, to sing, to clap and twirl around. It's everything, everything. My arms tremble, my fingers and wrists ache, but it feels so goddamn good to hurt, to feel so alive again. Ding dong, ding dong. He breaks our eye contact, grabbing his wife by the wrist. Ding dong, ding dong. He says something, and she shrugs at him. Christmas is here. He shoves her forward lightly, bringing good cheer. She stumbles, but not nearly enough to fall, and he catches her by the elbow. Too young and old. Through the crowd they go, meek and the bold, to the coat closet. Ding dong, and out the front door. Ding dong, ding. The applause is ear-splitting. I have to blink to remember where I am. I bend to place my cello back in her case along with her bow and close the lid, not letting my mind wander to how badly this could go. I haul my cello case, but Jonas takes it from me and motions with his head for me to follow him upstairs. But we're stopped.
I hear congratulations are in order.
Blue eyes like endless skies clash with mine, and I almost lose my balance. But Jonas catches me, never letting me look weak in front of others. I would kill for Jonas Anderson. I will kill for our future together.
Mr. Prescott, thank you. Raven, what a lovely performance.
I blink up at him. He's so much taller when I'm not in my thigh-high boots. A bit imposing, actually, since we're toe-to-toe and not crotch to face. I catch myself before I can cringe.
She says thank you. That was her thank you blink.
Stephen eyes me up and down, from the silver stripe in my hair to my breasts, down to the tattoo on my wrist and back.
Fascinating.
The way he says that, like I'm a mouse at a lab that hasn't been fed in days, and he's my keeper, makes me feel a little sick. I balance from one foot to the other, and then look at Jonas.
Yeah, we're gonna take this up to her bedroom. Happy holidays, Mr. Prescott. It was nice seeing you. January 3rd, Mr. Anderson. Excuse me? I'll need you. I won't be in town. I'll be elsewhere with Raven. Another time, then.
He replies sternly. It's not a question, and it's definitely not a request. It's an order.
I'll let you know when I'm back in town. See that you do.
He says, walking away.
Come on, baby. Let's get you upstairs so we can go.
It doesn't take us long. When I open the door to my old room, I'm surprised to see a familiar woman sitting on my bed. She smiles a small, sad smile that makes my chest ache. And when Brina bursts into tears, I run to her, my leg be damned. My arms go around her new-to-me plush body, and her head immediately goes into the crook of my neck. She's sobbing so hard her entire body shakes. I make a motion with my hands at Jonas so he can give us some time. After a few more minutes, she pulls away, face red and blotchy, mascara ruined, but still so stunning. She catches her breath, but more tears well in her eyes. Can I please just talk to my best friend? I keep her gloved hands in mine and nod. Even if I can't talk to her yet, I can still listen.
Chapter 21. Simon Hoover. 16 weeks prior. Ty. Chase just confirmed that Raven is back on campus. Me. WTF is she doing there? She re-enrolled. Thad. There's no way my father allowed that. I'll go talk to him. Me. Keep us updated. The last thing we need is for her to stick her nose where it doesn't belong. I set my phone on the nightstand in my seedy Brazilian hotel, wiping the sweat off my brow, and go back to the girl tied up and in the fetal position on the laid-out tarp now at my feet. I kick her, lightly, in the ribs. She whimpers and the sound makes my heart beat out of my chest. I squat down and brush her dark hair away from her face. Fresh tears roll down the sides of the bridge of her nose and drip to the tarp I have laid out on the grimy carpet. She's a bit younger than I prefer, being 17, but she's the right size. I like them a little pudgy. They get so pink and bruise even prettier. The fatter ones don't break as easily. I mean, I would know. Raven survived, didn't she? Tudo bem. Tudo acabará em breve. I shush. It's okay. It'll be over soon.
Por favor.
I like that. When they beg. She just made it so easy, you know? Walking the streets of Rio, just trying to make a living by spreading her thighs. I don't usually go for the locals, but she reminded me so much of my first kill, the one I used for my initiation after Raven survived. Really, I could blame Raven for this affliction of mine. What we did to her that night, God. The delicious crunch of her leg breaking under my boot and her scream. Fuck, it did things to me. It made me feel powerful, strong. Then the next girl, Amber, my initiation was a dream. It's when I realized this wasn't sexual for me, just a stress release I was really, really good at. Besides, I had my little wife at home. Another reason I'm doing this. All that negotiating my father did with someone of her caliber, all the wedding planning, all the money spent on said wedding, and I got a fucking dud of a woman. We've been married just over a full year and we just found out she can't have children, not even IVF. Her eggs are dry at age 21. And I'm not allowed to divorce her because my idiot father forgot to put it in the clause that should this happen, we're allowed to divorce. So it's either murder her and spend my life in jail or take it out on someone else. The girl at my fingertips gives a shuddering sigh, but it's no good. She's seen my face. She has to go. I grab my Polaroid and snap a picture to add to my collection, then set it to the side and begin. 12 weeks prior. Ty. Chase is dead. He was found on the RMU campus. OD. Thad. Reardon is saying something else. Ty. My uncle has one of our coroners doing the autopsy. We'll know more during the meeting. Me. Funeral? Ty. Wake is Wednesday, funeral's on Thursday. My palms are sweaty, watching my wife dance with some man, her hands on him, swaying her hips, her head leaning back, and his hands smooth over her short dress, downward, under the hem, touching what's mine. It used to work for me. Someone touching her would set me off on a jealous rampage, and she would get so wet we'd end up fucking like rabid animals on any available surface. Now she just tries too hard, and it's just sad and pathetic. She's a beautiful woman, magazine cover worthy, actually worked with Sophia Monroe's agency for a while, but you know what they say, one man's barren wife is another's cum dumpster, or whatever. Past my wife, I see a gorgeous little brunette bombshell sitting at the bar, fake tits, fake ass, fake lips, and while someone like her could never be in the same tax bracket as me, it doesn't mean she won't be a good fuck. A hole is a hole. She lifts a brow and tilts her head towards one of the VIP rooms of Inferno, sliding off the stool and heading that way. I set my glass of vodka down and stand, buttoning my suit jacket before giving my wife one last eye roll and following the bitch in heat through the sweaty, dancing bodies. She's a screamer, and the banging on the other side of the two-way window is none other than Clarissa, I'm sure, watching me pound into this fake beauty from behind. I come with a roar as she screams, filling the condom to the brim. She giggles, pulling up her panties that only made it to her knees, and kisses me on the cheek. When she opens the door, a teary Clarissa enters, slamming the door closed behind her. She slaps me. Cute.
You'll fuck her, but you won't fuck me?
You want me to fuck you, Clarissa?
Please!
Then suck my dick clean. She looks at me in horror.
Her juices are still in your dick, you asshole!
Then clean it up with your tongue or let me get the fuck out. The lame bitch sinks to her knees and puts my spent cock in her mouth, licking and sucking, but fuck, it just doesn't work for me. She sucks harder, cups my balls, throating me the way she knows gets me so hard it feels like my balls are going to burst, but I don't feel a goddamn thing when it comes to my wife. I laugh, pulling my dick out of her mouth. Damn, Clarissa, even your mouth is as useless as your cunt. I leave her there, on the floor, without even a glance back. 10 weeks prior. Last week we buried Chase. This week it's Tyler. Ashley and Thad won't shut the fuck up beside me as we watch Reardon give his eulogy by Tyler's body at Grimm and Sons funeral home. I can feel eyes on the back of my head, and when I turn back I can see Axel, and beside him Raven stares at me. Caramel gaze so striking it sends an electrical spark down my spine and straight to my dick. Fuck, she looks good. I smirk at her and turn back around to face a whining Reardon. God, he looks terrible. Grief does not do a person good. We throw moist, cold dirt over Tyler's casket along with a rose. My hands feel disgusting and I need to cleanse myself, but there are no bathrooms here. I avoid everyone, get to the town car waiting for me, and tell the driver to head to the Prescott estate. I need to wash my hands quickly. Truly, I need to bathe, but I highly doubt I'll have the chance to do so. I summon control over my tics and the urges I get. I haven't gotten laid since that brunette at Inferno. I haven't killed in months, and now I'm fucking dirty. My mood is sour at best. The syndicate meeting ends after the Prescotts interrogate Jonas, and he leaves too quickly after some commotion in the hallway. I don't care. I can still feel the grime of the dirt on my hands even though they're clean, and I need to fucking shower. I need to fuck someone besides my dirty fist. 8 weeks prior. The dancer on Steven's lap is new and kind of awkward, albeit hot as fuck in a super tight, almost see-through bodysuit. She leans a lot and can barely dance, but obviously Steven only purchases her as arm candy. I can see why. Again, she has an ass I want to shove my face into until the pattern of her fishnets are imprinted on my skin. Fuck, I need to get some pussy soon. My son has been your lackey on both occasions. Mr. Anderson spits at Steven. I've never seen the old man so worked up. Wasn't it your nephew that burnt her house to the ground with her inside? I'm bored of this entire thing. As soon as the dancer's hour is over and we're all set to leave, Steven pulls me to the side. Have you been in contact with Mikhailson? I nod. He's in Bermuda, next project in Australia. His voice lowers as if the music blaring throughout Inferno isn't loud enough. And my half-breed. New York, where you left him, I inform the elder. He nods, lips rolling inward, eyes to the side. Pull him away from whatever job he's working on. I need him as a watcher. Who is he watching, exactly? Raven Monroe. He sighs, taking a dip from his tumbler, the amber liquid settling, and he swirls it before eyeing me again. I'll send you more details later this week. I nod, and we part ways. 7 weeks prior. Father, You need to come back. The entire Whitmore clan is dead except for Vivian. Not really what I want to read while I'm 8 miles out in the Indian Ocean in the middle of disposing of... What was her name? It doesn't matter. Her Polaroid is in my duffel bag back at the hotel. She was a fighter. I loved that. Got me good across the temple and almost got away. Fortunately, I was able to slash across her heels and she slipped in her blood and fell. It was fun. Although it makes sense now why Thad never made it to Malaysia, where I had to kill off some asshole that owed the Prescotts too much money to simply be written off anymore. Their bodies I left to be found like a good little syndicate soldier. This girl? Well, I shoved the rest of this girl's body off the back of the boat I rented to a fisherman that was probably shadier than I was. I knew I should have gone with someone plumper, but Thad likes them petite. I watched the black water begin to churn where I dropped her bits and pieces. Chum. I can't even enjoy the way the great whites make the tide foamy and tinged red with whatever blood was left of... Asia? Amira? Again, it doesn't matter, because there's only one name I can think of. Raven. I'm not too sure, but I'm fairly certain I may have saw her signing to Elena during Tyler's wake. I'll have to let Stephen know. 6 weeks prior. What the fuck do you mean I'm no longer allowed here? I stare up at the wall that is Maxim Giordano, the owner of Eden, Inferno's sister club located in New York's meatpacking district. It's a high-end casino on the first floor, and the second floor, which I need to get into, is like Inferno, complete with VIP rooms and girls down to fuck everywhere. His jaw clenches as he peers down at me, a cold, hard, already calculated stare. You almost killed the last girl you had here. Go home. You are not welcome here. I pay my dues just like everyone else, I argue. I really need to fuck someone. I have a meeting in the morning and the anxiety is killing me from the inside out. Not to mention they placed me in the wrong room at the tower and my sheets smell wrong. Your money is no longer good here, Hoover. But it's good enough at Inferno and Pandemonium? Pandemonium being the last of the 3 clubs located in Chicago. You can't hurt my girls at Inferno, but you've been revoked from both Eden and Pandemonium. We're almost family. I know you have made negotiations to marry Sabrina. His jaw ticks. I'm marrying Sabrina, not you. You and I are not family. We will never be family. I want nothing to do with a sociopath. I'll be telling the elders about this, I threaten. Childish, I know. He looks bored with me now, but I can't exactly tell. He always has the same expression on his face. Menacing as all fuck, and I'd be lying if I didn't say he scares me a bit. That's what happens, I guess, when you're the byproduct of the 2 heads of the Mafia and Bratva coming together to stop wars from waging. He smirks and shivers skate across my skin. Do as you please. It will make no difference to me if you run back to your secret brotherhood like a little bitch, Simon, because the contract has been signed. I'm set to marry the syndicate princess. I'll still gain more power and you'll still look like a pussy. I fuck my wife that night and never again. 3 weeks prior. We've decided to investigate this internally. Stephen says, his voice low like thunder, and Jonas steps back into his place, bowing his head. I hate how fucking happy he looks. I mean, well fucked. I keep my smirk to myself. Andrew Mikkelsen keeps shifting from foot to foot. He always hated having to stand around at these meetings. You'd think with all the Adderall he's on, he'd be able to keep his shit together. He finds me after the meeting, cloak off and hair a mess from the hood. Looks like I missed a lot while I was gone. No shit, Andrew. I can't make sense of it. Of what? Jacob Cartwright died, 2 years ago? I nod. Even if Reardon was right and Raven is doing this, that's impossible. She was at Lauren Wood. It couldn't have started then. Jonas killed Cartwright. It's in the ledger. Didn't anyone contend it? I shake my head. Mr. Cartwright died the year before. That's why Jacob was so gung-ho about killing Raven and taking his father's place, keeping the legacy going. She was supposed to be an easy kill. 5 plus the witness. His face is somber, and then he shakes his head. Now there's someone between the cloaks killing us off one by one. Everyone who signed their name beside hers. His eyes darken, still staring at me as he's called away. Because he knows what I know. There are only 2 of us left that were there that night. 2 weeks prior. Me. I'm pretty sure Clarissa is trying to kill me. Father. Huh? I found strawberries in the refrigerator. That's not enough evidence to end the contract. Are the strawberries touching any of your food? No, but I'm also pretty sure she's cheating on me. You'll have to dive deeper. Put a cloak on her, have her followed. Okay hand emoji. I throw my head back, looking at the ceiling in exasperation as Cheryl, my executive assistant, brings me another cup of coffee despite it being 5 in the afternoon. I thank her and turn to look out the window Hoover & Sons Enterprises Boston location has. I'm here instead of D.C. because Father is in London for some charity gala on behalf of our company since I'll be going to the athletic holiday banquet at RMU. We've poured millions of dollars into the athletic department, even though RMU doesn't really need more money. At this point, it could be considered a bank.
Mr. Hoover?
My assistant calls for me from outside of my office. Yes, Cheryl?
Your wife called. She's on her way to the banquet.
I thank her again, still looking out at the Boston harbor, wishing I didn't have to go to this thing. But as luck would have it, I arranged for us to be sitting by the Andersons, seeing as my father and I donated over $10 million alone. I'm sure that could have gone to the poor or their spawn, made the world a better place, but in the end, their money goes back into our pockets, so why bother? I grab my coat from the coat rack and begin dressing myself to step out into the bitter cold the Northeast has to offer. My wife, of course, looks beautiful. You'd be an idiot not to think she's gorgeous. She's a wet dream, with a small hickey on her collarbone. Aren't I a lucky motherfucker? Raven is 5 seats almost catty-corner away from me. Clarissa comes back with more than 1 plate of food, another thing she's been doing, eating more than usual. At first, I believe she's brought me a few things to snack on, and it may seem like that to others, but she brought a bowl of strawberries. That's fine. I won't be kissing or fucking her, so it doesn't matter. But then the dumb bitch tries to feed me a grape. She makes a spectacle and excuses herself, and I get the waiter's attention and have him take away the bowls of fruit she brought. What a fucking waste of human space. The conversation continues around me, but I watch as Jonas dotes on Raven, feeding her grapes and bits of strawberries and whatever else is in front of her. For God's sake, she's mute, not invalid. She tries to shove him off, but he feeds her anyway, not partaking in the conversation unless he's asked a question and has to. A part of me is a little jealous, another is slightly happy for him, and the rest of me, a major part of me, is fucking sick at the disgusting display of affection. Jonas finally ceases to feed her and drinks from his champagne and his water when the lights go down. With all of the attention on Coach Sutton, I can look at Raven, see the silver stripe of hair on her temple, the scar she tries to hide but can't. Instead, Jonas is watching me. I incline my head and force myself to listen to the different coaches' speech. Awards are given out and yada, yada, yada. Jonas wins the MVP award and Clarissa comes back to the table in time to watch him receive it. Of course he did. He deserves it, honestly. Stepping up for Chase and Reardon. I heard great things from my father when he would speak to the coaches over the phone. After accepting his award, he steps off the dais and returns to the table only to kiss his mother on the temple, practically scoop Raven up into his arms, and they leave.
It must be nice.
My wife says as she watches the duo.
To be loved so fiercely.
Elena, Jonas's adoptive mother, just grins. 3 days prior. Has Clarissa RSVP'd to the Monroe holiday party? My father asks, settling in the chair before my desk. I look up from the next merger we're working on for the McHalesons, which is what we specialize in. I believe she has. He nods. Good. Your mother and I won't be able to attend. I blink up at him. Because? He stares at me. Your mother's sister is in hospice as of this morning, so we'll be with her. You know, for a big CEO, you sure do take a lot of days off. He shrugs nonchalantly. When you have your son as COO, you'll be able to do the same. This boils my blood. Not funny. Breed, son. When the time comes, raise the child through financial means and then bring the child forth when it comes of age to take your place. Our world doesn't constitute of less than quality half-breeds. Just look at Stephen, having his hiding in the shadows, only being called upon as a watcher. Father clasps his hands together and rests them on his stomach, still flat with exposed ridges even in his old age. I would know. I work out with him 5 to 6 days a week downstairs in our facility's gym. I may be biased, but we have great genetics. If my darling little wife didn't have a fucked womb, we could have probably negotiated later on to get more powerful within the syndicate. With Clarissa and my children, it should have been Tyler's and Raven's offspring, but, you know. My father has been quiet for too long, just staring at me. I think he's having a brain aneurysm. But I don't blink, and neither does he. Go to the party. Try to have a good time, and we'll reconvene when I get back. The hospice nurse that spoke to your mother said it could be any day now, so we'll probably be back before you even remember we were gone. Have a good Christmas, Dad. He gets up, fixing the sides of his suit jacket. Come, let's go to lunch. I had your assistant make us reservations at Fulman. Present day. You know that feeling when you're doing something you know you probably shouldn't be doing, like your body is forewarning you not to enter the abandoned home that's dilapidated and barely hanging on, or enter the dark tunnel to see if you come out at the end? Driving to the Monroe estate feels just like that. I decided for us to stay at our familial estate just 15 minutes away, where all my trophies are. I'll be able to reminisce while my useless wife sleeps, or slips out to cheat on me while I sleep. The valet person comes to take my keys as we slip out of my Aston Martin, freshly detailed, washed, and waxed. She's a beauty. One of the only things I'm proud of owning. Sleek and shiny. Watch your tongue tonight, I say to my wife as I grab her elbow and reach the front doors. What did we talk about earlier?
I won't be drinking.
I don't respond, just plaster $1 million smile on my face as the door opens and we're greeted by the house staff. They take our coats, and the first thing I do is grab a glass of wine from one of the passing trays and down the entire thing. It's good, but that's no surprise. The Monroes always have the best of the best.
Simon, Clarissa, how good to see you. Thank you so much for coming.
Sophia says, kissing us both on either cheek. God, she looks fucking good. Spanish bombshell. I bet John takes extra Viagra just to fuck this woman into pieces. That's probably why he looks so happy and well-rested all the time. I mean, look at her. Great hips, a great ass, great pair of tits, a tiny waist. This was why she was so great in the 90s. Plus, her face. Wow. I mean, I know she's had a ton of Botox done, but geez, what a MILF. Thank you for having us, Mrs. Monroe.
Oh, Simon, it's just Sophia.
She flirts and Clarissa turns pink beside me.
Please, have fun.
She says and walks away to be a good hostess, and I watch the way her red dress clings to her every fucking curve. Fuck.
Why don't you just fuck her and save us all the trouble of you gaping after her with your tongue hanging out like a drooling dog?
Why fuck her when I can fuck her ripe daughter? Her hips just scream, made to bear your children. I snap back. I wouldn't fuck Raven. I like a screamer, and Raven can't speak. But I don't say that. I just like to make sure my wife knows she's fucking useless. I see Maxim towering over everyone with my second cousin Sabrina on his arm talking to the unkillable mute bitch, and my mood sours even more. So I do the sensible thing and grab another drink, throw it back and look around, seeing even more syndicate members from California, Seattle, and Chicago, and go to say hello. I grab my next glass of wine when I make my way over to Leo, an elder in the California chapter, and his son Rodolfo, now 18 and set to graduate high school, attending RMU in the fall of next year when John is standing on a small stage the string quartet is gently playing. Everyone stops and stares at the elder. A low hush is heard, and then he grins, letting us know Raven has decided to play and entertain us for the evening. I couldn't think of anything more fucking ghastly than the little dead bitch, who looks delectable, of course, putting on a show for us. She looks surprised, though, when she reaches for a glass of wine, throws it back in one gulp, and reaches up to kiss Jonas. I swear to God, I see her lips moving, but she runs toward Axel and makes a quick motion of her hands. He sets his glass of wine on a tray passing by, and they both run up the stairs with Jonas saying, "They need a moment to get ready." They come down not 5 minutes later, Axel with his guitar that he plugs into a portable amp and Raven with a black binder. She opens it up, passing sheet music out, and my wife finds me.
I guess I see why you'd go for the daughter.
She hums, taking a sip of water from a crystal tumbler, jealousy in her tone. I don't say anything. I don't feel like arguing. I just let myself relax and watch the show. It's good, but they've always played good together. Axel with his guitar, looking like a pretentious rock star in his suit, and Raven in black, her arms poised and ready. Her eyes rove over the crowd and find mine, and I tip back my drink, grabbing another. Her lips lift at the corners, and my heart stammers in my chest. Does she know?
Are you okay? You look a little blotchy.
Yeah, it's just warm in here. I tell my wife, clearing my throat. I throw back the wine again to clear it out and loosen my tie as much as I can without it being less than pristine. Fuck, I think the wine is getting to me. Do you think you could drive the Aston?
Christ, Simon, again? You're always so worried about my tongue, but your drinking is getting out of control.
What's out of control again is your fucking mouth. My stomach gurgles. Fuck. Let's go.
We just got here. I want to enjoy the party.
I grab her by the elbow and use a little force to get her to start moving. Did you touch anything that had strawberries?
What? No, I haven't even eaten, and there aren't strawberries by the buffet.
My stomach grumbles loudly again. We need to leave. Now.
Ugh. Fine. I'll drop you off, then come back. There's a few friends I want to talk to here.
By the time we get to the coat closet to grab ours, I'm clenching my asshole. We're 5 minutes away when I shit myself so hard it goes up my back and Clarissa screams, then vomits over my steering wheel at the stench, gagging but doing her best to keep her eyes on the road. But I'm worried about other things, such as my throat is closing up and my vision is blurry and I'm fucking itchy everywhere. We reach our house in minutes, the tires screeching in the driveway, and I'm leaping, trying to get the front door open in a panic. I can feel my eyes closing at the sides. I'm going to fucking die in the foyer of the house I grew up in. Images of Raven's smirk, the holiday lights behind her, wind around my brain. Get my EpiPen! I rasp out, but it comes out guttural. I can't fucking breathe. My heart feels like it's seizing. Oh God, I can't.
I have one in my purse.
My thoughtful, beautiful wife says. She pulls it out and stabs me in the thigh with it.
Oh my God! It's been used!
You stupid bitch! Oh, fuck. My heart rate is up too high. I can feel it pounding in my temples. Get the other one. It's in my desk upstairs. I gurgle out. I watch her blurry dress and heels glitter in the dim light as she runs out of sight, but the bile is rising and my throat is closing. My fingers are too fat to loosen my tie more. There it is. I choke on my bile, trying to gulp it back down, but my throat's closed off, feeling it drip out of my nose. My brain feels like it's imploding, melting, heat everywhere. I'm burning, dying. Glittering white heels come into a blurred focus. Thank God. They nudge at me.
Honey?
But instead of helping, Clarissa squats down, tilts her head to the side. A fuzzy smile spreads across her face, and it all fades to black. Chapter 22. Jonas. Baby, holy shit. Wait, baby. Oh, fuck. You're gonna make me come and my pants aren't even off yet. Oh, fuck it. Find it, baby. God, yes. Put those pretty titties in my face. Fuck. God, she smells so fucking good. One hand is on the headrest behind me, the other holding on to the back of my head, pushing me to suck her gorgeous pink nipples while I hold her hips, the silk under my fingertips nowhere near the softness of her skin. She's dry humping the fuck out of me, the taste of wine still on her tongue, and I'm so fucking dizzy. My dick is so fucking hard under her, and every time she slips right over the head of my dick, so much pressure I'm close to coming. I try to think of anything but the heat of her pussy through my slacks, like the conversation she had with Sabrina that I may or may not have eavesdropped on accidentally when I was packing up our shit.
Jonas?
She moans my name when I bite on her nipple, so I do it again. Baby, please, I want to fuck you. I want to feel you choke my dick. I want you to feel me come for you. I'm amazed Maverick or Damon haven't said anything since they're both sitting up front, but I'd tell them to shut the fuck up anyway. God, my baby is frantic. I know killing doesn't exhilarate her. I know she's merely celebrating this is all over now. Raven, baby. I use the voice she can't resist. She slows down, her face flushed and so cute. Who gave her the extra glass of wine? Damon asks. She can only have one with her meds. I keep sucking Raven's nipples, getting them super slippery with my spit, while I reach between us, going through the folds her dress created, pleased to find her wet and naked underneath. Baby, you're not wearing panties? If I would have known you needed my dick this bad, I would have fucked you at the party. I pull the zipper of my trousers down and tug out my cock, helping her settle over me, and we both groan when I feel how hot and wet she is, slipping inside so fucking easily because of it. My eyes cross, but I sit back on the seat, slouching a little so she can ride me better. That's my girl. My sick little slut couldn't even wait to get to the cabin, could you, baby? She shakes her head, putting her hands on my chest and then up to my throat.
Need you.
I pinch her nipples roughly, twisting them but deciding to let her take the reins tonight, watching her use me. Take it, baby. Fuck my cock like you own it. Play with your pretty little clit. I groan when she reaches down and obeys, and when she clenches around my length, it takes everything in me not to buck up. But I want her to use me, Raven. Fucking own my dick. It's all yours, baby. Take it. Fuck me harder, pretty girl. My balls draw up and I practically whimper when her head falls back. So fucking pretty like this. I wish I could feel her hair brushing the skin of my thighs. Her little gasps while she rises and falls. Each bounce of her tits. Fucking heavenly. She moans my name, one hand coming to meet mine on her tits, pinching her nipple between her fingers. God, she should be wearing a tiara right now. My dick feel good, baby?
Yes.
She cries out, squeezing around me. You want me to come in your little cunt? Is that what you need? She nods, pushing her titty up and sucking on her finger. What a fucking goddess. She grinds harder, rubbing her clit faster, whimpering with every rise and fall. I wish there was a mirror so I could watch her use me like this. I love watching her pussy stretch and grip my dick in every position. Love watching her flesh recoil and bounce back to meet me over and over again. It drives me fucking crazy. Such a pretty girl. Come for me, baby. I'm so close. Kiss me. And she does. Her lips land on mine, tongue shoving into my mouth. It's sloppy, borderline animalistic, and so fucking good. White sparks dance behind my eyelids. She flutters around me, spasming, and then she does the sweetest fucking thing ever. She makes the I love you sign with her hand and presses it on my chest between us so she doesn't break away from our kiss. I'm so fucking gone. Toes curling in my shoes, I throw my arms around her to clutch her closer to me, feeling that I love you sign like a brand on my skin, and God, I fucking want that feeling forever. Don't fucking stop. Oh, fuck. Don't stop, baby. Oh, God. Yes, yes, yes. She squeals my name when I shove up into her. Every flutter of her pussy milks me fucking dry, and I sit back, holding her, feeling the aftershocks of one of the most powerful orgasms I've ever had. It's so hot when she wants me. When she initiates sex, I feel so fucking desired. It's an instant hair trigger to my balls. She winds down, kissing my lips, my cheeks, my temples, my neck. But instead of getting off me, my girl keeps her arms around me, nuzzling into the dip between my neck and shoulder, humming, then sighing happily. I open my eyes to see Damon peering at us through the rearview mirror and Maverick smirking, although he looks jealous as fuck. He could have been back here, but he decided to let me ride with her instead. Dumbass. I run my hands on the small of her back, feeling her breath even out. She asleep? Yeah. Did the dog sitter text back? Everything is great. Maverick replies, flashing me a picture of Kronos and Lucy in bedazzled Santa hats. Good, I reply, my eyes closing. How much longer till we reach Vermont? We just passed the New Hampshire state line, so a few more hours. Thank you for getting the snow chains installed, Maverick. Maverick grunts, and since I'm almost fluent in Maverickese, I'm pretty sure it means you're welcome. Hey, how do you stay hard inside her all night? I ask, feeling my gummy dick trying to slip out. Practice. Both older men reply, looking at each other and then chuckling. Dicks. No, I'm serious. I want to do it. At least until we get to the cabin or have to stop for gas. The last thing I need is for my mom to see me hard and my future wife. Seeing as it's your turn to drive next, I wouldn't worry about it. Damon shrugs. I don't want to drive, I say, not wanting to be away from Raven. It's, scary. You said you'd take the second stretch. I have nighttime blindness, I lie. Maverick snickers in the passenger seat. Jonas? Yes, Daddy Damon? Jonas? Okay, fine, but you have to tell me how to do it. Touch her. I am. No, I mean, keep touching her. Your favorite parts. For me, it's the meat on her thighs. Hips for me. Smell her. Every time you start slipping out, touch her. Feel her under your fingertips. Remember how good she feels coming around you, but don't fuck her. Just stay hard. Don't fuck her? Nope. That's crazy, I reply, looking out at the snow falling in fat, beautiful flakes. But I do what they say, touch her everywhere because I love all of her, lazily circling the hardening nipple with my thumb, and soon enough, I'm hard again, and happy because she feels me filling her up in her sleep, and I hope I'm giving her nothing but good dreams. We reach my family's cabin before 7, Raven still sleeping on Damon's dick, Maverick driving, and me in the back passenger seat fuming because Damon kept her all night. 3 hours, but still. Maverick whistles lowly when we arrive, looking up at the cabin. This is not a cabin. Technically, he's right. It's a lodge, big enough for 20 people. Okay, it's like a mini mansion, but it's made out of huge logs and has that rustic vibe with enormous pine trees all around. There are huge windows so you can watch the wildlife, and overall, it's one of my favorite places to be. My parents usually rent it out during the holidays, but I'm glad they didn't this year. Damon withdraws from Raven and wakes her up with kisses. My mood sours until she opens her pretty eyes and reaches over to kiss me good morning. Her hair is a mess, but she looks like she slept well. Damon reaches behind us to her small purple bag in the back and pulls it forward, opening the knapsack, and starts pulling out clothes for her. Here, little bird. Let's get you comfortable and warm, okay? It's colder here than at home, and I don't need you getting sick.
Okay.
She hums happily, but not before nestling into his neck again, and it makes Damon so happy he can't help but smile. She lets me unclip the crystals in the halter part of her dress, and she slips out of it, completely nude, and I look over at Damon. Did you pack me one of those? Blue bag. Grab Mav's. It's the green one. Mine's the red. I lean over, pulling all the bags forward and handing them out. I open it, happy to find my thermals, sweats, the beanie Raven got me, and thick wool socks. Your boots are in the back, too. Thanks, Daddy. Your throat. My punch, Jonas. Jeez, fucking hostile, even when you slept with your dick inside a Raven for 6 hours. I feel a thumb and a finger under my chin as Damon gets me to look at him, gunmetal eyes, smoky. When and if you ever call me Daddy, it's because my dick has been so far down your throat and I've fucked you every which way to Sunday you can't remember my name, much less yours. He growls, letting go of my chin to focus back on dressing our girl. Holy fuck. I gulp, my heart stammering in my chest, blood flowing a little too quick down to my dick and back up. What the fuck? So only Raven can call you Daddy? She smiles at me and then turns to him.
Daddy?
Yes, little bird. He smirks. She coos at him while rolling her socks on, and he slips her a kiss before getting dressed himself. It only takes us another 15 minutes before we're outside of Raven's Audi, walking up the shoveled driveway and knocking on the front door beneath the silver and gold wreath. It takes a few minutes, but Mom opens the door in her cashmere robe and jammies to welcome us inside, uncaring that we probably look like hell.
Oh, Merry Christmas Eve. Come in. Lorenzo is already making breakfast.
Hugging Raven first, of course, then me, forgetting societal norms of shaking hands upon introductions, she hugs Maverick and Damon as well. The entire house smells like gingerbread, vanilla, and it smells like Christmas. There's a large decorated pine tree from the skirt to the tip in silver and gold, the ornaments reflecting the bright lights like disco balls. It's lavish and divine, and I already know every room will have a tree just like it. Mom, this is...
Oh, I know. I met them last night. How was the drive, Maverick dear?
He looks a little confused, but he sniffs, pushing his glasses up his red nose, and then smiles down at my mom. It was fine. Hardly any traffic.
Oh, good. I hope you're hungry. Damon?
Starved, Mrs. Anderson?
Oh, please. Mrs. Anderson is my mother-in-law, and I told you last night to call me Ellie. Now, I'm sure Jonas told you all about how many rooms we have here, but if you don't mind taking the second-floor primary bedrooms, it would be much easier for me on the knees.
Sure thing, Mrs. Ellie. Maverick corrects himself when Mom cuts him a glare, and I want to die laughing. I don't think I've ever seen him shut up that quickly. Thank you, by the way, for having us. I'm sorry we showed up empty-handed.
Oh, Maverick, darling.
She reaches up to cup his cheek and pats it. His eyes flutter, but he leans into it. Yeah, straight-up mommy issues, that one.
All of you showing up and not letting an old woman spend the holidays alone is enough. I was almost frightened Raven would have stayed home to be with her family. Now, about that breakfast. Go settle in and meet me in the dining room. Lorenzo has been cooking up a storm. Raven, I remember you prefer a French breakfast.
She grabs our girl by the hand and then links their arms together like they're the best of friends.
Come, darling. Let the men take your bags, and you and I will start snacking. Your cello playing last night was divine.
They walk off, and the sound of my mother's voice turns into a low, chattering hum as they disappear. Maverick turns to look at me. You grew up with her as your mom. I grab mine and Raven's suitcase and start lugging it up the stairs, lit garland and silver ribbon curled around the banister. I wasn't adopted until I was 12, Mav. I was in foster care for years because my bio mom was too addicted to drugs to even remember my name. I had lice for 2 years straight until the school nurse got fed up with me and shaved my head while I was at school. I didn't know. I know, just don't think I take this or my parents for granted, okay? Even with all the syndicate bullshit, I owe them my life. How long were you in foster care? 6 years. After that head-shaving incident, they finally took the nurse's claims seriously and took me away. I had good families and I had shitty families. I was surprised my parents wanted to adopt me to replace their son as a legacy when he died of childhood cancer. I mean, there were infants where I was staying. And your bio mom died when I was 8. Overdose. I'm sorry. He says as we reach the landing, passing the second living area decorated to the nines and then entering the main upstairs bedroom. I throw my bags down, Damon beside me, and look at him. I'm not, and it's true. Don't worry, Damon and I have talked about this during our sessions, and Raven knows. Now you do too. I'm not ashamed of where I came from, and I'm not ashamed my parents can afford to give me a better life just because I look like their dead son. But I want you, specifically you, Maverick, to know I am ashamed of the things I've had to do because they chose me as their son. Do you understand? He nods, pushing up his glasses so they sit on the bridge of his nose, but a curl of his brown locks falls forward. I do. I incline my head. Good. Now let's get some breakfast. I'm starving and I need a nap. The news is on, playing softly in the background on the huge TV big enough to be a movie theater screen when we make it downstairs. Mom and Raven are giggling like schoolgirls when we find them in the kitchen, and there's so much whipped cream in Raven's mug. When she takes a sip, it ends up on her nose and she gets a mustache. I laugh, happy she's so carefree around Elena that she's using her actual voice to laugh out loud. I swipe at her nose with a napkin and then kiss her cheek, doing my best not to lean over and lick off the whipped cream from her lips in front of my mom. What's so funny?
Nothing.
Mom says at the same time Raven signs the word for nothing. Plates of French breakfast items and eggs and bacon are on the sidebar, ready with serving utensils, and I go and start piling food on a plate for Raven and myself, keeping my eye on the news outlet. I catch Raven signing, and my mother moves her lips as if she's reading Raven's hands. Oh, she's telling her about our trip to Spain.
Oh, I haven't seen your grandfather in years. I'm glad he still has a sense of humor.
Oh my God, are you telling her about how he almost killed us?
It was a prank.
She signs.
And the look on your face was priceless.
She makes a face of horror and then tipping her head back to cackle silently at one of the worst moments of my life. Wait, what happened? Damon asks as we all settle around the dining table to eat. The old man pretended to have a heart attack mid-flight in his helicopter. I almost shit my pants. Damon laughs, almost choking on a bite of eggs, and coughs. Maverick does too.
Language, Jonas. We're eating.
Sorry, Mom. So that's where she gets it. Maverick chuckles, patting Damon on the back. Little hellcat. He looks so proud of her. Anyway, Raven, knowing it was a joke, took the cyclic and started guiding us, laughing. I roll my eyes, grab the OJ, and pour myself a glass. It took me a full 30 minutes to calm down.
You were fine.
She signs. Babe, we were a mile up in the air, clenching my ass.
Jonas.
Sorry, trying to hold myself together while trying to make a good impression. I was not fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. Make it up to you later?
She winks. You absolutely will. I grumble back at her. I will totally hold this over her head for the rest of my life if it means a blowjob every time I do. Oh, wait, did you hear that? Maverick asks, standing and going over to where the TV is.
Turn it up, honey, please.
My mother says while standing also joining Maverick. I do as I'm told, finding the remote, setting it down, then sitting on the arm of the brown leather sofa where Damon and our pretty girl join me.
Hoover, just barely 25, was allegedly murdered by his wife, Clarissa Hoover, 21, last night.
A helicopter view of live footage shows the girl being led out of their house in handcuffs and into the back of a cruiser.
Cops say there is an ongoing investigation, not because of the wife, but because of what they found in Simon's basement. Over 40 Polaroid pictures of what looks like young women, tied up and being either tortured or killed.
All of our jaws hit the floor.
The FBI is now on the case, and will be going through everything to verify if they are any of the missing girls reported in the area. This is Wendy Taylor, bringing you more news at 5. Oh dear, I need to call your father.
Mom says, racing to her room. Holy shit, that's Tasha. Maverick says, still staring at the screen, having flipped over to another news station that's still broadcasting it. My eyes flicker over the giant screen to the corner where I see a familiar face. Hey, wait, can you pause it? The live news broadcast. Yeah, just let me see the remote. He hands it over and I push the button, walking over to the dark-haired guy behind Mav's old partner and then tap on the screen. This guy, I know him from somewhere. Maverick grunts, displeased. That's Detective Arlo. I look over at him. Mav, she looks scared of him, I say, pointing out how rigid his former partner looks. Her body language is all wrong, and the scowl on Arlo's face looks like he's trying to hide from the cameras. He gives a quick nod. Have you seen him around campus? Yeah, but somewhere else too, I say, squinting, trying to remember from where, but it's not coming to me. Like I know him from before everything started happening. I turn around to face the trio staring at the screen. They all look as unhappy as I feel. I shake my head. I can't remember. Well, now that I know what he looks like, I can keep an eye out for him, Damon says, and Raven nodding along with him.
Jonas, darling.
I hear my mom call out to me from her bedroom. I turn away from them and walk down the hallway to see her standing at the threshold of her room. Yeah? She swallows thickly and motions for me to join her in her room. When I do, she shuts the door behind us and then juts her chin to the bathroom where she shuts and then locks the door once we're in there. I don't like this. You're making my stomach hurt. What's going on?
Did Raven have anything to do with this?
I swallow, completely unprepared for this. No? She rolls her green eyes and sighs.
Darling, please. I'm old, not stupid. I know she's had a part to play in all of these deaths in the syndicate. I mean, she strolls onto campus and bodies drop like flies. I'm not judging her, and I don't blame her. What they did to her.
She trails off before meeting my eyes again.
I'm proud of her, Jonas. But why do you think I let you in on my findings? I knew you would tell her. For our sake, I protect her too. She's family. But this, Jonas, if the wrong FBI agents are all over this, what Simon did could lead to an investigation so deep you could be incriminated for Jacob.
My heart falls out of my asshole and down to the basement. What do I do?
Campus is still closed.
I nod.
Darling, you need to find that ledger and burn it. Your father, despite what he's had to do, is a good man. And after almost 30 years, I love him more than I did the first day of our marriage. You are a good man. If I could have written my name in that horrid book instead of yours, I would have taken your place. But that isn't the way this world of ours works. So I need you to find that ledger and burn it to ash. Then bury those just to make sure.
Okay.
Oh, my sweet boy. What a fucking predicament we're in.
My mouth gapes at her cursing and she laughs.
Seems your father will be home for another funeral soon. The poor thing barely flies out of the country and has to return because our darling Raven is a vicious little thing.
I grin. Isn't she perfect, though?
Oh, Jonas.
She says while turning to the mirror and fixing her hair.
If you would have chosen a different woman, she would have never made you happy. Raven is absolutely bewitching, and I am so glad you found each other, even if it means 2 more in tow. But we aren't always fortunate in finding our soulmates in mint condition, and without any damage or baggage. Truth be told, if she had been a proper syndicate princess, I probably would have loathed her, much like I did that Paris girl, and for good reason.
She blinks at me through her reflection.
If this is the life you've chosen and the woman you've chosen, then as long as you're happy, then so be it. I mean, that Damon is quite nice on the eyes.
She scrunches her nose in the mirror and turns back to face me, then reaches up to pinch my cheek. I don't have anything to say about that last comment, still trying to figure out exactly how it made me feel when he gripped my chin like that in the car earlier.
Now, dear, let's go have some tea while you figure out a way to tell your flock that you need to steal the ledger. That maverick looks quite daring. Maybe take him with you. Something about him looks a bit lost, and you need to include him in your little activities.
He's former FBI, I inform her, rubbing where she pinched. And kind of an ass, a jerk, I correct myself.
Oh, that's wonderful.
She grins, and I can't help but think maybe she has a screw in her head, a bit loose, or if she even heard me at all.
Including him means he's more likely to keep your secrets. That's the entire motto of the syndicate, isn't it? To build a better bond with your brotherhood. Let them witness what could be your downfall, but trust them enough to not let that happen.
I grunt in agreement.
There is nothing more important than your future family, Jonas. Make sure he understands that. Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
She sighs happily as if we didn't just talk about something so serious, clasping her hands together and thrusting open the door of the rustic chic bathroom.
Now, about that tea.
Chapter 23. Damon. You want me to go where with you? Jonas stands with his hands on his hips, his sweatpants slung low on them, sweat dripping down his abs, and I swallow the saliva that pools into my mouth. We're all sweaty, having used the gym in the basement to prepare for the Christmas Eve feast Elena is having her chef prepare for tonight. I called my parents earlier, and yes, my father has chosen to resign and retire and stay in Paris with my mother indefinitely, having asked me to sort out his home in Hartford. While Tabby, his chef, will no longer have a job, she's going to have severance pay that will ensure she never needs one ever again and only has to cook if she wants to. Raven is on the ground in corpse pose, her favorite yoga position, which just means she's laying on her back like a starfish, still panting after the rigorous strength and conditioning course Jonas led us through. It'll be quick, but you can get us into the restricted section, can't you? Jonas asks Maverick. Raven sits up.
I can do that.
She pants out with nary a stutter, reaching for her leg and rubbing at the tatted-over scar. I keep my grin to myself. Remember when I followed her through the disguised book door and watched from the shadows as my little bird rode Maverick on the floor of the restricted section like a wanton slut needing to find God? My dick begins to harden in my sweats just remembering the way her little cheeks turned pink, asking myself if I had a cuckolding fetish and realizing I simply had a her fetish. Everything that is her, from her little toes, the silver stripe in her hair, and the mere scent or sight of her gets me hard enough to want to fuck her senseless. Detaining myself and watching her get fucked, or fuck like she's searching for her next high, tests my willpower, and watching her climb through her peak and crash back down to earth is glorious. Every single time. So yes, I have a Raven fetish. I am utterly enthralled and obsessed with watching this woman come like there's no tomorrow, and I have absolutely no remorse or shame of it. Maverick and Jonas peek over at her and I move to get to her so I can rub at her sore flesh, taking her meaty calf in my hands and pressing my thumbs to her tibia to smooth out her clammy skin over her leg. She moans and her eyes dart over to me.
Feels very good.
I beam down at her, entranced by her sweaty state in her little black biker shorts. Her praise also pleases me.
There's a different way to get in. A secret book door that leads to a staircase and all the way down to the restricted section. Don't need a key tag to enter.
I summon the tears of pride that are stinging the back of my eyes to not fall, but when she notices none of us have spoken, the tops of her cheeks go pink and she darts her gaze downward. Maverick clears his throat, obviously swallowing down the same emotions I'm feeling to not embarrass her further. So, we just sneak in. Jonas is still looking at Raven like she's the most incredible thing he ever set his eyes upon. Kind of feeling like that's our only option. With mostly everyone gone because of the winter break, there's less of a chance of us getting caught. She tips her head back to look at him and lifts her hands.
I can show you how to get in and stay on the lookout.
Thank you, baby. He grins down at her. Mav, if you don't want to do this, you don't have to. I didn't say that. I'll do it. I just wanted to make sure you had a foolproof plan. Jonas's grin turns to a cocky smirk. Well, 2 of my plans went down perfectly, so I have that going for me. What plans? Jonas puts up his middle and index fingers. 1, seduce Raven and make her my girlfriend, and 2, he puts down his index finger so he's flipping Mav off. Getting rid of Simon without using physical force so my girl doesn't hurt herself. He puts his down, so pleased with himself I let out a chuckle. That was you? Easy when you broadcast you have a fucking strawberry allergy to the entire syndicate in a public setting. By the way, what were you and Damon talking about so close and comfy and cozy together at the banquet? Maverick and I glance at the other, but Mav shakes his head. Nothing important. The head of the school board asked me to be the new dean, and I said no. Why's that? Slipping her legs out of my hands, Raven gets up on her knees and Maverick squats down, tucking a dark strand of damp hair behind her ear. Because if Raven decides to go elsewhere, I'll be readily available to leave. I won't be signing a new contract at the end of next semester because I've applied to teach at Columbia. Raven grins, grabbing his hand and kissing the palm of it before he cups her face again, melting into his touch.
Juilliard accepted my request to re-audition.
She tells us, and we're stunned. But then we break out in cheers with Maverick kissing her first, then Jonas dipping down to grab her, and finally, I put my arms around her and kiss her firmly.
Oh my, what's all the good tidings and cheers for?
Elena asks from the staircase. She's dressed to the nines in a beautiful festive red pantsuit. Her red hair is up in a tight bun and her lips are parted into a confused smile. If I hadn't seen this woman in her pajamas yesterday, I'd think she woke up fashionably every morning. Our girl just told us Juilliard accepted her request to audition for them. He kisses Raven's temple, then helps her up. Elena almost runs to Raven and pulls her in for a tight hug, then kisses her cheek, leaving behind a kiss print.
Oh, my darling, darling girl. You are going to be so wonderful.
Raven lets out a small whimper.
Thank you.
And Elena's tears well up and she smiles softly again.
Well, aren't you full of surprises?
Her voice cracks, but she pinches her face and then shakes her head, overcome with emotions. Her fingers reach down and thread into Raven's.
Come now, dinner will be ready soon. And I've gotten Jackie to set up the living room so we can watch Home Alone while we make cookies for Father Christmas. Have you seen it?
Raven nods enthusiastically as if watching a movie and baking with her future mother-in-law sounds like the best thing in the world to her.
Oh, dreadful, really, for the mother to forget her own son. But it does make for a silly movie.
Her voice trails off as they climb the stairs and we're left alone. We're not getting any Christmas pussy, are we? Jonas asks with a pout. Is that what you wanted under your tree this year? And every day after that? I roll my eyes. Come on, let's go get ready. I'm sure we can find suitable ways to quench our desires during our remaining time here. A whimper wakes me sometime early Christmas morning. Shh, you said you'd stay, my good little tongueless whore, Siren. We have to be quiet or you'll wake them up too soon. Keep still. I arch a brow at what I'm hearing and look over to find Jonas sleeping closer to me in the giant bed. Behind him, I can see more snow falling through the windows. The sky is not bright due to the heavy clouds, but it is beautiful here. I nudge him, and the first thing he does is feel around for Raven. Not finding her and finding my chest instead, he opens his eyes in a light panic. I put a finger over my lips in a shush and jut my chin to where Maverick's voice was coming from, the decorated tree in the room by the fireplace. He tries to get up, but I pull him back down. The scent of his mint and citrus soap with a hint of Raven hits my nostrils and I breathe the pup in. Fuck. I swallow down whatever words want to come out and shake my head at him to stay quiet. Aren't you the most precious gift? Maverick asks, and a soft whimpering exhale fills the room, the sound going straight to my already hard length, always so ready to wake my little bird up properly every morning. Was that green?
Mm-hmm.
She sounds muffled. So soft and already glistening. Poor girl. Maverick's low, condescending tone does nothing to help the ache in my balls. No, Raven. You wore this as a gift for us. This isn't a punishment, Siren. It's a reward. For me, mostly. But it's the filthiest thing you've ever worn, and I've seen every delicious inch of your naked flesh. Try to move. Oh, you can't, can you? There's a small, muffled squeal and then 2 sharp slaps. Shh, Siren. I just want to taste you while you're like this. A soft, breathy moan. This grabs our attention. Jonas and I sit up, crawling toward the edge of the Titanic-sized bed to see Maverick crouching on his haunches and our sweet, naughty girl bound on the rug beneath the tree with colorful Christmas lights and a red little number, wearing a glittering Santa hat. She's on her back, tits, pussy, and asshole completely lewd and exposed by her crotchless panties, her ankles tied to her thighs, her arms bound to her sides, and a red silk tie is gagging her. She lifts her head, and Maverick, the beast, finally turns away from her pussy to see we're fully awake and watching. He grins salaciously, and if the man had a beard, I'd liken him to a hungry predator, ready for the kill. Merry Christmas. He greets, dipping 2 fingers into his mouth and releases them covered in saliva, only to shove them into Raven and her back arches, mewling like a kitten into the tie. She is the most erotic thing I have ever seen. A tied-up, beautiful doll, created to be ruined, devoured, and fucked mercilessly and stuffed full of cum. Jonas slumps down to the floor, crawling forward. Every muscle in his back ripples, and when he reaches her, he doesn't even say good morning or wish her a happy holiday, and I follow on my feet in his wake. He settles his head between her thighs and removes Maverick's hand, kissing the top of her mound and inhaling her, twinkling lights reflecting off his face, and the sight of them together... Fuck. Baby, He groans, nuzzling his nose into her trimmed curls and then his mouth all over her glossy slit. Did you wear this to get fucked in on Christmas morning? She jerks. Did Mavi find you so slick? She nods, her hips moving to follow his lips, but he's just coating his mouth in her arousal. I know he's doing that so he can smell her later, all day long, the scent of her pussy permeated in his nostrils no matter what he does. I do the same. He sits up between her thighs, his knees on either side of them, his sweats already tented. Using his thumbs, he spreads her pussy lips open, covering them in her glaze before plunging one into the knuckle. Pretty little pussy, he groans, shoving in his other thumb and working them in tandem. So warm. He grins down at her, removing his thumbs to display her further, spreading her lips open, and I hiss at the sight of how wet and needy she already is. He licks, then jackhammers his tongue against her engorged bud, and she does her best to buck against him, but she can't. Our poor girl is bound, being tormented, and I love the look of agonizing pleasure on her face. Maverick is a disturbed genius. Oh, shh, baby, just let me taste you. Relax, baby girl. Mav, play with her nipples. She gets so fucking creamy when you're mean to them. I want her messy. Maverick chuckles and puts his hands on her. I know. That's why I pulled them out of this little number she's wearing. I should tell them to be kinder to her. My poor little bird isn't meant to be tied up, but I'm fascinated with the way her thighs tremble, causing the lights to glimmer against her flesh every time Jonas dips his tongue into her desperate cunt, licking up whatever comes out. You taste so fucking good, Raven baby. You taste like you're mine forever. She makes a twirl with her finger, signing the word for always, and it makes Jonas latch onto her clit. You want to come for me, don't you, baby? Removing one thumb to untie his sweats and pulling his cock out, already rigid, the tip angry and dripping. He strokes himself while massaging her clit with his tip, his cock drooling for her, and the sense of wanting to lick up both of their desires makes my mouth water. Damon. He's looking at me, twinkling holiday lights reflecting in his hazel eyes. He's asking me if it's okay if he takes her first in the morning. I give him a single curt nod. He slides just the tip in and they both groan. Fuck, you feel so good and so tight. No wonder Damon likes to wake up already inside you. I kneel on the fuzzy white rug she's on, her hair splayed out like a halo of mahogany and silver. He doesn't give her more, just the tip, pumping his hips slowly. I lean over and lick up the dewdrops Jonas left on her puffy clit and moan, swirling my tongue where they meet up to her bud, sucking her into my mouth. I'm lost in the sounds she's making, the way she shakes, the scent and taste of her perfect cunt on my lips. The need to pound into her and not doing so drives me crazy. Fuck, baby. I'm not even all the way in yet and I want to come. I don't want you to come. Can we play with you all day? Keep you full? You're the best gift ever. I sit up. Jonas stops moving and we all wait for her to answer. She nods, desire flashing in her cinnamon eyes. Incredible. He resumes the slow pump of his hips, pistoning gradually until he hits home. Are you okay with that, Mav? He nods, leaning to ungag her, then removes his boxer briefs to unleash himself. How he's been so restrained when she looks like this is as fascinating as it is a mystery to me. Then again, I have yet to be able to tell her no. I should work on that. I need her mouth. She looks at me, pleading. I'm here, Amorette. I soothe, rubbing my hand on the available skin, pressing down on her abdomen, then reaching lower to play with her as Mav grabs her tits in his hands and squeezes so hard his knuckles turn white, only releasing them to grip tightly again. Jonas stops moving, lowering his hand to stroke himself instead, leaving just the crown of his cock in her wet channel. Look at that. Oh, I want to get this pretty pussy so full, so sloppy. Fuck. He strokes himself faster, his abs flexing, the veins corded along his forearm bulging. Just want to use you all day. Watch my cum leak out on your thighs. His eyes close and his head tips back. Oh, my motherfucking God, I'm already coming. He groans, pecs flinching as he deposits his load into her. When he pulls out, he sits back on his heels. Push it out, baby. I want to finger fuck it back in. I watch as she pushes and his seed flows out of her onto his fingers, and he does just that. That's so hot. Maverick grunts, and I turn to see Raven's head turned to the side as he holds her tenderly with one hand, half his dick shoved into her mouth, guiding her up and down his shaft. You were such a good girl playing future daughter-in-law with Elena, but look at you now. Just a dirty little whore tied up on Christmas Day, your strapped pussy on display. So vulgar. Needy, tongueless slut, aren't you, Siren? You don't even want gifts, do you? You just want your desperate little cunt to be filled, sloppy, and dripping, don't you? Answer me, princess. He slaps her lightly, causing her to mule beneath him. That's right. You'll take every last fucking drop. I almost come just listening to him talk such filth, gathering my wits and moving between her legs, shoving down my pajama bottoms and fisting myself. Jonas drops down beside her and takes the nipple Mav isn't pinching and sucks it into his mouth, her back arching as much as it can. Is Maverick right, little bird? I ask. A small nod answers me, and I feed her cunt my cock, shoving in one brutal thrust, the tip of my dick hitting so deep my balls draw up, ready to come in one go. I hold onto a thigh, adjusting her just a bit so her legs shift a little further apart, and I pissed in my hips, wishing I could kiss her, ravage her mouth with mine, and feel her entire body beneath mine. Instead, I stare at Jonas sucking her perfect breast, feeling the way her sloppy pussy flutters around me, and I pump harder, touching the soft skin of her inner thighs, clutching to them, wanting to spread her further apart, using my thumbs to open her up, watching her arousal and what's left of Jonas coat my dick in a delicious white stripe. It takes me no more than 6 pumps before I'm groaning out my release, her pussy gripping me like a fucking vice. When I pull out, Maverick is quick to flip her around, and I see why she's bound like this now. The perfect way to take her on all fours. He gets behind her, but instead of letting her rest, he wraps her hair around his wrist and pulls her to his chest as he sinks in. Tears fall down her cheeks, last night's mascara leaving a sooty trail. What a fucking sight. And Jonas gets up and grabs his phone. Smile for Jonas, Siren. Shh. It's okay. It's just us. Nobody else. Okay? Color.
Green,
She says, and Jonas snaps the picture, sending it to us. That's my good fucking girl, Siren. Are you ready to take my cum?
Yes,
She yelps when he thrusts and her eyes roll back.
Maverick.
That's right, Angel. Take all of me. Jonas, lick her clit. He growls. Jonas obeys as Maverick's free hand moves around her throat. You were so good last night, Siren. The perfect girl. But this is how I love you. Full of my dick, so willing and ready to take what I give you. Perfect little fucking slut. She quivers in his grasp. Not yet. He breathes, and I reach out to play with her pebbled nipples, dark rose against her creamy skin from being so abused. Push back, that's it. You like the way Jonas kisses your clit and Damon loves on your nipples so much I can feel you milking me. Do you need more cum? She nods, but he slaps her. Words mute.
Yes, please. Please, fill my pussy with your cum.
That a girl, Raven. Here it comes, deep in your tight, delicious cunt. Oh, fuck! He groans, latching onto her shoulder with his teeth stilling as Jonas pulls back, grinning. I didn't let her come. The beast laves his tongue over his bite soothingly, then pulls out of her quickly, making quick work of unbinding her, and we each do what we need to make sure she feels loved and safe. I clean her up and Jonas brings her silky nightgown that drives me crazy. When she's cleaned up, she climbs into my lap, straddling me, her arms around my shoulders, her naked sex on my now covered semi-hard dick, and I wrap my arms around her middle. Merry Christmas, little love. I kiss her nose and nuzzle into the crook of her neck.
Merry Christmas. I love you.
Those words never fail to warm every vein in my being. I kiss her temple. You have gifts, Amorette, I say, nodding at the wrapped boxes underneath the holiday tree. She looks over at them and her eyes light up as if it's the first time she's noticing them and turns in my lap, getting on all fours to reach for them, flashing me her still puffy pussy, and I hiss at the lovely sight. She sits back on my lap and crosses her legs, shaking the small box gently, and glances up at me through sooty lashes. That one's from me, I beam, feeling a weird sense of vulnerability. It's the first time she'll be opening a gift from me before me instead of having to watch through a camera, pretending it was from one of her family members. She unwraps it slowly, Maverick and Jonas making their way to us and sitting on the rug where we just fucked our sweet girl. She opens the jewelry box and she turns and hugs me frantically, kissing me all over my face.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She squirms and I groan. You're very welcome, I say, kissing her back and pulling the box to pull out the 24-karat rose gold charm bracelet I had soldered with a small number 19, a football, a stethoscope, a book, a cello, a tiny pair of glasses modeled after Maverick's, a little Doberman head for Kronos, and a silhouette of a cat for Lucy. I grab her hand and shut the clasp, loving how beautiful the rose gold looks against her skin. She hugs her hand to her chest, smiling so deeply. Jonas grabs the box containing his gift next, but he looks nervous. I think this is probably the dumbest gift I've ever given anyone, and I'm sorry it's not as cool as Damon's. She eyes him curiously, but takes the gift from him, opening it and tilts her head back to laugh. The sound so great it makes me smile. She immediately puts on the sweater that's of the two of them wearing balaclavas and flipping off the camera. She gets out of my lap and runs to her suitcase and pulls out 3 gift boxes. The one wrapped in blue she gives to Jonas, who opens it greedily and pulls out a sweatshirt covered front and back in pictures of the two of them they've taken together over the course of a few months, from sleeve to sleeve, and the words, Property of Raven, in large, bold font. He puts it on immediately. Can I get this as a shirt, too? He asks, smoothing the sweatshirt out on his body and pulling her to him for a kiss, and she nods, pointing to the box. Sure enough, in his frenzy, Jonas had missed the other small item wrapped in gift tissue, opening it to reveal a t-shirt version of the sweatshirt. Fuck yeah! Maverick and I chuckle, rolling our eyes when she hands me a box, and judging from it, I already know it's a timepiece. I open the box that says Brejoux to see a luxurious watch, and before I can thank her, she pulls it out of my hands and takes it out, showing me an engraving on the inside. It's a date from almost 4 years ago. I furrow my brows, confused, but she lifts her hands to sign.
That was the day I knew I loved you for sure. It was the day after my parents left Lorne Wood after a visit, and the first time you sat with me in silence, not asking for more, just letting me sift through my inner turmoil. I never thought it would be reciprocated, but I loved you. You once told me I would never love you more than you love me. But I've loved you longer.
I let the tear fall and I wipe it down my face and clear my throat, leaning over to kiss her gently. Thank you, little bird. I love it. I unclasp my watch and put it on. Maverick grabs his gift and his hands tremble lightly over it. Well, I don't think I can beat that. Raven crawls to him, sits on her heels and bows her head in subservience, holding a sleek black box in her hand. She waits for him patiently to take it, and when he does, I can see her quivering from anticipation. Siren, he says, holding up a new leather satchel.
Inside,
she says nervously. He opens the satchel, and on the top flap is a raven wearing glasses like his embroidered into the material. He chuckles at it, and she looks up at him, eyes large and wide. I needed this. I've had my old one for almost 10 years. Thank you. She lets out a deep breath in relief. Here you are, Angel, he says, handing her his gift. I watch as she opens it delicately and holds a very old copy of William E. Henley poems. This was my very first luxurious purchase when I was younger. Henley was all about fighting his inner demons. It's a signed copy, very rare.
I love it. Thank you.
And this, he pulls a second box from behind the tree. is mostly for me because I'm a selfish bastard. I thought... He lets her open the box and holds up I'm not sure what it is. A thick rose gold necklace of some sort with hearts at the ends. He takes it from her and puts it over her head. One part of it dangles and then he pulls it. It tightens around her throat like a choker on a leash and she moans. He tugs her to him, the tension between them crackling like the logs in the fireplace, changing the merry mood to something dangerous. I thought you could wear this while warming my cock while you read to me. He kisses her deeply, still holding on to the end like a leash. But only when you're our very good girl.
Mavi.
Raven moans into his mouth, but there's a knock on the door, interrupting them. I'll get it. That'll be one of the maids telling us Mom's downstairs waiting for us to open gifts. More gifts? But she doesn't know us. Jonas tilts his head toward Mav. I talk about you and Damon all the time to her. At this point, you're an extension of me to her, Mav. We're family. Mav's eyes soften. I suppose it's a good thing I bought her a gift, too.
Chapter 24. Raven. Elena laughs at the sweater I got Jonas because he refused to take it off for breakfast until tears are streaming down her face and her laugh turns into a gasping cackle.
That is the most adorable thing I have ever seen,
she says between gasps, trying to catch her breath.
Oh, I can't wait to show your father when he calls later, if you're not too busy skiing.
She eyes my choker and says,
Oh, that's an interesting piece.
All I can do is thank her while feeling my cheeks heat as Maverick takes a sip of his coffee and smirks my way, while Damon grins. Jonas says nothing, simply grinning and touching the pictures on his sweatshirt.
This is from a few weeks ago. And look, Mom, are you looking?
Yes, darling.
She winks at me.
Okay, this one's from after my game. We annihilated Harvard. Raven was wearing different boots, but you can't see them in the picture. And this one...
He keeps telling her about all of the pictures we've taken until the food is served. Soon, we're in the living area, and Jonas and I are helping her pass out gifts. It's a large pile that wasn't there last night. And soon I have a lavender cashmere scarf, new combat boots with faux fur lining, and grip for the snow, which I adore. And she gifts me a day at the indie author bookshop outside of RMU. An entire day, the bookshop will only be open to me for me to browse and hang out with a friend, or three, along with as many books as I want. I squeal, hugging her to me, and give her a big kiss on the cheek. Best Christmas ever. Elena gifts Jonas an expensive thermos for him to take to practice, along with a few other things he's been too lazy or too busy with me to grab for himself, to which he's grateful for. We gift her a golden locket with a picture of her grandsons inside, which makes her cry.
I don't think I've ever had a locket,
she says with a trembling voice. She hugs us both, but keeps her hand in mine, just holding it, and it makes me want to cry. Damon and Maverick are given scarves that match mine, Rolex watches, and a $20,000 shopping spree at Tom Ford. Maverick almost chokes on his coffee when he reads the certificate.
Thank you. All I got you was a damn perfume.
Oh, Elena's eyes sparkle.
Which one?
Grumbling, Maverick pulls out the small gift box and hands it over, to which she opens and smiles broadly.
Oh, Maverick, darling. This is the one from their collection I'm missing,
she says happily, spraying the $1,000 Creed Windflowers perfume onto her wrists.
I'm so glad I didn't spray any on before, so the notes wouldn't clash. And to think, I was going to stop by their London store in the morning. You've saved me a trip. Now I can spend more time with my grandchildren instead.
You're leaving?
Yes, dear. Your sister had last-minute cancellations and asked me to come this morning, but the jet won't be ready until this evening. The pilots, thank God they don't have families yet, and paid handsomely, are too hungover this morning to fly. Unless you'd like to come with. All of you, obviously. Lord knows there's enough room in your sister's manor for us to mill about. If not, you're more than welcome to stay here.
We came to ski,
Jonas says, with a look on his face that tells me we absolutely will not be skiing in the foreseeable future, and all she does is chuckle knowingly my way. We do end up skiing, much to my dismay, for hours. We come back just before Elena leaves to have dinner with her and wish her a bon voyage. She gives me another lipstick kiss, and when Jonas tries to wipe it off, I smack his hand away. I hug her one last time as she gets into the Rolls Royce, and we head inside the lodge as it drives away. I close the door, not letting the tears fall, because I miss her already, then turn and let my spine hit the large oak door. I look up, and Jonas already has his sweatshirt off, and the look on his face is nothing but determination.
Turn around, hands on the door. Don't fucking move, baby.
Oh, fuck. I barely have time to whip around before my leggings are at my knees. He's pushing between my shoulder blades to shove me, and I brace myself against the door. He spreads my ass, and his warm, wet, velvety tongue dips into my core, groaning as soon as he tastes me.
Fuck, I've needed to do this all day.
I moan out his name, along with broken curse words when he licks out of my sex, stands up, and plunges into me from behind. He covers my mouth with his hand.
Shh, baby, just us. Just need to use you. I'm so close already. I've been such a good boy today, and I need to fuck. Oh, God, it's so good. Raven, baby, I need to leave my cum inside of you. You're gonna take it, right?
I nod, cross-eyed at the feeling of being so full.
My balls feel so fucking heavy every time I look at you. So pretty.
He releases his hold on my mouth.
You gotta say it, baby, otherwise I can't come.
Fuck, that melts me. I love you.
Again.
He grunts, reaching to my front and pressing down on my stomach to pull me closer.
I can feel my dick invading your perfect body like this. All that pressure, baby. Does it feel good?
I nod. Perfect. Because it is. Every thrust of his is so frantic, so powerful. His grunts are hypnotizing, and all I do is murmur how much I love him before he shoves every hard inch of himself inside me, throbbing with his release. He rests his forehead on my shoulder, moving my hair to the side to plant a kiss on my neck. When I think he's going to let up, he tightens his embrace around my middle.
I used to think I loved her.
I tense at him bringing up Paris.
But I don't think I really knew that love could feel like this. Fucking divine and crazy and every emotion ever named. I want to fuck you, maim you, tear you apart just to put you back together and then make you laugh when you don't have the strength to smile.
My heart riots in my chest, the back of my eyeballs burning at his words. I tilt my head so I can get a better look at him. Hazel eyes searing through me so deeply, it sends jolts of electricity everywhere. I love this man. I love him so much, I can't imagine ever being without him. You make me feel alive, I reply as best I can, and it earns me a softened look and another kiss to the neck. How do random kisses in random places feel so much more intimate than when he's balls deep in my core? He slips out of me.
Go get in the bath, baby. Rest. I'll be up in a while. I still have to call my sister, talk to my nephews, and then call my dad. Also, I was thinking we could do New Year's here. Watch the ball drop on TV. I don't want to go back home yet, and I know the guys don't either.
Oh, okay. I breathe out, remembering what Steven said about seeing him on the 3rd of January. I want to soak up all the free, uninterrupted time I have with them, Turning to face him, he kisses my nose before he kisses my lips softly. Then he bends to help right my leggings into place, kissing my hip and sliding his arms around my middle when he stands to his full height, towering over me, and pulls me close just to hug me. He lets me go with a squeeze of my ass and walks me to the landing just as his phone starts to ring. He grins.
It's the boys. I'll be up soon. I'm not even close to being done using you today.
He does a quick swipe with his thumb.
Hello?
I hear his nephews going wild on the other end, and his face lights up even more. I head up the steps, taking them one by one, listening to Jonas's laughter fade the closer I get to the upstairs master suite. Stepping through the doorway, removing my clothes and letting them drop in my wake, I open the ensuite bathroom to find steam already filling the spacious bathroom. Soft grunts fill the air, and my nipples harden into sensitive peaks. There's nothing like the masculine groans of a man while he's in the throes of pleasure. It's intoxicating.
Oh, Raven.
There's nothing but a glass door separating me from Maverick now. I take in the sight of the water cascading down his muscular tatted back, facing away from me, one hand on the wall bracing himself, his other hand lost beneath the steam rising. Oh, I want that. Desire once again pools between my thighs as I slide the door open and sink to my knees before him, watching the way his hand curls over the crown of his cock, so red, so delicious, leaking so much pre-cum it drips, and I stick out my tongue to taste.
Oh, fuck, Siren.
He groans, and I swear my name off his tongue bounces off the walls and clings to my skin. His green eyes are so dark, and he looks so goddamn beautiful.
Just the tip. Only lick the tip.
I do as he says, swirling my tongue around the crown, moaning at the taste of my professor, enamored with the sight of him from this point of view. Water drips down the sides of his chest like little rivers to his hips as he strokes his velvet length.
I want to spray my comb over every fucking inch of your flawless face.
I stick my tongue out, placing my hands on my breasts and pushing them up, pinching my nipples between my index and middle fingers, tasting him all over again. I wish Damon was here so I could ride him. I feel so empty. I want more. Maverick's eyes narrow into slits, head tipping back as he strokes himself faster.
Reach one hand down and play with your sweet little pussy, Siren.
I obey, reaching for the engorged bud, using 2 fingers to rub quick circles, dipping into my slit and back to my clit. I hum, like this?
Yes.
He rasps, pumping into his fist.
Stick your tongue out. I'm going to come on your tongue. Let it drip down and rub it in. God, fuck yourself for me.
I shove 2 fingers deep, riding my hand. I'm so close. I need to come. I want to come. But whatever I'm doing isn't enough. Professor! His eyes snap back to mine, as if he needed to hear me use his authoritative title. Reminding him of the first time we came together in the library, he grunts,
Stop.
I drop my hand, and the first rope of his thick, white, salty load coats my tongue, my cheek, and my chin, dripping down to my chest and tummy. It's so much. I swallow what got inside my mouth, unwilling to waste it. I take my hands and do as I was told, rubbing his seed into my damp skin as he watches, fascinated, and his eyes fill with desire.
I will never tire of seeing you be such a filthy little angel on your knees for me.
He smirks, helping me to rise to my feet, only to help me wash my hair and cleanse my body. Soft kisses land on my clavicle when he shuts the water off. It's not much longer before we're both dried off. He's moisturizing me with actual lotion this time, and then we're in bed with my new book of poems. I'm wearing his large Henley that fits me just right, and the leg warmers Elena gifted me. I'm lying with my back on his bare chest, his hands on my hips. Damon? His chest rumbles.
He's finishing up end of the semester evaluations he did for certain students who were trying to transfer out for their parents. He should be done soon.
I shift a bit to get a little more comfortable, his hands never moving from where they found purchase on my hips, simply moving with me. I open up my new book, turn to the table of contents, and begin to read out loud, letting his favorite poem, the one etched across his body, become my favorite poem. Though I'm at peace here, with all of my men under the same roof, and I should feel safe, I can't shake this wiggling feeling in the back of my brain where soft alarms are still blaring. It's an inkling I can't get rid of. Who was that guy Axel was talking to at the holiday party? Why did he look so familiar? Why did the music in my head begin when I saw him?
Where did you go, Angel?
Maverick asks, the pad of his thumb warm, rubbing circles on my hip.
Just now, you were reading so clearly, but your words began spacing out. Where did you go?
I close the book of poems and turn to him, trying to get on my knees, but he refuses letting me go. So I twist to fit my body, molding it to his. I place my hands on the strong parts of his shoulders leading to his neck, loving the warmth against my palms, the way the ink on them stops where the collar of his shirt begins. It's not over, I manage out, even though my voice is tired and my jaw is exhausted from reading out loud. He eyes me curiously.
What makes you say that?
And so I tell him, using both my words and my hands, telling him everything from the party that I can remember.
Did you ever find out who A is?
I shake my head.
Could this be him?
I lift one shoulder and let it fall. His lips twist from one side to the other, scrunching his nose. I lift a hand to push his glasses up by the frame, and then run my thumb over his stubbled jaw, dying to feel the growth between my thighs. It suits him well. I love it. I place a kiss to his cheek and lean back again to look into his peridot eyes, waiting for permission to slip onto his lap. He gives me one curt nod, but I take it, opening my thighs to straddle him, putting my weight on him so I can snuggle into my beast and love him the way he deserves. But who out of the two of us is the real beast? Where he's had to kill in order to keep himself alive, or to get rid of real evil, I've killed because I'm a spiteful, angry, rage-driven woman. Fuck, I'm a psycho killer that hears music while she kills. How deranged can I be? If I ever told Damon this, he'd put me in a psych ward and then become the lead doctor on my team, probably. Does Maverick still think of me as a monster?
You think this goes all the way to the top, don't you?
Maverick finally asks, breaking the silence and the way my thoughts are beginning to run rampant.
There's still one last initial you need to take care of in order for you to feel done, to be able to move on.
I close my eyes, nodding into the crook of his neck, because yes, that's exactly what I'm feeling. And now that he said it out loud, I feel like that's what I've been too afraid to think of. When I had gone back to the Monroe Library on the RMU campus and checked out the alumni yearbook for the year I was assaulted, there were 200 A names. 72 of them were women, and knowing Ashley had been one of them, that eliminated 71 of those names, and I eliminated her. I hate feeling lost. I hate feeling like I don't know where to begin. But I also love being underestimated. I've loved playing the dumb mute in the corner of the room these last few months, gaining intel. I've loved being the exotic dancer in moth wings, learning secrets no one else is privy to. Being underestimated makes my kills that much more satisfactory.
Is she asleep?
I hear Damon's voice from the doorway.
No, just cuddling.
Maverick replies, gripping my tatted thigh, rubbing it up and down from the tip of my vine that meets my hip, down to the outskirts of my knee. I know what he's doing when he touches me like this. It's the same thing I do with his, commemorating it to memory as though it was his own.
When we get back to Kingston, we should probably stay a night at your place.
I hear his voice so much closer, along with articles of clothing falling to the ground. I turn my head to watch Damon undress. He'd already showered while Jonas and I were finishing our goodbyes with Elena, giving us privacy. I think he knows how much he's come to mean to me in just these few short weeks.
If you think that best,
Mav says, now squeezing where my hip and thigh meet.
you like what you see.
He whispers in my ear. Yes, I rasp, seeing my very dirty doctor stripping to his thermal pajama bottoms. God, he's hot. Who knew all those muscles were under all those scrubs he wore at Lorne Wood? I face him in Maverick's lap and make the sign with my hand. Beautiful. Damon smirks, the small divot in his chin deepening, and when he climbs into bed, I practically drool at the way he prowls toward me, the defined muscles in his chest and arms so pronounced. Even the veins in his arms look extra juicy. A loose curl of his hair falls forward. When he reaches me, the kiss he delivers is chaste, but it doesn't mean less. After our talk in his office before Spain, I'm doing better to let myself be handled like I'm treasure. His treasure. It's hard. I just sometimes don't know how to handle kindness. But I'm getting better at accepting the way he loves me.
What do you want, Amouret?
He says, the soft of his lips still on mine. I can almost taste the mint of his toothpaste, and I want him to devour me. Please, just kiss me. I breathe anxiously. Is it a stupid thing to ask for? His stare softens, still hazy with lust and desire. But in this moment, I can see how much he just loves me. He takes me from Maverick, putting me on my back, the mattress dipping under our weight. But he keeps one hand on the curve of my spine, the other on the nape of my neck. I moan when he settles his entire weight on me, draping my legs over his strong thighs, my arms over his shoulders, my fingers into his black and silver waves, loving how he feels. So big, so strong, so very, very mine. The thought alone gets me wet, that this man, so incredibly smart and kind and loving, loves me as deeply and darkly as I love him. Damon, I moan, closing my eyes as he takes advantage of my lips being parted to nip my bottom lip, licking alongside of it, and then dipping his tongue into my mouth. God, yes, the man kisses like he's starved.
Every inch of you is so delicious, inside and out. Every time it's like I'm tasting nirvana.
He breathes and attacks my lips again, plunging his tongue deeper, his fingers clutching where he's holding me, and I arch my back to pull him deeper too. We're nothing but tangled limbs and flesh meshed together. And when he hardens against my sex, I moan for that too, wanting to be filled in every way possible by this beautiful man. Please, Damon, I groan, trying to find friction between my naked sex and the layer of thermals. Need you. He pulls away only to take off the shirt I was wearing, resuming his position, except the hand that was behind my back snakes between us, and when he finds me soaked, he smirks against my lips, nipping my bottom lips, sucking it into his mouth, and his kiss turns from sweet to frantic.
From a simple kiss.
Because it's you, I reply, moving my hips so his fingers can play with the pinkest part of me, because that wasn't a simple kiss and he knows it. He moves to pull away, but I grip him tighter. No! He freezes in my arms, continuing to ravage my entire mouth. A few more movements, and I feel the hot velvet of the tip of his thick dick on my clit, slowly dipping lower to find my slick entrance. And when he pushes in, I moan into his mouth, spreading my thighs as much as I can to accommodate his large, looming stature above me, my knees closer to my chest as he finally plunges all the way to the hilt and places his hand underneath my head to join the other, cradling me. My eyes cross behind my lids, the feel of my pussy stretching to fit him in, always a slow, intense burn. So big, he chuckles, sliding back, and my nails scratch across his broad back, causing him to thrust all the way in. Yes!
Little bird.
Don't stop. Need more. Please, Damon. And he doesn't. After being edged all fucking day, I'm so fucking close. I've been so turned on all day with the different ways my men have found to fuck me. Against the wall after breakfast in the pantry. Maverick. Bent over the kitchen island. Jonas. On the couch while Elena was packing up her things. Damon. It's been non-fucking stop, and I'm at my wit's end. So I'm not afraid to beg. I'm not afraid to say, please, Daddy, let me come. The growl that leaves Damon's throat is one I'll never forget. Each thrust comes in brutal, agonizing, almost painful stabs. And when I try to let up, he keeps me in place by my head. My throbbing clit is tickled by the soft thatch of hair above his dick. And God help me, I just need more. And that's exactly what I ask for.
Is this how you want Daddy to fuck you, love?
God, yes. Don't stop. I cry out, bucking my hips in time with his.
Look at you, fucking me back like a good little slut. Is that what we've turned you into? Just a needy fucking thing for cum?
Yes! Why deny it?
And you want to come on Daddy's cock?
I almost begin to convulse at the tone of his voice. It's so fucking condescending and almost tortured, but I fucking love it. All I want...
Then come, little bird. Grip my cock like a fucking vice and milk my dick. I want to feel when you break for me.
I reach high, my stomach tightening, hot liquid pooling from me. When his lips crash back to mine, they tear me apart from the inside out, seeking my soul, and I fucking shatter, clenching around him. Every fucking wave takes me under, and I sob in gratitude, shaking through the ripples and aftermath. He stills, pulling out of me so quickly, sitting back on his heels. I barely see through blurred vision when he comes all over my stomach. Thick white ropes of cum, and he grunts with each one. Breathing heavily, he stares down at me like an artist evaluating his masterpiece. He takes his hand and begins to rub it in delicately, like it's my personal brand of lotion. And I love that he's marking me like this, because when he's all done, he doesn't find a t-shirt for me to wear. He only slips me underneath the comforter between him and Maverick, and they both cuddle close to me, letting me sob until I'm just a hiccuping mess, one soothing away my hair and kissing my temple, the other rubbing on my trembling body.
How was it? I think I blacked out.
Damon says with a shiver and a chuckle.
Think you'd be okay with only orgasming once a day if it's that intense?
Maverick asks in my ear. Times, I reply honestly, still trying to regain whatever consciousness resides in me, swimming through the fog of lingering emotions I can't place.
That's okay, Siren. You did so good today. You were the perfect cock sleeve, taking our cum all day. It'll get easier. You'll be the best free use bride ever.
His words send goosebumps to every single hair follicle in my body. He's staying. I haven't scared him away. And that means everything to me.
Why the fuck is she crying?
I hear a growl from the door.
I was gone for 30 minutes. She's okay, Jonas. She just needs rest. You let her come without me? And it was glorious. I'm never talking to my family again.
I feel him move up on the bed, and the comforter comes down to my shoulders.
Is that right, baby? You came so hard.
I nod.
Too much?
I shake my head and wipe a tear. Just a lot. He purses his lips like he's thinking it over.
Okay, we'll let you sleep.
He says, kissing my shoulder, then rolling over to Maverick's side. But it's a lie. In the middle of the night, I wake up to Damon needing to be inside of me, and Maverick joining him, stretching me to my limits. When my moans wake up Jonas, we shift positions so I can take him in my mouth. It's been a very Merry Christmas indeed.
Chapter 25. Shadow. She's gone. She left my line of sight after the little performance at the Monroe Mansion and slipped away. She was gone again. I clutch my hand into a fist as the elders make their rounds, networking for the upcoming year. New marriage negotiations, company agreements, everything they do is to rise in power. It isn't even about money anymore. I mean, it is, especially with the way Monroe Sr. is climbing the ranks, almost toe-to-toe with Elder Prescott, who turns to me now, but instead of greeting me, he makes a motion with those icy blues of his to move out of earshot from the others. We find a somewhat quiet corner, a fake grin still plastered on his face. Man, his cosmetic surgeons did a great job. The man is reaching 55 and doesn't look older than 40. Were you able to do it? She grabbed the wrong drink. I lie, moving my lips as minimally as possible, keeping my voice as low as possible. She slipped away. I don't think she's come back down yet. You've been wasting my time, he says, nodding as if we're just having a grand conversation, catching up on everything. My heart sputters in my chest. I've been wasting his time for good reason. I want her far away from here. I hope she stops at Simon. Yeah, I know all about that. I was supposed to get her to Prescott last night, but when I slipped through the hidden corridors of the mansion, she was slinking out dressed in black with her giant henchman behind her, groping her the entire time. Raising a brow in my own balaclava, I followed her cute little butt, staying 20 paces behind them, copying their every move. Once they were in the kitchen, I dipped through the secret passageway in the living area and followed them there, watching through a crack in the door. It was smart, brilliant even, better than something I would have thought of, not just simply slipping Simon something, but to make sure it was slow and painful, barely enough to cause a tickle in the throat before he could even think it was an allergic reaction. Seeing him turn red in the face made me want to giggle like a child, but I can't giggle right now, not with Prescott's death glare on me. You're the last person alive that was there. None of this is a coincidence. I don't respond. Everyone knows that's true. Not that I was the last person that was signing my name to the ledger and had to stop after writing my first initial into the fucking book made of one of the first founding fathers of the syndicate because they found her right as I started writing my name. I'd never seen my father so disappointed in me. Even now, the mere memory of the look on his face makes me sick to my stomach. Get her to me, quickly. I'm getting bored. I have a watcher on her already. If you don't get her to me in time, he will. Who's the watcher? I ask, taking a sip of my strawberry-infused wine. My half-breed. Shit. I haven't seen him around. He's good at what he does, he reminds me. You pulled him from the city just to follow her around? He looks at me as if I'm the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Surely you're not that stupid. I'm not. If he's having her watched, he knows it's not just Jonas, which is dangerous. One wrong look toward his future wife and Jonas goes crazy. I can't imagine what a former FBI agent with a killer aim who still has access to a gun will do. Yeah, I broke into his place too. 4 guns hidden in easy-to-get places. All are registered in his name. Not to mention Damon. I mean, the way he took care of the senior Whitmore was smooth as fuck. Easy to say these fuckers don't play, especially when it comes to their woman. Could have been my woman. But that's why I'm doing this. To prove myself. She'll see. That's why killing Reardon had been so fucking easy. Told him it was the best place to deliver a shot if he had a scope. To even think he could get rid of Raven when he was already strung out on his prescriptions, popping Xanax and bupropion like it was an immediate release tablet. Insane. I mean, he had every right, and all his ire was directed at the right person, but going after her, burning down her house with her still inside, her death would have brought more do-gooder cops sniffing around. Couldn't have that. So maybe I lied to him a little. Maybe I made sure he was a tiny bit closer to death by the time the rope snapped. I shrugged my shoulders at Stephen, tilting my head back a bit. Get me the girl. If I have to find other means of getting her, you won't like the outcome, he says with a smile, waving at someone who's gotten his attention. And so I'm left standing in the corner by the large Christmas tree that has fake empty boxes beneath it that'll be thrown out come January. I pull my phone out and bring up the app that pinpoints her exact location. Maybe I wasn't able to drug her while her giant lapdog was around, but downloading a secret parent app to her phone that connected to my burner while she was busy injecting the wine was almost too easy. The hard part had been sticking around to see Jonas rip open her little bodysuit, yank her tits out and fuck her like a rabid dog fresh off its leash, watch him FaceTime the other two while he fucked her bare and dumped his entire load into her pussy, slurp it out, then spit it on her asshole to take her ass, watching her climax for him over and over until she was a quivering mess made me burn alive with envy. But I'm a patient man. It'll be us in the end. Like it was always meant to be. Chapter 26. Jonas. I managed to grab Maverick by the shirt collar before he goes tumbling down the freaky secret staircase. Thank you. I nod, continuing down, shivering when I realize the temperature has dropped incredibly the farther we get down. Now I know why those kids died back in the 70s getting down here and they closed it off. Wrong. They closed it off because too many people were becoming curious as to why the SDC house was hosting secret parties in the woods, so they created this secret entryway to get to the underground room before they were able to build tunnels connecting it from the morgue and the medical department. Those kids died here because they discovered something they shouldn't have. I always knew this was here, I just didn't know how to get into it. Now I do. And I hate it. It feels like there's someone behind us watching our every move. I think Matt feels it too, because he tenses every few steps down. We reach the bottom step, looking at the bottom of the doors to see which one looks like the most used. One of them leads underground. I do not want to go underground. I spend enough time there as it is. Spotting the one with the least amount of dust accumulated like our girl said we would, I turn off the flashlight from my phone, darken the screen, shove it in my pocket, and turn the door handle. Well, that was anticlimactic. Expecting fog and spooky synthesizer music? Bats? I mean, from the journey thus far, yeah, kind of. Come on, let's get this over with. You have your low light? I ask, pulling mine out from my jacket pocket. Yeah, he says, doing the same, clicking it on, and we close the book door behind us. He leads me to the biography section where Raven said she found it the first time around, and sure enough, glad I have my gloves on, I take the fucking thing and shove it in my backpack. I'll be burning it too. We leave the same way we came in, taking the stairs up and out of the Monroe Library. At home, we're sitting around the table in the den when I pull it out and place it on the table, the urge to retch growing stronger the longer I stare at it. Damon already had a fire going by the time we got back, slinking off RMU's campus like a couple of shadows. Maverick reaches out to touch it. No! We collectively scream. He pulls his arm back like we burned him. What kind of binding is that?
Skin.
Raven replies, and Mav stares at it in horror. The story goes like this. Back in 1907, there were 6 men, the 5th generation of Rayne-Moore's founding fathers. They wanted something that would tie them together, something more than just a fraternity or memories of their time here. So they began the syndicate. It wasn't murders at first. It was just your run-of-the-mill fancy secret parties and secret locations. Only the elite were allowed. There was another guy, Jacobson, I point to the leathered flesh book, that wouldn't shut up about it. Started just inviting everyone, people of lower class, people that weren't even students here, and the others weren't happy about it, Not to mention this guy was a fucking skid mark of the group. Some say rape, some say he was gay, which back then, nobody knows exactly what happened or how he ended up dead, just that he did. I reach over and flip to the very first page. 1907, D. Jacobson, J. Prescott, S. Monroe, A. Anderson, L. Rayne, T. Moore. They were the first to get away with murder. So they took his skin? The disgust in Maverick's voice is unmistakable. Secrets will either bind you or break you, I answer, flicking my gaze to his, hoping he understands what else I'm trying to say. The silence around us is deafening. The only noise is the crackling of the fire in the living room's fireplace. The tension in the room is palpable. Damon is the first to break that silence. Are you ready? I am, because I feel so fucking sick right now. It's gonna stink. Damon nods. You can go upstairs if you'd like. I'll take care of it. I shake my head. No, I want to watch it fucking burn. Maybe it's the snow coming down that makes the stadium lights seem brighter, or the fact that my girl, Damon, and Maverick are in the stands that make me feel fucking high. The noise of the crowd is a deafening roar even with my helmet on. River threw the ball right in my hands, 40 yards, 30. I jump over Hawthorne's number 42, a big fucker that just tackled Zeke, 20. Swerve to miss number 12, 10 yards. My thighs ache, my lungs burn, almost. Touchdown. I slam the ball down, doing my now infamous touchdown dance that Raven did in her dorm room that one time, and when I know the camera to the Jumbotron is on me, because it always is, I put 2 fingers to my lips and look at the screen where it shows Raven doing the same. My girl, my future. Behind her is the lovely couple, Damon and Maverick cheering me on. Behind them, a scowling Stephen Prescott. I don't let him get to me because on either side of Raven are scouts. Scouts I've talked to before, probably feeling awkward when they found out she's mute and they couldn't talk to her about me. My perfect baby girl. I gotta think of something else to call her, because what if we have a daughter? Nah, that'll be my little princess. God, I hope she looks like Raven. Feeling even higher, thinking of Raven having my babies, going into the next play feels as smooth as butter. I hope her tits get huge when they're full of milk. Can I drink it? Maverick is right. I was born to play this game, and that's where I keep my focus for the next 17 minutes. Not on Steven, that's probably irked I didn't show up to his office on the 3rd. Well, that's not exactly true. I showed up, he was in a meeting, I didn't sit around and wait. So if he's mad about that, then he should keep his appointment times. We've barely moved 10 yards during this play when Coach calls a huddle. Though I'm paying attention, I just want to get back to the locker room so I can shower and find Raven waiting for me. It's the little things that make me feel so loved. And I know she has a thermos of Damon's hot chocolate for me, too, so it'll be even better. I hope he put extra marshmallows in there. We break, and when the play is called, I do what I do best. Imagine Raven's cello playing the symphony she's been composing in her room, which now has a violin, a viola, a small piano, and this small little drum thing she uses to keep a beat. We thought about turning the garage into a recording studio for her, but Damon and Maverick think buying a house in New York would be better. We've been looking for a home big enough with 2 separate offices and a room we can convert to her recording studio, which will probably take a while to remodel, and we want to surprise her with it, but I don't want it to be a basement. I want her to be able to open the doors, let the sunlight in, and play to her heart's content like she did in Paris. I want my girl to be and feel free to be her amazing self no matter how nerdy she is. I chuckle, catching the ball River throws at me and making it toward the end zone. I get tackled, but my hand made it past the white line. Touchdown. I get up, a little bruised, but I'm fine. I do my little dance, touch my fingers to my lips, and when the Jumbotron does a side-by-side of me and Raven, I smile so broadly that it hurts my cheeks, currently smushed to all fuck in my helmet. I'm sweaty, gross, stained, bruised, and limping a bit by the time I reach the locker room. Trina, our PT, takes me aside to look me over, stating something about, "It'll bruise ugly, but I don't care. My girl's waiting for me." I shower fast as fuck, making sure to wash my dick, under my sack, and then between my ass cheeks, twice, in case Raven gets horny and wants to suck the remaining soul I have left out of my dick on the way home. "Anderson!" River screams when I get out, drying off my dick with the scratchy towel. Yeah, I hope Raven kisses it better. The whole team starts shouting my name. "Made it to the bowl, baby!" Championships. We won? I ask, grabbing my clothes and throwing them on. It's a stupid question, but I really wasn't paying attention. What the fuck are you on? Of course we won. Awesome. Gillette Stadium, here we come. I yell out in my best, and the boys start barking. Of course we won. That's why I didn't care. God, it stinks in here. I shoved my feet into the thermal socks, and then the boots Raven got me. Coach Sutton and his AC pop out, smiles on their faces. Oh, great. A fucking speech. I groan. What's wrong with you? Lombardi asks me. Just want to get back to my girl. Yeah, she's a little hottie, man. I mean, usually if they're disabled, I don't go for it, but not all of us are fucking weird like you. Does she sign your name when she comes or something? I get you off? I feel his jaw hit my knuckles before I even realize I've thrown the punch. Whoa, River yells. But I'm on him, throwing fist after fucking fist, and when he's on the ground and I'm pulled away, I start kicking. Anderson! Coach Sutton screams my name, but all I see is red. I get away from River and squat down, pulling the useless defenseman up by the collar of his shirt. I spit on Lombardi's busted, bloody face. If you ever even look in my girl's direction, I'll fucking kill you, you disgusting piece of shit lowlife. I'll curb stomp you on a fucking football and piss on your fucking dislocated jaw. Do you understand me? The sniveling little bitch puts his hands up, nodding. That goes for the rest of you fucking dicks. Don't talk to my girl, don't look at my girl, don't even fucking walk by her. If you see her, run in the other direction. You hear me? I'm avoiding Sutton's ugly mug, shaking my hand. Fuck, that's gonna hurt in the morning. I'm skipping the speech, coach. He nods, and I'm out. Imagine my surprise when I see Prescott walking my way. No, not my way, towards my girl. Fuck that. I reach her just in time, throwing my arm over her shoulder, tugging her to me, trying to protect her in any way I can. Why the fuck is he here of all places? Steven eyes my hand and then grins at my girl. I growl inwardly. Raven, he says, leaning to kiss her cheek. What the fuck? Ravishing, as always. Forward motherfucker. She blinks up at him. It takes everything in me not to step away and take her with me. He turns to me. Jonas? Good game, as always. Thank you, sir. Didn't see the part where you hurt your hand, he says, eyes flicking to my bloody, bruising fist. I give one shake of my head. Just part of the game, sir. There goes that sickening feeling again. The kind not even sex with Raven could cure. Take care of that hand. I'll see you at the wake tomorrow. I will say this has been the worst part of my baby getting her revenge. All the fucking funerals. I'll be there. He nods, shoving his hands into his pockets. Good, good. Glad to see we're going to the bowl. 2 weeks. I'll be there, he says, walking away. I know he will. Raven turns to me, quirking a dark brow, and whatever I said about sex with her couldn't cure what I'm feeling was a total lie. Fuck, those light brown eyes kill me. I kiss her forehead, her nose, and then her soft lips. Yeah, my dick's already threatening to get chafed by my zipper. You're so beautiful, baby. I say because it's true, and she leans into my hug further. I thread my fingers in hers and tug a little. Come on, I told Damon to order pizza from that gourmet place you like on 7th, so it's there by the time we get to Mavericks.
Are you?
Shh, baby. I interrupt at the same time the door to the locker room opens. Not here, never here. We'll talk about it when we get there. She gives one solemn nod and we go. Because I'll never keep anything from my girl. And she trusts me not to. Chapter 27. Maverick. The bell to the front door buzzes and Damon goes to answer it, grabbing the pizzas from the older man delivering them. It's crazy how I went from eating a lonely dinner every night to having to order 3 gourmet pizzas just to make sure a growing wide receiver feeds his muscles properly, a demented doctor is satisfied, and my girlfriend does her little happy dance while munching on her food and, of course, myself. I have barely kept to my bland diet since Damon has begun to also feed me on the regular, and I don't mind it. The man can cook. But I'm sure always feeding us must drain the man. We have groceries delivered almost every day. He says once we move into the home he wants to purchase for Raven in New York, he'll get us a chef, but I really think he won't stop cooking. The man is a feeder. As soon as Raven even looks a little sad, he's handing the girl something to munch on, be it fruit of some sort, a sandwich, or an entire meal, along with a bottle of water. He has appointed himself her personal watchdog, as if Jonas wasn't already doing his part as her lapdog. Christ, I have no idea how she can deal with all of our different personalities. I suppose having enough orgasms to keep her satiated and slightly unable to argue with us helps a little. A shiver runs down my spine of our earlier activities before Jonas's game, when I was so deep in her cunt she would grimace and then ask for more. It's the only time it's hard for me to deny her anything. Not when she begs so prettily. I grab the plates from the cabinet as Damon sets the pizzas down on the table. The scent so delicious my stomach growls loudly and we both laugh. It's pleasant having him around. How much longer until they're here? I ask, grabbing cups. He checks his phone and then his brows furrow. They're crossing the bridge now. They should have been here already. Do you think something happened? I guess we'll find out when they get here. And we do find out when Raven comes in dragging Jonas to Damon's side so we can check out his hand. Before we can even eat, Damon is disinfecting Jonas's bloody and bruised hand as he recounts what happened in the locker room. Flex your fingers for me. I'm telling you, I'm fine, D. Damon stares blankly at him. Now move your wrist. I thought you only did heads. Internal medicine and psychiatry, Jonas. I told you this at De Novo the night Tyler. Damon looks over at me. You know. I roll my eyes. The night our girl slashed his wrists and made it look like a suicide. Yes. Jonas grins and Damon goes back to cutting gauze and wrapping it around Jonas's knuckles using a butterfly clip to keep it together. Too tight? He flexes his fingers and shakes his head. No, that's good. Like new again. Besides, we don't have a game until the bowl. Congratulations, by the way. Jonas shrugs his big shoulders. I don't want to be away from Raven that long. We have to be there the night before. I don't want to do that. It's only an hour away and we'll be at the game. That's not why. I know she'll be there. My girl hasn't missed one game, even when we were broken up. Right, baby? She nods, but she's staring at the pizza boxes. I open the box as Damon puts away the first aid kit, and I swear her eyes cross at the smell when she inhales the scent. I smirk, loving that she never has qualms about the fuel she puts into her body, and if she's ever insecure, she's never shown it. Not to me, at least. That part does bother me. I'd tear down any insecurity she has. I am glad, though, she hasn't tensed up with as many times as my fingertips have grazed her scars and my lips have kissed them in a long while. Besides, I'm sure she's seen the changes her body's gone through since she started working out with Jonas, Damon, or myself in the mornings. She hardly clutches her leg between workouts anymore, can run longer distances, and her breathing technique is far better. It'll be harder to catch her come spring, and I can't fucking wait until the snow melts for us to play. I want to rut into her while her face is in the ground, her ass is up, and whatever leggings she wears are wrapped around her ankles. Feel the new grass beneath my knees while I fuck into her perfect cunt, and this time she'll scream for me. She catches me glowering at her while she bites into a slice, and her chewing slows as though she can hear every single one of my deranged thoughts, or thinking the same thing. The tops of her cheeks turns a beautiful pink, but I want them pinker. I want them ruddy from exertion. Want to taste the salt of the sweat on her skin. Want to taste that exertion on her magnificent pussy and then add my own so she smells and tastes like me. I want to brand her as mine so nobody else can claim her the way I have. She can never leave me, never have an excuse not to argue with me, and the need to see her soft and swollen with my child in her tummy makes me hard beneath the table. Fuck, the thought of sucking the milk from her breasts while she bounces up and down on my cock is doing all kinds of distorted things to my mind. The sight of her on her knees for me may be branded and tatted into my skin until I'm nothing but dust in the ground, but that's exactly what she's done, embedded herself into skin, my mind, my heart, and my fucking soul. I have never and will never love a woman the way I love her. It was the way he looked at her, Jonas says around the bite of food in his mouth. He's planning something. You think he knows it was her? Damon asks, and Raven's caramel gaze flicks over to them, listening in on the conversation, which shifts my attention to them as well. Does it matter? It made my stomach hurt. Nothing good can come of Stephen looking at her like that. Like how? I ask, curiously. Jonas drops a slice of pizza on his plate, and then, imitating Stephen, he narrows his eyes, glaring at me, and then swiftly smiles. Creepy. Could you just be paranoid? Damon asks, biting into his slice.
I have a chip.
She speaks up so softly, but the rasp in her voice makes my dick ache further.
You will still be able to find me. No matter what happens. You made sure of that.
She's looking at Damon when she says this, but makes sure her eyes connect with each of us when she says,
I have faith in you.
Amourette, nothing is going to happen to you. We've taken precautions. He does a nod toward Kronos, who's lazily laying on the ground licking his paw. Lucifer is, of course, nowhere to be found. And hopefully, we're out of the state by the time they even try. If she has any inclination we're trying to purchase a new house where we can all live in New York, she doesn't make any nods toward it. If it does, it won't. He's so sure I almost believe him myself, but the way Jonas is so adamant about his feelings, I'm more prone to lean his way. I mean, he was right about someone staking us out. We finish eating rather quickly after that and head into the living room where Raven sits between my legs on her pillow I dragged out from under my desk while I read, Kronos on the side of her, his head in her lap, and Damon and Jonas sit watching the college sports channel watching the highlighted reels of his game. Kronos sits up and barks.
Shh, KK.
Raven soothes him, but the dog is up and barking again, alerting me now. I snap my book shut. That damn dog is so well trained, he doesn't even bark at a squirrel. Something's going on. Feeling the tension rise, Jonas switches off the television, going to the window and peering outside. He shakes his head at me as Kronos begins to growl, going to the back window of the kitchen, and my stomach swoops. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I stand, quickly going around Raven and straight to the end table, grabbing my gun from where it's strapped beneath. Go to the corner, Angel. You have a gun? I put a finger to my lips to hush them and take off the safety. Stay here, I whisper into the living room, and they crowd into one corner. Don't move from that spot until I come back. Damon, be prepared to call 911. He nods, pulling his phone out from his pocket. I keep my eyes on Kronos, whose head tilts from one side and then looks up, growling. He looks between Raven and up to the second floor of my house. Go with her, I tell him, and he answers with a huff, standing at the foot of the stairs, ignoring me. His growls are low, haunches on end, ears standing, one wriggling to hear more, and when he bends as if about to begin running, I hear it, the soft click of a lock on one of the upstairs windows. Someone's breaking in. Leaning toward the wall where none of the stairs will creak, I take them up one at a time until I reach the last one. It's silent, like a tomb, nothing but the howling wind outside and Kronos' low growls and my labored breath to accompany me. Whoosh, whoosh. I keep my gun up and ready, my finger on the trigger, checking every available room. No lights are on up here, and just when I begin to think it was a figment of my imagination, that Kronos was, in fact, barking at a ghost, I hear a footstep to my left. Standing at the threshold to my bedroom, I crane my neck, a shadow in my peripheral, and they lunge, full weight on me. We topple over, Kronos downstairs barking. They grunt, breathing heavily, grabbing at the gun in my hand, trying to overpower me, but as soon as they even try to turn it toward me, I fire. 3 deadly shots. Whoosh, whoosh. They slump over me, and I force their weight off. Wet and sticky with blood, I stand, swallowing down the urge to vomit. I stumble to the switch in the hallway and call down to Damon to tell him that we're going to need an ambulance, but not to come up here. I stare down at Detective Arlo Martinez's corpse bleeding out on my hardwood floors, and I slump against the wall, staring at his wide, dilated, unfocused, unblinking, muddy, dark eyes. Not caramel, not light honey, not amber or cinnamon or even whiskey-colored like my angel's, the kind of dark you can barely tell is brown. I nudge his shoulder with my foot to make sure he's fucking dead, and only then do I put the safety back on and drop my gun to my side, the metal still hot from the gunfire. Whoosh, whoosh. It takes Kingston PD 20 minutes to arrive along with an ambulance. I'm already speaking to an officer when they're hauling his body away. And you said his name is Alo Martinez? The cop asks, scribbling the information down on his notepad, another officer joining him as soon as the hallway and stairs are cleared. She's tall, her skin dark, face pleasant, and her hair is braided, but the ends are tied into a bun at the nape of her neck. Yes, Detective Arlo Martinez. The cop, whose badge says O'Keefe, shakes his head. Wasn't from my precinct. His Bostonian accent is loud. The red in his hair and the freckles splattered across the bridge of his nose are louder. My gaze snaps up to his green eyes. Rayne-Moore. The second cop, whose badge says Smythe, shakes her head. She's older and reminds me a lot of Tasha.
We're friends with most of the Tri-Town PDs. We see each other at a lot of the social gatherings. That includes detectives.
Her head is still going from side to side, but she lifts a shoulder and a shrug.
Never seen a Martinez I didn't know. Families included, Mr. Harrington.
Me either. I've been with this precinct for 20 years now. My father was chief of police before he retired, and I'm telling you, this wasn't one of our detectives. But he gave me a card. It said...
Professor?
Smythe interrupts me and takes me to the side, her partner going to one of the EMTs waiting for an order to either take him to the hospital or straight to the coroner. It'll be the latter.
I was one of the cops that showed up when that poor girl downstairs was found.
I hold my breath, opening my mouth to tell her Raven is my student and my boyfriend's patient, that we were having a celebratory dinner with her boyfriend and that's why they were here. Even if that made sense that both my students would be here, I'm ready to lie again, to say I do this with my best students, invite them over for dinner. But Smythe doesn't let me get a word out. Her voice lowers into a whisper.
Things on that campus are fucking seedy at best, Agent Harrington.
I snap my mouth closed at being called agent again.
My big sister, Ariel, disappeared after visiting that campus once with a friend 22 years ago. She's the whole reason I became a cop. But her case went cold and they closed it. Because back then, and even now, black girl goes missing, nobody bats an eye. But if they're in your home, able to break in, you need to watch your back. If they weren't here for you, they were here for her. You understand what I'm saying?
I nod mindlessly, chills rushing up my spine.
They'll finish what they started.
She eyes me up and down.
You got somewhere else you can go? If you do, pack your shit. Get out of Kingston. You aren't safe here anymore. None of you are.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Chapter 28. Raven. Simon Hoover's funeral is shittier than Tyler's was. Hardly anyone but close family and maybe a handful of syndicate members showed up, due to the gravity of what they found after his death. It's being held at Mr. Hoover's estate in Maine, a familial cemetery in the backyard, and there's a few paparazzi standing outside of his gates, just waiting to see who would be associated with such a gruesome person. I'm not here for that. I'm not even here for Jonas. No, I'm here for myself. And Sabrina, her new fiancé, stands behind her, but I thread the tips of my gloved fingers with hers. No one is crying as he's lowered into the ground. Nobody drops the white rose they're holding into the ground. I step forward, and I drop my red one, turning and going to stand behind a tree, away from view, watching the snow fall as one by one, they drop their white roses into the grave and turn to leave. Nobody staying behind for a meeting. Nobody grieving. Good fucking riddance. For the first time, I feel like I did a good thing. No, guilt hasn't eaten away at me, but as I stare off into the distance, loving the scenery, wishing Maverick were here to enjoy the silence of the cemetery with me, I swear I see a hooded figure behind the trees, hiding from me. Ollie, ollie, oxen free, I shout in my head at my shadow. I swear their head pops up as if they heard me, but soon they disappear between the naked, bare trees, their branches heavy and dipping from the ice and snow. This game of hide and seek we're playing is exhausting, and I'm ready to either kill them or die trying to. Raven, I drop my smirk before lifting my gaze to find Sabrina's green cat eyes on me. I'm sad to see the only pink she's wearing is her leather gloves. I arch a brow in her direction, having lost shadow to the trees. You did this, didn't you? I blink, my heart stopping in my chest. My eyes bounce between hers and then up at her bow, back to hers. If he did this to you, if Simon were the one, I get it. It's hard to fathom someone so soft-spoken and nice like Simon could have done something so disgusting to those poor girls. They all hid so well, didn't they? Each motherfucker that made me like this, that took pleasure in hearing me scream and beg, that broke my bones, my brain, that took away my voice, they hid in plain fucking sight. I slowly blink up at her and smirk. With a soft gasp, she turns and takes my hand in hers, really grasping it. Good, she says. We watch the gravediggers begin to shovel the snow and soil over Simon's coffin in silence. She squeezes my hand as Jonas joins us. And my heart starts beating again. I wake up sideways to that glorious sensation of Damon thrusting between my thighs. But this time, someone's fingers are rubbing at my clit from behind. I can hear the shower running in the bathroom. But soon my focus is back on the fingers strumming my swollen nub, and the way Damon pumps into me so achingly slow.
There you go. Come all over Daddy Damon's cock, baby.
Jonas encourages me, his voice in my ear, so soothing, scooting closer to me. He's hard, his chest pressed against my naked back. Even with all those firm muscles, he's so soft and warm.
What did I tell you about calling me that?
Damon grunts when I clench around his hard length.
Not to call you that until you fucked me? Is that what you want? For me to fuck you?
Jonas stays quiet, fingertips still tapping against my clit.
Only if I'm inside of her. I want to feel that. Would you like that, baby? For Damon to fuck me while I fuck you?
God, yes, I rasp out, imagining the weight of both of them on me. Where there should be jealousy, all I have is curiosity. I reach up to kiss Damon, pulling his head to mine, letting myself taste as I take his kiss, brutal and needy, turning to kiss Jonas just the same. And when I think about pulling away, Damon joins, their tongues sliding against mine. I pull away slowly, watching them kiss above me, reaching behind me to stroke Jonas's dick, and he moans into Damon's mouth. He swallows it, stilling inside of me, gripping my thighs so roughly, I almost miss when they pull away, panting. Jonas bites his lower lip, gazing at Damon with desire in his autumn eyes. I kiss beneath his jaw, so masculine, my demigod. Even in the soft glow of my purple sleep light, I can see the chiseled structure of his features, the way his jaw ticks, the saliva Damon left behind on his lips, and I want to catch it on my tongue. I want to feel what he's talking about. Damon slips out of me, tapping the tip of his cock on my clit lazily, and in a silent conversation they have, I'm turned on my back, the mattress both soft and firm beneath my spine. Jonas drapes my legs over his forearms and slips into me, moaning at how beautiful he feels inside my pussy, how splayed out I am for him. He leans in to kiss me, and I lose myself in the taste of Damon on his lips and him.
It might hurt, but I'll make sure to open you up first.
Jonas pulls away from my lips.
Just do it. I want that. I want to try with you.
He moves, barely thrusting. I hear the soft click of Jonas's nightstand lube opening and the snap of a condom while he keeps torturing me with slow strokes.
Fuck, baby. I might come before he even gets inside. You feel so fucking good.
He whines, and I see Damon from over his shoulder. But then he stops momentarily, then groans.
Oh, fuck. Damon. Shh, Pop. Just stretching you.
I wish I could see what's happening, but I'm also glad I'm right where I am. I put my arms around Jonas, raking my nails down his back, loving that I graze Damon's fingers that are splayed out over it.
Oh, fuck. You're doing so well. Fuck yourself on my fingers while you fuck our little love. Take your time. I'm so hard and you're too tight.
His soft whines turn into moans as Damon's praise reaches our ears, his soft kiss turning harsh.
Oh, baby, this feels so fucking good. I'm gonna go crazy. Damon, please, just one more. I need to make sure I fit. I'm not small.
Jonas grimaces again, and soon...
Oh, fuck me. Can you imagine it, little bird? I fuck Jonas while Maverick fucks you from below and you suck off our pup.
My eyes roll to the back of my head, already so close to combusting, but I don't want to miss a thing. Yes.
Oh, God, Damon, please just... Already begging for me, pup?
I feel the shiver that runs down Jonas's spine, and I hold him closer. The shower is still running, and I wish Maverick were here, but all I can do is stay where I am, enjoying what's happening.
Breathe. Oh, my...
Jonas groans as Damon comes closer into view over his shoulder.
God damn, your ass is so fucking tight. Nobody's been in here before.
The muscles in his jaw flex. Jonas shakes his head.
Good.
Damon growls, and then I feel it. Not only the weight of him on us, but the first full thrust that makes Jonas keen.
Now fuck our girl. Take your time and take every inch of me.
Another shiver, and Jonas puts his weight back on me, kissing me, his tongue so deep in my mouth I can feel the vibrations of every moan, and I spread my thighs wider, needing to feel his pubis on my throbbing clit.
Play with yourself, Amarat. Jonas needs to feel you come for him.
Damon orders, and I take my arm from around Jonas's torso and reach between us, rubbing my clit in tight circles. My hips rock to their own accord, the pressure in my core so fucking brilliant, I'm running red hot. Oh my God.
You like that, baby?
Yes, Jonas. He shifts, fucking into me harder, groaning with each thrust, sweat accumulating between us, and Damon grunts behind him. Then the power in Jonas's thrusts and his moans change.
That's it, Pop. I can feel how close you are. Raven, baby, please, I need you.
I love you, Jonas.
Oh, fuck again, baby, I'm so close. It feels too good. Damon's cock is so big.
I love you. It never changes. Even with Damon so deep in him, I can feel his thrust through Jonas's. It'll never change. This won't make us different.
Doing so good, Pop.
Jonas, please. I love you. I need. But he knows what I need too. His hips piston faster, deeper, the look in his eyes wild as he fucks harder. That red-hot feeling turns blinding, and I fucking let go as Damon grunts one final time. Every muscle in my body tenses, liquid heat flying out of me, and Jonas pulses inside me, shivering with every squeeze of my pussy, and he drops his full weight on me.
You know...
We all turn to face Maverick as Damon slips out of Jonas, and Jonas withdraws from me.
If you wanted to break up with me, you could have just said so.
He says with a grin, looking at what has to be the most outlandish shit one could walk into after a shower. "Sir?" I whisper hoarsely, stretching an arm out to him, and he comes to me while Jonas and Damon do what they need to, and I close my aching thighs, saddling up beside my professor.
Thirsty?
He asks, once I'm nestled into his embrace. I nod my head sleepily.
Open.
I part my lips and open. Maverick lets his saliva drip down into my mouth, and I swallow it. I still wish I knew the exact moment I became such a filthy slut, drinking my lover's spit and cum, but I don't care.
There, now you have a piece of me in your body too.
He smirks, reaching to rub at my stomach.
Come, let's get you cleaned up. I have a lot of course planning to do today, and I'll need you to warm my cock for the majority of the day.
I feel my heart swell with joy that he wants me with him today. He's been closed off in the office a lot these past few days since he shot Arlo, not really speaking to any of us. But I'm sure that's his way of compartmentalizing everything.
You can't just take her for a whole day.
Jonas gripes, but Damon shakes his head at him.
I said the majority of it. Plus, we'll still be in the house. Are you dancing tonight?
I shake my head and lift my hands. Simon's gone. There's no need for me to dance anymore. I've already resigned.
Good. Once you're all showered, I need you all to come down to the office. I need to show you Clarissa Hoover's interview. You had access to that?
Jonas asks what we're all wondering.
I was able to get access to the transcripts, yes. How? Officer Smythe, seems like there's more people out there that want the syndicate dismantled and eradicated.
He gets out of bed and I follow. We all shower pretty quickly, meeting Mav in the study, sitting shirtless behind the desk. Steam slowly rises from a mug of coffee beside the paperwork he's shifting through, pen to his lips, tapping. I go to sit in his lap, and his hand immediately rests where my hip and thigh meet. Jonas and Damon sit in front of the desk, and we wait for Maverick to start, but he gives them copies of the papers he's looking at.
Page 6.
They flip, and I begin to read the transcript as well. Officer Storm.
Pretty convenient you didn't drink a drop and were able to drive to the scene of the crime.
C. Hoover. He ordered me not to drink before the party. He was going to be schmoozing with his former frat buddies and networking. And it wasn't the scene of the crime. It was our home away from home.
We found the strawberry lip gloss in your car.
Yes. I use it when I'm out without him, which is a lot. He's hardly ever home, and when he is, it's like he's a ghost. He doesn't exist even when he's at home. He hated me.
Explains the failed EpiPen.
I grabbed the wrong one, okay? It was a mistake. Another reason he hated me. I can be dumb sometimes when I panic.
We saw the CCTV footage from inside your home, Mrs. Hoover. You stood there while he was gasping for breath.
I thought about it, okay? I thought about it for 2 seconds.
15. You had 15 seconds where you could have saved him, but instead you kicked at his body.
I nudged at him. I didn't kick him. And I called you immediately.
Let's look at the facts. You grabbed the wrong EpiPen. When you came back, you had 2 chances to save him, Mrs. Hoover. One with the new EpiPen. The second was performing basic life-saving skills, CPR. CPR with a round of the antihistamine could have saved your husband's life. Instead, you got down on the ground and you waited until he stopped breathing. There's also these exchanges of texts between him and his father. I think Clarissa is trying to kill me.
I would never. I made a mistake, okay? I would never. Oh my God. I'm going to throw up.
Get a custodian in here. Clarissa Hoover, you're under arrest for the murder of Simon Hoover. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand?
Yes, I I understand.
What does this mean for us? It means Mrs. Hoover will be going down for manslaughter because she chose not to save her husband when she could have. I'm sure with the money she has, her parents can afford a great attorney and she'll get a 5-year sentence maximum on account of stupidity. But if anything points back to us, which I believe it won't, Raven or Jonas could go down for attempted manslaughter.
I shiver in his hold.
But my good girl got rid of all the evidence, didn't she?
Mav asks, rubbing my thigh. I nod. All the bottles of wine that were used, we watched the trash company pick it up the day after Christmas, from Damon's access to the security feed at the Monroe mansion.
That's it then?
Maverick bobs his head pensively, looking at me, because he knows how I feel about this. I lean down to kiss him softly.
That's it.
But it doesn't feel like it at all.
Chapter 29. Damon. Basil, basil, basil. I quietly mumbled to myself, opening the small spice rack in the pantry. Usually I go for fresh basil, but the organic goods store I normally purchase from was completely out, and so here I am, searching for the herbs I dried and crushed myself only to put them in little glass containers I purchased off the Zon. The pantry door closes and I turn around to see Jonas, who looks a little distraught as though waging a war in his mind, which I was expecting after this morning's activities. Everything okay? Yeah. No. Yeah, he says, seemingly debating with himself. I'm not gay. I hold in my eye roll. I was waiting for this. Granted, I was waiting for a less ADD-riddled conversation, but that's not my pup. Jonas, no, wait, let me say this because I've been thinking about it all morning. I'm not gay. I went to an all-boys Catholic school from the time I was 13 until I graduated. I saw it all the time, and I even tried to kiss a few guys to make sure, but I couldn't. I never felt that way. Until you. I hold my breath. I'm gay. But I only have those feelings for you. Not for Mav, and I don't think anyone else either. Never have. But my feelings for our girl will probably always be stronger. She's everything to me, and I need to make sure you understand that. But I also can't see my future without you in it. Does that make sense? I look at him, breathing in his mint and citrus scent, thinking of the first kiss I stole from him that night at Inferno when we seduced Tyler for our little bird. How bright of a light he is for us with his antics and how much easier he makes every day seem. For all of us. He's breathing heavily, chest steadily rising and falling, waiting for my answer. He's taller than me, and yet I feel bigger than him. Damon, you have to say something. Your silence is making my stomach hurt. I put the small shaker on the shelf beside him, then pull him by his black thermal, closing the distance between us. He lets out a soft whimper and it goes straight to my dick. I was 17 when I slept with a man and never tried it ever again because it was enough for me. Until you. Between the first night I kissed you up until this morning, I could have sworn fucking you was just a wet dream I would have. I never imagined it going any further than us sharing her, so no, Jonas. I've never felt this way toward any other man, including the one I experimented with 18 years ago, and yes, it does make sense. And believe me, if this ever made our little bird insecure, there is no way I would continue it. Like you, she is my everything, but like you, I can't see a future without us in it either. I have never carried a relationship with a man, nor do I want to. Unless it's you. His eyes round, softening, and a look of relief flickers across his face. Damon, he whispers, his lips so close to mine I can almost taste his toothpaste. Yes, pup. Kiss me. It's all I need. One arm goes around his taut back, carved with muscles I've never felt underneath my fingertips unless in a medical setting before, the other to his hair, and he embraces me just the same. Something behind him clatters to the floor, but when his mouth parts and our tongues tip, I kiss him with all I have. "Oh my God," he groans, but attacks my lips again, growing hard against my abdomen. Without losing momentum, I reach down to feel his rigid, thick length and squeeze. His taste, the lingering scent of our girl on his flesh, and the feel of his soft skin over such firm muscles are fucking with my brain chemistry. We both let out a groan when I shift and my own hard length rubs against his. The door to the pantry opens suddenly and we break away, but not with guilt, merely to see, and I think we both hope, it's Raven. And it is. She steps into the pantry with a devilish grin on her face and closes the door behind her, only to make the sign for us to continue kissing. We do. And to suddenly feel her hands on me, pulling down my sweats, the cool air replaced by her warm tongue, and then her lips wrap around the head of my cock makes me grow feral with need. Jonas breaks away from me, and then he's gone. I look down to see she's tugged him on the ground beside her, and they're speaking to each other silently. Her tongue licks from my balls to my mushroom tip, and then Jonas, my beautiful fucking wide receiver, mimics her, and I hiss at the overwhelming sensation of two velvety warm tongues swirling around my cock from root to tip. She moans and lets out a soft giggle in pleasure seeing the devastation on my face, and I'll have to let Maverick know to punish her later for that. I can't do it. Not when she takes my balls into her mouth one by one and sucks, lovingly hollowing her cheeks while Jonas continues his slow torture, getting used to the taste and feel of me. Fisting me as much as she can, she shows Jonas how to take me deep, and I praise her when her hand goes to his lap and starts jerking him too. When Jonas tries to take me deep and gags, I praise him too, which only encourages him to try harder, my sweet pup. I'm in hell, being beautifully tortured by my little love and her accomplice, my pup. The sight of them working me like I'm their favorite lollipop flavor, making out with the crown of my cock and hearing them slurp my pre-cum greedily has me panting, ready to explode. Jonas, Raven, I warn. She pulls away from my sack, moaning like the good girl she is.
Yes, Daddy?
My good fucking girl. Jonas, take my cock as deep as you can, then suck. I'm going to come. Hold it in your mouth. I want to watch you kiss her sloppily. Oh, fuck. Like that, pup. A little more. Doing so good. I couldn't hold my impending orgasm if I tried. Not now. Not with the sight of them on their knees for me. I come with a harsh groan, toes curling, and when I'm done, they share the softest kiss, my cum dribbling onto Raven's chin, but Jonas doesn't miss and licks it up with his wide tongue, and when she whispers those three little words into his mouth, he groans, his cum spurting onto Raven's hand, which she licks up like a kitten with a bowl of cream, bronze eyes connected to mine. Little vixen. Was that okay? He asks me after swallowing, still on his knees, and tucks me back into my sweats, delivering a soft kiss to my hand. That was incredible.
Yummy.
Raven hums, standing and patting her stomach. She opens the pantry door to leave, but I grab her by the elbow. Were you hungry? I ask, making sure she's okay. She gives me a broad but smug as fuck smile.
Not any more.
She tips up on her toes and gives me a sweet kiss, rubbing her nose against mine.
Love you.
Her hand reaches down to caress Jonas's cheek and then slips away. I hold out my hand and he takes it, getting to his feet. It's not going to change between us, is it? He asks, putting his hands on my hips, his forehead on mine. I shake my head. Maybe a little, but as long as we have her. He jerks his head twice in a nod. We'll be okay. He pulls away from me and then grins widely. Guess I can call you Daddy now. I laugh and lick my bottom lip. God, I have so much explaining to do to my dad. I shake my head, still chuckling. Help me with dinner. Then we can watch the show. He quirks a brow up. The show? Our little love has been warming Maverick's cock all day. He's bound to need release soon, and if she came back to him soaking, he's not going to be able to wait much longer. Didn't know you were a voyeur. I have a raven fetish, pup. He nods again. Fucking same. I grab the basil, a few other herbs and spices, and then we exit the pantry, but the air around Jonas is still heavy. It's the first time I've seen him not aloof after sex. I'm rubbing the spices on the chicken that's now in the cast iron pot, given to me by Tabby, waiting for him to say something while adding the vegetables he cut for me. I wash my hands and then throw the dish towel over my shoulder while putting the pot into the oven. What is it? Just a weird feeling, he responds, shaking his head. In all honesty, I hate seeing him like this, but he hasn't been wrong. Like what? That Arlo guy? I think I remember where I saw him. He's, 28? I incline my chin. That's what the reports from the autopsy said, and the license in his wallet. He crosses his muscular arms limply over his torso and leans on the counter, crossing his legs at the ankle. The syndicate sometimes has kids outside of their marriage. They're considered half-breeds, not exactly in the syndicate unless fully recognized by their fathers, or if they are in the syndicate, it's because they don't have any legitimate male heirs and they need someone to be able to take their place as a legacy. Okay. He pinches the bridge of his nose, then scrubs his hand down his face. The bastards, so to speak, the syndicate uses them as things like watchers, which is like a PI or smaller things, but useful. Whose half-breed was he? He looks pained. This is why it's driving me up the fucking wall. I can't remember. I don't know. But I remember seeing him before he was all long hair and a suave coat. He had the same tattoos, but they were fresher. I used to think he looked like a badass. My sister, Candace, was in the art and literature program, and she had to do a semester in theater at Rayne-Moore during her sophomore year. They did a really good production of a modern twist on Hamlet. My sister was Ophelia. Jonas, stay on topic. I remind him, steering him back to what he was saying gently. Oh, right. Watchers are made to take anything that will make them able to blend in easily into their surroundings. A lot of them take method acting classes their entire stay at Rayne-Moore, no matter what they major in. You think you saw him performing? My sister is 2 years older than Raven. That guy, Arlo, would have been a senior. Let me go grab my phone and text her. Hopefully she's awake. I know Ollie woke us up every morning at 6 a.m. on the dot by jumping on our bed. We had to start sleeping with clothes during our entire stay in London. God, I can't wait to have babies with Raven. She was really great with them. He leaves me for barely 3 minutes while I clean up the rest of the mess we made, and he comes down. Soon enough, there's a ping on his phone. She's up. She said to give her a minute, but... Another chime, and he looks down again. Yeah. That's him. He shows me a picture of what looks like the same man we saw on the news, only with shorter hair and an actual smile on his face in the center of a crowd where people are wearing costumes. But he reminds me of someone I used to see around Lorne Wood as a patient. Shit. Another chime, and then, Sis said he was majoring in political science? He groans, rubbing his head. It doesn't fucking help. Almost everyone majors in political science there. You think he's a... Hazel eyes snap up to mine. You've been thinking about this too, haven't you? I shrug. There's one last person on that list, and if A could be Arlo, then this is done and over with. We can move even before you graduate. Start getting settled in if we can all just agree on which house suits us better. Kronos comes into the kitchen and begins to put his head into Jonas's hand. I'm fine, Kiki, just a little frustrated. He sighs, and Kiki sighs right back, plopping down next to his feet with a soft whine. Lucifer joins him not even 10 seconds later. Can you do that thing you do and look up Arlo's birth certificate? You think the father signed? He lifts his heavy shoulders and lets them drop. It's a shot in the dark. Usually elders don't recognize their half-breeds unless it's to keep the mother quiet. They'll sign the certificate and give them a fuckload of money. Or they don't sign the certificate but keep their eyes on the kid until they need them. Think about it. If Arlo grew up in the projects and then was given an opportunity to go to a prestigious college and all he had to do every now and then was tail someone, wouldn't you? I tilt my head side to side, seeing where he's coming from. That's the thing about Jonas. It's easy to underestimate him because he's so nonchalant, but he's fucking smart, a trait I admire dearly. There was an Andres Marsalis that would place himself in voluntary hold every few months at Lorne Wood. He wasn't my patient, though. He was my colleague's. I never heard much about him other than my colleague was confused as to why he was back. Suicidal thoughts and tendencies. That was the excuse each time, but he seemed fine. I grimace. My attentions were always elsewhere. Can you go back to that? Like, look him up? Do you still have access? I'm going to try. Kronos perks up, and when I think he's going to park, I hear a moan coming from the study. I jut my chin in that direction. Let's go. Don't have to tell me twice, Jonas retorts, practically sprinting toward the sound. What we walk into is beautiful chaos. Raven is bent over the desk, hands tied behind her back with a silk tie. Mine. Drool covering her chin. Papers strewn and scattered everywhere. Mav's laptop barely balancing on the corner, slowly sliding off. It's fine, he needs to use the one we purchased for him anyway. And Maverick holding onto her leash, which is choking her. The smile on her face is radiant, and the look on Maverick's is sheer pleasure, although he looks like a violent storm over a turbulent sea. That's right, Siren. You've been such a good girl, warming my cock for hours in your perfect mouth. I take this chance to speak up. Actually, Maverick, our little bird was not a good girl. She took pleasure in seeing me tortured not even 30 minutes ago while she and Jonas sucked my cock. The smile that spreads across his face is sadistic. A hand comes down and he smacks Raven's plush ass in 3 loud successions, which only makes her smile wider. Is that right, Siren? Was it amusing being a little cock tease? That was funny to you, wasn't it, Amorette? Her dark brows pinch together, but the longer she takes to answer, Maverick smacks her 3 more times on the other cheek, driving deeper into her. Every piston of his hips cause her ample breasts to jiggle and sway in a hypnotizing manner.
No?
She chokes out, trying so hard not to let her eyes roll back, but they do anyway. Should I tease you? Not let you come for days, just edge you until you're a whimpering, drooling, crying mess, begging for one of us to let you come. To please let you come. He mimics her voice in a condescending falsetto.
No!
Maverick drops the leash of her collar, and what happens next is art. Without withdrawing from her delectable cunt, only shifting his feet, he has her on her back, thighs spread like the gorgeous slut she is, and he smacks her breasts until they're red, squeezing them roughly, tangles his fingers into her hair by the back of her head, and yanks her up to him until they're nose to nose. More things are dropping to the floor, but Jonas and I don't fucking move from where we are, completely enraptured. Open. Maverick growls. She obeys quickly, and he spits into her mouth, then shoves his fingers inside, not letting her swallow, fucking her mouth with his fingers in tandem with his strokes. Raven moans around him, his fingers leaving her mouth only to deliver 3 sharp smacks to her clit, and he plunges them back into her mouth when she squeals. His gaze snaps to mine, as if to ask if I need him to punish her more or if that's enough, and I smirk. It will never be enough. He pulls out, sinking to his knees, devouring her. Only when she's vibrating, begging for release, does he thrust back into her, and we watch as her nectar rushes out of her, landing on his abs. He pulls out, thrusting his fingers to make her squirt again, and she screams. He dives into her one last time, forcing her face to his, locking eyes with her as he grunts. Breathless and spent, he withdraws from her slowly, sitting back in his seat. She doesn't move, doesn't speak, just tries to catch her breath while the beast takes his fill of watching his seed flow out of her abused channel. Without taking his eyes off of her juicy cunt, he asks, how long would it take for her to get pregnant if you cut that fucking thing out of her arm? Jonas whips his head around to look at me, as does Raven. 1 to 12 months, I answer. He hums, reaching his arms out and pushing whatever leaked out back in, then leaning to the inside of her knee and slowly inching upward, sucking and laving his tongue on the delicacy that is her flesh. Do it. I look at Raven, so beautiful, glistening from sweat in a healthy afterglow, quivering as Maverick kisses and licks away at her soreness, hands still bound behind her back with nowhere to go. A tired, lazy smirk slowly starts on one corner of her plump, abused lips, telling me, yes, she wants it. What a naughty, beautiful little bird. That evening after dinner, it takes me 40 minutes to hack back into Lorne Wood's records, and I find a picture of Andreas Marsalis, a.k.a. Arlo Martinez, who has a shaved head. I groan, scrubbing my hand down my face. What is it? That I'm guessing someone was sending Arlo into Lorne Wood to make sure Raven still wasn't talking. Start talking. So I do. Not leaving anything out from what Jonas told me to my findings, showing him the picture of Arlo with a shaved head. And the birth certificate? No father listed and no bank records to show the mother was paid off. What if it was in small increments, barely noticeable? I groan, my eyes exhausted. I'll keep looking. Let me know if you need help. I have an IT guy that can look up anything. He just recently helped me with a few cold case files, syndicate stuff. Is that why you're constantly holed up in your room, trying to find the links? He stays quiet as we listen to Raven and Jonas breathe deeply in their sleep. Noticed that, did you? I roll my eyes. I'd have to be blind and deaf not to notice when you disappear for hours without a peep. He grunts and gives me nothing more. You'll be there? Yes, pup, we'll be there. We wouldn't miss it for the world, I promise, kissing him, and then Raven leans up on her toes to kiss him as well. He looks at the door, then back to us, then back at the door, holding his duffel. Go, Jonas. When we come back, we'll celebrate your birthday before we go to your mom's for dinner. Maverick grins. I don't want to. He drops the duffel and holds his arms out, and Raven wastes no time jumping back into his arms. As if she hasn't already been clinging to him like a koala bear all morning. It'll be the first time they spend the entire night apart in a very long time. It's only an hour away, he says into the crook of her neck, inhaling our sweet girl's sweet jasmine and berries signature scent. I'll call Coach Sutton and tell him I'll be there in the morning instead. Raven nods like it's the best idea she's ever heard in her entire life. Pop, I managed to say, but the look he gives me kills me. There's tears in his eyes. I groan internally when Raven looks back at me with tears in her eyes. I'm about to call Maverick for backup because I'm fucking weak. Fuck, they kill me. Get your ass in the car, Jonas, or I'm driving you myself. Get into winter mode and get fucking right in the head. You have scouts from every Northeastern team looking at you. Go make us proud. Have time with your teammates. Just, don't get into another fight. Can I take her with me? No, we say at the same time. You guys are so mean. She whispers something in his ear, but he shakes his head. You don't fit in there, remember? We already tried. Were you trying to take her in your duffel bag? Maverick asks, but there's amusement in his tone, and I bite back my grin. Of course they would try to find a way to sneak her away. They're adorable. We just wanted to see if she fit. That thing is barely large enough for 3 sweaters and your cleats. Wanted to cover all the bases. Okay, baby, I gotta go. I'll see you in the morning. Please don't be late. I need my good luck kiss. The man doesn't run on luck. He and Raven are the two most determined people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. He doesn't care that they lost by 1 point. He only cares that when he gets out of the locker room, Raven finds him. He only cares that the next day, on January 12th, while we're out eating and celebrating his birthday, she's holding his hand. He only cares that when we wake up the next morning in his familial estate to see Elena, Raven wakes up between us so we can share her before facing the day. When those scouts call one final time, he agrees to meet with them, which makes Maverick's eyes sparkle with pride. And me, I'm the most content I've ever been in my life, which is why that nagging feeling the other shoe is about to drop makes me dream awful things, and I wake up in the middle of the night and inject Raven with one more biochip in her shoulder. Just in case. Then I tug her just a little closer so those dreams don't come back. Because Shadow is starting to feel very real to me, too. Chapter 30. Maverick. It's the fourth morning I wake to a silent home and a warm body cuddled next to me, her head on my chest, hand over my heart. The reminder of the last time I woke up like this, with snow accumulating on the window pane, makes me cringe internally, except this time the wind blowing isn't as fierce, and this time I'm not afraid of the way that I'm feeling about the girl in my arms. I slide my hand down Raven's ribcage. The silk of her negligee stops where her hip begins. Her body is twisted and molded to the shape of mine, and it feels exceptional. Like we're meant to be melded together like this for eternity. She and I are forever. There is no future without her. She and I have so much to make up for still. Even if we were only apart for a few weeks, it felt like a lifetime. It'll never happen again. As much as she claims I helped her feel alive again, it was me that had been so dead inside. She blew on the dwindling ember that was my soul and sprinkled kindling around it, bring it back to a roaring fire. Every time I even glance at my siren, my angel, my everything, I see a woman that holds my soul in her hands, purposefully caring for it, continuously shaping it and remolding it to fit hers. With my heart, she does the same. Seeing all the inky parts of me, she accepts me as I am and hasn't asked for more, only teaching me how to properly love her, which I'm learning isn't difficult at all. Even on days it should be difficult, it's not. I may have a collar on her, but she holds my leash, and I am unashamed that I've let her tame whatever beast resides in me, although she loves that same monster and continuously beckons him to come out and play. The little minx. She hums softly in her sleep, and I tilt my head to gaze down at the woman who has changed my life. Whiskey eyes flutter open, and when her gaze settles on mine, she smiles, tucking the blanket under her chin adorably, but shutting her eyes once more, throwing her thigh over mine and tucking her foot under my leg. My life, my love, has the coldest fucking feet, but I don't move an inch. I grab my phone, debating on sending an email to the administrator to let them know I won't be in today and that I'm sick. I have the flu, all lies. I have the energy to get through the day, although waking to find her here in bed with me after I stayed up until God knows what time, that she sought me out in the middle of the night, tells me her mind was on me. Her heart and body craved me, and it's such a simple thing, such a small, tiny thing, yet it means the world to me. I could write sonnets about this woman and still they wouldn't compare to the way she makes me feel so loved and accepted. One look in her eyes and I know I'm wanted, needed, not just desired, but craved.
I love you.
She mumbles sleepily and my heart pangs at the rasp in her voice. That's the first thing she thinks of saying to me every morning. Not good morning. Doesn't ask me how I slept. No, the first thing out of her mouth every morning are those three simple little words pushed together that mean everything coming from her. I love you, Siren, I whisper back, clutching her closer to me, letting my knuckles go over the silver stripe at her temple and down the curve of her cheek to her jaw, only to push that silver strand of hair back behind her ear and kiss the top of her head. She flicks her gaze down to her tatted wrist, then hums happily, a smile branding her face, and she pushes up to kiss my cheek. That's another thing she does. Check her wrist consistently. Sitting up, she gets out of bed and goes to my bathroom, closing the door. After a moment or two, she opens it, her hair now up in a messy knot atop her head, and she's brushing her teeth. She spits and then crawls back into bed atop my comforter, laying down on me, her full weight on my body, and it is so divine. It is so divine to be loved by her. Properly. What do you say? You and I are going to New York today, She sits up, straddling me, and even over the blanket I can feel the warmth her cunt emits, my cock aching to feel it, but I hold back from running into her the way I need to. This is important. This is our future. She is my future. Check out some properties. I've been looking at a few listings, and her kiss comes out of nowhere, a squeal of happiness, her hands on either side of my face. She kisses all over me, stopping at my lips again, then runs her nose along mine once again, satiating the beast inside me, and I'm surprised I haven't begun to purr. I realize I would do anything to hold on to these moments. Anything. She hasn't gone back to RMU, never re-enrolled, practicing nonstop for her audition at Juilliard next week. As soon as we finish our workouts every morning, she's upstairs practicing Kronos at her feet, snoozing. Lucifer creating hell and ensuing chaos downstairs and everywhere else the little demon cat can fit himself into. It's the sound of her cello I hear every day when I come home from RMU, the sound of Damon and Jonas chattering, and the scent of dinner already made unless Damon has to work late and we order in. It's a new routine, one I've fallen into easily with no remorse. I mean, I can't exactly be unhappy with the way Damon is feeding me, nor with the way Jonas has started training with me. I felt stronger, more agile, and even have more stamina now than I did when I was younger. Feels as if all that anger I've held on to for so long has slowly disappeared and I feel almost weightless. Raven breaks away from our small kisses and hands me my phone. I send a mass email to my students and cancel my lectures for the day, then text Damon in case he's left already to let him know to lie for me if Miss Overly asks. I don't wait for his response, darkening my screen and tossing my phone back on my nightstand to throw my arms over Raven. I've gotten a second opportunity, and this time, I'm staying. When I told her to dress like the little socialite she is, she definitely did not disappoint. In high-heeled boots, wool tights, a herringbone pencil skirt just above her knees, a black turtleneck, and a lilac trench coat, the sight of her makes me almost buckle at the knees. Her hair is in waves falling around her shoulders, and her makeup is minimal, but God, when she winks her eyes and wears that red lipstick, it just does something to my dick. A carnal desire to rut into her tugs at my soul, and all I want to do now is slip into her gripping wet heat and fuck into her from behind while she begs for more or mercy. I'll give her both. She grabs a large purse that matches both her coat and her outfit, and when she turns to look at me, all I can see is my future. My wife, mother of my children, I want it all with her. And I will have it. No matter the outcome of the rest of the world, we burn together. I go to her, unwilling to let another moment go by without touching her. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, Siren. I saw, turning her so she can see how perfectly well we fit together. Even in her heels, I beat her by 6 inches. There is no doubt in my mind I will never not be by her side, nor behind her, supporting whatever dream she has. I will always choose her. I will always choose us. We look quite the duo, me in my new charcoal Tom Ford casual wool suit and peak coat Elena gifted me, and her in this classy chic outfit. The tops of her cheeks turn pink, and again, my heart freezes mid-beat. I rest my chin on her shoulder and kiss her heated cheek. You should pack an overnight bag, Angel. If we have time, there's this club in the meatpacking district I want to try out. I believe the owner of the club is engaged to your friend, Sabrina Giordano, correct? She nods, a smile broadening on her flawless-to-me face. I remember New Year's Day when Sabrina sent pictures of the ring and a news article to Raven, how much she had screamed in delight, showing us all the picture and said article of them kissing while there were fireworks in the background of the restaurant they were in. I looked him up immediately, finding out he owned the Eden Casino and Nightclub, as well as Pandemonium in Chicago, and news to me, the owner of Inferno. When I asked Jonas if Giordano was in the syndicate, he said no, but that the logo was there because 50 years ago, Inferno once belonged to a syndicate member who lost it while gambling, but the former owner, Maxim's grandfather, allowed syndicate members to still conduct business there. For a price. Then, when Giuseppe, Maxim's father, inherited it, he modernized it with all of the extra as a way for women to be able to do sex work in a safe environment, which I respect wholeheartedly. Being a former FBI agent, too many sex workers were lured into dangerous positions and ended up being a statistic on my radar. I want you to know, I'm going to make sure you come for me at every listing we're showed, so you'll need to be my very good, very tongueless little mute today.
Yes, sir.
That's my good fucking girl. I nibble at her lobe, spanking her before pulling away, then thread my fingers through hers so we can leave. We fly from Boston Logan to JFK, Damon having gotten us first-class tickets before he and Jonas left for RMU this morning when I told him our plans. It's still early in the morning, not even close to noon when we land, and soon we're meeting our real estate agent and Elena's friend, Maxine Bosworth, at a 3-story townhouse in Manhattan where I find out Siren's not wearing any panties under her tights and my fingers get greedy. The second listing is a quaint home on the outskirts of Brooklyn where I make her come on my tongue bent over the kitchen island, but my favorite was the third listing, a high-rise penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows, a gym, 6 bedrooms, each with a bathroom, a study I was planning to convert into a library as well, and a spacious, open floor plan where the kitchen, living room, and den were connected. Maxine stepped away to take a call, and I pressed my Siren's front against the glass of the living room window. Look at all those people down there. Shh, shh, shh. Be my good girl, tongueless. I rasped, rolling her drenched tights down, loving the scent of her arousal, my mouth watering. I unzipped my slacks and kicked her legs apart, jerking my hard, heavy cock, finding the entrance to her sopping wet center. Any one of them could look up one day, or even the people in the office building next door, and they'd find you just. I impale her slowly, like... I withdraw until it's only the tip of me inside. This. I groan, loving the way her pussy molds to my dick whenever I push back into her heat. My good fucking girl. I nibble on her lobe, kissing the juncture between her neck and beneath her ear, reaching around to strum that swollen little button. You've been so fucking good all day, Siren. She clenches around me and my balls draw up. I'm not going to last. Every single time you've come for me today has had me ready to blow my load into my slacks. Do you know how difficult it is to hold back and not rut into you like an animal? She shakes her head. It's maddening to taste you. Nectar, ambrosia, honey straight from the gods comes out of your juicy little cunt every single time. I grunt between thrusts. She trembles, trying to be so good for me, biting her succulent lip in our reflection. I want you to be the very best girl for me and squeeze your pussy. She does, and I almost lose it. Again, sweet girl, I'm almost there. I'm so ready to fill you quickly before Max comes back. I need you to squeeze. Oh, fuck, that's it. Every time she clenches around me, I'm so close to breaking. Fire licks down my spine, reaching as low as it can until I feel like my balls are so heavy and hot, seeking this orgasm I've been denying myself in order to see her break for me. Spoiled little rich girl letting your professor fuck you against a window. Are you bored, little one? All that money and you still seek a thrill. We could get caught. All those times flashing me your panties from under your desk, playing with this greedy little pussy. Images of her in her little skirt, parting her thighs for me. Tongueless little slut on my desk, spreading your thighs for your professor. You were such a naughty whore for me. She shakes her head. Liar. You were such a bad little girl. Siren. I'm so fucking close to losing it. And I fucking lived for it. That's right. Milk my cock, a greedy girl. Oh, fuck. There it is. There it is, Siren. I shove as deep as I can get into her, coming so hard my vision blurs. There it fucking is. I praise when she comes around me, gripping me so tight I can barely move. Take it all. Before I withdraw, I pull something out of my pocket, a Diva cup I ordered, washed, and then put into a bag just for this. I get down on one knee, watch my seed flow out of her and into the cup, folding it properly the way so many videos I watched taught me, and then, shh, let me do this. I push it in and find the angle I need until I feel it settle into place with my fingers. Standing to my full height, I roll up her tights over her hips, smooth down her skirt, and then turn her to face me. As soon as Damon takes that filthy thing out of your arm, Siren, I'll fuck you the first time you bleed and every day after. And this little thing, I tap her pussy. Every time I leave my cum inside of you, I'll have it hold my seed so you're full of me all day, every day, and the first child you have will be mine. I'll suck the milk from your breasts every morning, noon, and night. You will be mine in every sense of the word. Like I said to you before, there is no escaping me. Ever. Light brown eyes with bursts of gold blink up at me. Where something like this should scare a sane woman, my sweet girl drapes her arms over my shoulders and kisses me, breaking away only to smile and nudge her nose against mine. Is that what you want? I ask, searching those drops of honey clashing with bronze. She moves my hand from around her waist to the soft swell of her stomach.
More than anything, a future with you, them. Forever, no matter what it takes. I want it. We burn together, beastie.
There. My heart, it fills with so many positive emotions, it's fit to burst. I nod at her, my sentiments mirroring hers. I do smirk, however, at my new nickname. That's right, Raven. We burn together. She did it for you? Damon's echoing words cause me to grin down at her, imagining what our little one would look like, and I pray it has her eyes. But he was wrong. She did it for us, all of us.
So, how do we feel about this one?
Raven grins cheekily, still glowing from her orgasm. The beast in me wants to thump on my chest with a fist in pride. We'll have to talk it over with our other partners, but if you can drop the paperwork for each of the listings so far, we can go over them properly. I reply to Maxine, my arm tightening around my woman's middle. Maxine's brown eyes bounce between Raven and me, and she smiles widely.
Perfect. We just have 2 more listings to see, but I'll have the office prepare the documents and send to you and Dr. Archer and little Jonas.
I almost laughed that anyone would describe Jonas as little, since he's the tallest and bulkiest out of the 3 of us. But then again, Maxine has known Elena for over 20 years. It's past 5 by the time we cross the bay over the Brooklyn Bridge and make it into, well, Brooklyn Heights in the Landmark District. The first home she takes us to is a 4-story townhome-like mansion with beige-colored stone and a yard large enough for Kronos to prance around. It's quite beautiful, and a plus is the basement that was renovated to fit a gym, mirrored walls included. The first floor is the kitchen, a study, the den, a living area. The second is another living area, 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The third has the primary bedroom, large, vast, and ostentatious, a study and a library. The 4th floor has a private theater, a larger study I can see becoming Raven's recording studio. The best part is the fourth floor connects to the roof with a view of the skyline, but also has a little greenhouse full of plants. Maxine goes down to answer yet another call, and I make sure Raven sucks me to oblivion in the little greenhouse. When we meet Max downstairs, she's grinning from ear to ear, a knowing look in her eye and a blush in her cheeks. I'm almost certain this house is meant to be our home, but it seems to be set into stone when we walk out of the mansion, and there, getting out of a black Escalade with a pink briefcase, is Sabrina. She yelps when she spots us and runs toward us, her pink heels clacking along on the sidewalk.
Raven, oh my God, and you?
Her eyes widen when she sees me.
Oh my God, you're Maverick Harrington.
She blushes, covering her mouth with a rose-gloved hand.
Is this who Jonas was so tight-lipped about?
Raven nods shyly.
Oh my God, you lucky slut.
She squeals into Raven's ear.
Oh, are you moving to the area? Maxine, it's so nice to see you.
Max grins at her, waving as she answers her phone again, and Sabrina turns her attention back on us.
Oh, please have dinner with me. I have reservations at Maddox, but my clients just canceled. Please.
She begs a little, her hands in Raven's, and when Raven's eyes widen when she looks up at me, doe-eyed and large, I relent. I look over at Maxine. Where is the last listing?
Massapequa.
Sabrina makes a face.
Oh, darling, no. If you're here for Juilliard, which is why I'm assuming you're looking to move here.
Siren and I both nod.
Oh, Raven, I love this for you. I'm so proud of you. But Massapequa? You'd spend just 2 hours trying to get to the city alone. I promise you, here to Central Park is 35 minutes on a bad day.
I like those odds. A lot. That listing won't be necessary, I tell Maxine, and she nods at us, continuing her conversation on the phone. Raven, eyes still large and hopeful, gaze up at me. Yes, Siren, we can have dinner with your friend.
Oh my gosh, he calls you Siren. Oh, I could just melt.
Sabrina places the back of her hand on her forehead and sighs dreamily.
All right, let me put my things up, change my shoes, and... Oh, Parker.
A tall, lean, but well-built man dressed in all black who's been standing behind Sabrina for the past 10 minutes crosses his arms over his chest and gives one curt nod.
Don't be rude. This is Raven and her, partner, Mr. Harrington.
Just Maverick.
Oh, of course. Maverick. They'll be joining me for dinner. Looks like we're headed back to the city after all.
If he's annoyed, he makes no sign, just another nod. He turns away and strides to the front door of the second mansion down from the one we were shown. Raven gasps excitedly and points, practically vibrating where she's standing when she sees her friend only lives 2 doors down. Raven runs behind her, and I go to grab our bags from the back of Maxine's SUV, thank her for her time today, and say goodbye. Just as she said, it takes us 30 minutes to get back to the city, the air, now that it's darker and crisp and even colder than before. We walk into Maddox, a lavish, upscale restaurant, and are seated immediately by the hostess. Sabrina asks questions, and I answer. Her bodyguard, Parker, stands to the right with his back against the wall. He isn't the only one. Seems a lot of people here need bodyguards, but they're treated as furniture, almost camouflaged with the wall of the place. He only nods or shakes his head when Sabrina asks him something.
Were you going to stay in the city? I saw you had luggage.
No, we were going to go to Eden afterward. She pales, her fork stopping midway to her mouth before making his journey again. That's your fiancé's club, isn't it? She swallows whatever she's chewing and she nods, placing a practiced smile on her face.
Yes, it is.
Could you take us? Seeing as you probably know the place and marrying the owner.
I don't have access. Maxim doesn't want me going there.
Taking a sip of her water from the crystal glass, then changes the subject to what I teach and when I began at Columbia. Still that smile on her face. Huh. We don't have time to stop at Eden that evening, Sabrina having kept us entertained with a small tour in Brooklyn Heights when we get back to her mansion. We board our flight, touching down in Boston just after 1 a.m. By the time we get home, it's just after 2. Tired, we open the door to find Damon and Jonas watching a movie in the living area, waiting for us with Kronos at their feet, Lucifer either asleep elsewhere or finding something else to destroy. We take off our coats and hang them before joining them. "Hey, baby," Jonas grins, our girl going to him for kisses, then up to Damon to do the same, sitting in his lap, throwing her arms around him. "Hello, little bird. You've been unbearably missed today," he replies, kissing her cheeks and then her lips.
Missed you.
Jonas gets from where he's sitting and sits between Damon's thighs, pulling off her boots and then pushing the hem of her skirt up, groaning when he sees she's bare under the skirt. "You've been like this all day, baby?"
Yes.
She moans, Damon grabbing her thighs and spreading them wide, the skirt bunching around her middle. God, what a pretty little fat pussy. Jonas wastes no time kissing her swelling clit, praising her for being our dirty girl. It's when his fingers plunge into her that he turns to look at me. "What the fuck is that?" I grin. "A menstrual cup." He looks at Raven. "Did you start your period, baby? Need me to make you feel better?" She giggles, shaking her head no. "Then why is this in her?" I watch as his fingers thrust deeper into her dark pink cunt. Raven gasps, the cup plopping out of her, landing on the ground, and the view of my cum on the ground dribbling from the cup and flowing from her cunt makes me deliriously satisfied. I make eye contact with Damon, silver flames dance in his eyes, and he smirks. "You're getting her used to it?" I nod. "Deranged beast?" He's one to talk. I tip my fingers to my lips. "Proactive," I defend, using Jonas's favorite word to describe the demented mastermind. "Are you sore, baby? Did your professor fuck you all over Manhattan?" Jonas asks, pushing his fingers, palm up, back in her what I already know is her tight channel.
Yeah.
She pouts, making big doe eyes at him, then looks at me.
Kiss it better.
I stand from where I am, removing my suit jacket, carefully placing it on the arm of the oversized microfiber sofa, removing my tie, unbuttoning my shirt, and then my trousers, standing in nothing but my socks and boxer briefs. "I'll do more than that, sweet girl. I have to fill you back up again." I kneel beside Jonas, who's still finger-fucking her dark pink cunt. "You have your meeting tomorrow in Maryland. Shouldn't you be asleep?" Oh, yeah, but this is more important than sleep." "That it is." I grunted him, shoved my finger along with his into her slick entrance, and dive into my midnight snack. Remember how beautiful she looked this morning, coming all over my tongue in that house Maxine showed us, biting her hand to keep from screaming. I'll never tire of making her come. Jonas spreads his fingers wide, but I slip mine out to play with her asshole, and Damon does me the favor of spreading her thighs more so we can get better access. Might be an all-nighter, I say between licks, jackhammering my tongue against that suede-like bud, sucking her into my mouth, spanking her inner thighs when she bucks, accepting my finger into her pink asshole. Her hands go to my hair and she pulls, her little moans turning into breathy gasps that get me ready to come for her again. Fuck, I'm okay with that. Let me taste her. I've missed her all day. You weren't allowed to do that again, by the way. It was supposed to be a surprise, but just don't take her from me. I don't like not having her home. I switch with him, my fingers working in tandem with his to stretch her. I stare at the way his tongue licks from her entrance to her clit, over and over, trying to work his tongue into her pussy while his nose strums her clit. So fucking good. Pup, you were fine. She was fine.
Safe.
Raven breathes and pride races through me. That's right, little bird. You were safe with the grumpy professor. He reassures, licking her neck, murmuring more words as she clenches around us. Embarrassingly, it doesn't take us more than 30 minutes to have us all coming and filling her up. Seems they missed her a little too much. We fall asleep in the downstairs bedroom, too exhausted to make it upstairs. She sleeps between me and Jonas, Damon cuddled up behind him, his hand on her hip. After she falls asleep, I take just a few more moments of reminiscing the day, clutching her to me, listening to the wind begin to howl and watching the snow accumulate once more in the late January night. Safe. But it takes less than 20 hours before it's made known to us that she was right. Simon Hoover wasn't the last, because we all get home not even 20 minutes late, and she's gone. And we all lose our fucking minds. Chapter 31. Shadow. I was a good man once. Probably still am. I had hopes, dreams, and desires. I had endless money at my disposal, and when I turned 18, I was going to have even more money at my fingertips. I was ready to go to college, travel a bit, and see the world without parental supervision. The dream ended the day I turned 18, and I found all of my acceptance letters in the trash. Except one. Rayne-Moore University welcomes you. Blah, blah, fucking blah. I took the letter straight to my father's office and threw it down on his desk. What the fuck is this? He turned in his chair, taking off his glasses, peering down at the page, then back up at me. Congratulations, son. Seems you've been accepted to the most prestigious university in the Northeast. What about Hartford? Yale? That's not in the works for you. This is. You'll follow in my footsteps, your grandfather's footsteps, his father before him. This is our legacy. I know all about your legacy. I don't want it to be mine. I didn't ask for this. Nobody asks for this. It's handed down. Generation after generation. It's a privilege and an honor. It's how we work, how we merge and grow. I shake my head. No, you have no other options. You can't. I've already let the other universities know you won't be attending. Instead, you'll be touring Rayne-Moore's campus come spring. Set in stone, son. Now, sit down and I'll tell you why it's such a privilege, why it's an honor, and how you'll be my legacy. My knee bounced as he spoke, his voice never rising in pitch or tone, robotic. I don't want this, I repeated when he was done. He leans back in his chair, leather, expensive, polished, looking like the very epitome of wealth. Oh, son, everyone wants this. We are an amalgamation of everything one should fear. Power, wealth. I stand up, interrupting him. It's not what I want. Then leave, and you'll be penniless. You go out in that world without this opportunity, and you'll live like they do, slaving away at a 9-to-5 and barely making it, not even thriving, son, barely surviving at a job you hate. You may have gotten into those schools, but without my money, the money we've accumulated from mergers and negotiations, you'll have no tuition. He's dead serious. You're an asshole. No, son, I'm honest. Hands on my hips, I turn, then scrub my hands down my face. So I have to kill someone? It's a small price to pay to have the world at your feet. You think any of this would have been possible without your forefathers' sacrifices? I shake my head again, walking out of his office and up to my room and mourn my future. I blink away the memory, keeping my eyes on the colonial home in front of me, watching as Raven kisses Damon and Maverick goodbye like she always does. Every fucking morning I have to watch her practically mouth fuck them before they leave, big stupid grins on their faces as they step out the door. Christ! They hardly ever close the blinds, and Jonas, he's the worst. But he doesn't leave early with her or other men today, which I was expecting. Coincidentally, I overheard a conversation his father was having with mine about meeting NFL scouts. It wasn't his fault they lost the game. He had been on the other side of the field waiting for River to throw him the ball. He never did. It was a selfish play and stupid, costing them the state championship by 1 fucking point. I was rooting for them, I really was. That was my team at one point. But again, he's the one with the girl, and I'm not. He's the one chasing his dreams, and I'm not. No, instead, I'm fucking watching them fuck like rabbits on their breakfast table, and god damn, I always knew it, but Raven has the most perfect pair of teardrop tits I've ever seen. Watching them bounce and dip to meet his tongue has me heating up. I should look away. I should not shove my cold hand into my pants and jerk myself until I come with them. I shouldn't. But I do, wishing I could hear her fall apart for him, imagining it's me she's clenching around. I'm a fucking peeping Tom now. That's what I've been reduced to, a pervert hiding in the trees, watching through binoculars, waiting for the perfect chance. There's a slab of meat in my backpack for that big fucking dog of theirs. I've thought of everything, including going old school and using chloroform and a rag so I don't hurt her. It's the last thing I want to do again. Then again, I didn't partake last time. I only watched. I was a witness. I should have stopped it, but when Tyler had suggested it and it became an entire group thing due to Thad and Simon overhearing him, it was supposed to be easy, 4 against 1. Jacob is the lookout, me as the witness, but then Ashley. Fuck, I always hated her. She really thought it would bring her and Thad closer, but it tore them apart once she came back. Raven did them a favor, though. One was bound to kill the other sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. It takes another hour, but Jonas finally leaves Raven for the day in a sleek black car, and she heads upstairs, opening the French balcony doors. For a moment, I watch with bated breath as she sits on a chair, and out comes her cello. She's everything I've ever wanted, everything I've ever looked for in a woman, especially before. The women I dated could never hold a candle to Raven Olivia Monroe, her laugh. Her wit, her stubbornness, her drive, her dreams. She was perfect, is perfect. When the Prescotts got her during negotiations, I was so upset. So fucking upset. Still, not as upset as Tyler. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I agreed. I should have stopped it. I had so many chances to make it right. I didn't want this. She places her fingers on the strings, back straight, and lifts her brow, and there, I almost cry as the beginning notes to something I've only heard being streamed from Jonas's Instagram reels playing. I'm getting a live performance and my heart cracks open. The melody is so raw, so fucking tragic, so gut-wrenching, but I can hear it now with her. The accompanying instruments, it's all in her head, but she's going for it, building to a crescendo, loud and unapologetic. A tear slips free, and I wipe it away quickly. I don't have much time. Our jet leaves in a few hours. I swear she spots me, like she did at Simon's funeral, where I swear she was shouting,
Come out, wherever you are.
Well, here I come, Raven. Trust me, it's better this way. I only hope she'll forgive me when she finds out everything. I don't know what Prescott has planned for her, but it has to be me. Arlo is gone, and his henchmen, his lackeys, are even worse. The big dog of hers barks from downstairs, and she's quick to stop playing, calling out to him, running down to him, and I watch as she puts on her coat and boots. Well, I guess it's now or never. Chapter 32. Jonas. Ready? Maverick asks, backing out of the parking spot from the airport. Fuck yes. Just get me home to our girl, please. I reply, fastening my seatbelt, then fixing it so it doesn't rub against my neck or choke me. Damon chuckles from beside Maverick. We'll be there soon. It's still early and there's no traffic. I haven't talked to her all day. Even with our quickie this morning, it was so hard to go. The coaches and scouts for the New York NFL team I met with were promising great things. Yes, there would be a bit of traveling, but from February to mid-July, I would be pretty free. I would also be able to have my girl and Guy and Maverick come with me. I told them we are a unit. I'm sure one of the two wouldn't mind staying behind with Mav since he'll be teaching at Columbia come fall. Plus, as a Texan, the man almost bleeds football. When I asked what team he rooted for, he just grinned and said whatever team I play for will be his favorite, which made me squirm inside. So I grunted at him, Maverick style. We signed on the mansion in Brooklyn Heights, Mav almost fainting when he saw the $15 million price tag, but we assured him it was no big deal and it would be his house as much as ours. But he offered to put in whatever his old house sold for to contribute to the price, and we agreed. Whatever makes him feel more at ease. I mean, I know what it's like to think you have a home and family and then it's taken away from you out of nowhere. Even without this money, his name will be on the deed. But if this is what he needs to have peace of mind, then so be it. Damon put our house up for sale, unfortunately not with Maxine as our realtor, and I didn't let him choose any members of the syndicate that were listed as realtors in the area. The last thing those fuckers deserve is our money. So, it turns out none of the pictures found at the Hoover mansion were of any women that were reported missing in the area. He tells us, merging onto the highway that takes us straight home. But your mother was right. They found more paperwork with the Whitmores the more they dug deeper. There's a new ongoing investigation. I tap my fingers along my knee, something not settling well with me. The good thing is there is nothing mentioned in the Andersons. I look up at him in the rearview mirror and roll my eyes. The Whitmores, Hoovers, Winters, McHalesons, etc., they're all medium to low on the money pole. Of course the Andersons aren't touching them. The Winters, that's Sabrina's family name, isn't it? I nod. Yeah, I'm sure they'd be up higher if her brother hadn't drowned when he was 12 and they could have negotiated with someone and arranged a marriage. They're divorce lawyers. I thought you couldn't divorce in the syndicate. I shake my head. You can't. Like John, Raven's stepdad, you can only remarry if your spouse dies. How did Monroe's wife die? Officially? Suicide? I murmur, and my gaze flicks back out to the window as we start crossing the bridge to get to Kingston. Unofficially, she was found at the bottom of the stairs, having been pushed when she tried to leave them in the middle of the night. Mom hears all the gossip from the maids. That's why she gets along with them so well. Mav makes a face, and Damon turns in his seat to face me. Aren't Sabrina's parents divorced? Yeah, but that was a special case. I don't know what all happened after Charlie died, but because he no longer had a legacy, Sabrina being a girl and all, there was nothing really tying them together anymore. Now, if Sabrina has a son, he automatically gets grandfathered into the syndicate as a legacy due to blood relations, even if they're dirt poor, and that's few and far between. It's the only time you'll see someone without money at Rayne-Moore, and again, they're low on the totem pole. They don't get to marry anyone of high class unless they miraculously begin to make millions of dollars while they're there. But they do become syndicate henchmen. Huh. So many rules. Damon grumbles with a lifted brow, turning back in his seat to face forward. He has no idea. It's dead silence when I open the front door. Honey, we're home, I call out, but again, there's no flow of cello music stopping, no feet running from upstairs to get to me, and it's fucking cold in the house. Freezing. Siren, Mav calls out. Kronos barks from the backyard, but it sounds weak. My stomach swoops when he whines, pawing at the ground. Baby! I make my way from the front door to the back and see the back door wide open. I can hear the guys walking behind me, and when I look outside, my heart stops. Kronos is walking in circles, sniffing the yard and growling. Amorette! Damon cries, but Kronos keeps whining. I run upstairs, seeing the balcony doors open, and scream for her again. Nothing. Jonas! Maverick yells for me from downstairs. What? I run back downstairs, my heart racing. She's not here. The app. I look over at Damon, eyes wild. Where is she? He shrugs. Her last known location was over the Atlantic. I can't. Check the fucking cameras. Someone took her. She wouldn't leave us. On it. Mav says, nodding and heading to the study. My palms are sweating, stomach cramping. I shouldn't have gone. I knew going to meet those coaches was a bad idea. Damon tries to shush me, but I move away from his touch, rejecting it. Not now. I can't right now. I tell him, hoping he understands this isn't about him. This wasn't your fault. Yes, it was. We all knew someone was watching. We thought it was Arlo, remember? My stomach tightens and I groan. Playing football in front of thousands, whatever. My mom telling me I have to find the ledger and burn it, sure. But Raven being taken? I can't stand it. They could be doing anything to her. Anything. Why isn't the chip working? Mav stares at the computer screen and Damon looks down at his phone. It is. It just lost signal. It happens crossing over the ocean. Like it's roaming? I ask, feeling a bit better knowing I'll be able to pinpoint her location. Exactly like that. Got it. It doesn't show much, but the person that came through was swift, all black, even the boots. Distracted Kronos with meat. What time? 40 minutes after you left. 40 minutes? 40 fucking minutes? I was gone for 3 hours. We were gone, Jonas. We. Teach me how to use your gun. He doesn't question me. He just stands and nods, and we go downstairs to the basement gym. Damon follows, but his eyes are glued to his phone, typing away. Mav opens the safe we have down there and pulls out guns and ammo. I should be questioning it, second-guessing myself. I've never held a gun before, but as soon as he places it in my hand, the weight of it feels right, and all I can think about is gunning anyone and everyone responsible. I want blood. Nobody touches my girl. There's a shooting range in town. Let's go until she pops up again. You may not have a killer aim, but let's get you as close as we can. We pack up everything we can think of, including clothes for our girl. I call my mom on the way to the shooting range, telling her what happened, and she's quick to send the jet to us from Maine. We've been shooting for 2 hours straight, and I've finally gotten the hang of it, getting as close to the target as I possibly can. I don't let my mind wander to anything other than this. Damon is too, shooting closer and closer to the red dot when he gets an alert on his phone. She's showing again. She's in. They're over land now, but I think they're headed to Wales. I check my phone, seeing a notification from my mom stating the family jet will be landing in 30. They're all gonna fucking die, Damon. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I know it's true. I'm sure as fuck not leaving any survivors, and if I'm scaring him right now, he makes no sign of it. But something flashes in his gravestone eyes and understanding. Agreed. We don't stop by the house to grab anything, just head straight to the airport where my father's jet is waiting for us. I don't eat. I don't sleep. I just pace about the luxurious cabin planning absolute fucking mayhem on the fuckers that took my girl. Jonas, if you don't sleep, you're not going to be able to think straight until we get to her. We wasted time going to the range, I reply to Maverick. He shakes his head, pushing his glasses up. We would have had to wait for the jet anyhow, and with the way it was snowing when we left. I know what he's thinking. Any minute later, they would have said we couldn't fly out. The gun tucked into the waistband of my jeans on my back feels good and cool against my fevered skin. We have no idea what's waiting for us. Damon interrupts my thinking. But that doesn't matter. I'll fuck every single one of them up. We're going in blind. Maverick shrugs. A lot of the time, that's how it was in the FBI. Sometimes SWAT didn't show up on time. Sometimes there weren't enough cops to call for backup, and it was just you and your partner or your team going in. I've been shot at, tasered, stabbed, and even had cocaine blown in my face as a distraction. It's Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will. The good thing is, we have her location. His eyes tear away from mine to Damon's, who's staring down at his phone, nods. Which is more than nothing. How are you so fucking calm? Because I have to be. I was trained to be. Which is why I'm telling you to sleep. If you overthink and overworry, you could shoot the wrong person if you're too riddled with anxiety or too exhausted. Exhaustion is a killer. Try to sleep. We'll wake you when we land, and if we find anything out while you're asleep, we'll update you when you wake up. I sit in one of the pods, and Damon throws a blanket and a pillow at me, his face locked on the screen of his laptop. I close my eyes, itchy and dry from exhaustion, replaying the morning I had with my girl. It was perfect. It was so fucking perfect. How? Why? Who? These questions swirl in my mind as I finally fall into a fitful sleep. Damon shakes me awake when we're landing, and Maverick was right. I needed the sleep. A black Rolls-Royce picks us up from the runway, and we're off, and they catch me up. I pull out my phone, freaking the fuck out when there's only 2 dots on my screen, Mav's and Damon's. They've heard her taking that thing out. Who knows what else they've done to her? I can't think about it, but I do let it fuel me. It's okay, Jonas. I chipped her a second time. I had a feeling. You had a feeling and you didn't tell me? There's no way you really thought Simon was the last of this. He's right, I didn't. I grunt, looking out to the window, watching the fat, heavy snowflakes billowing by. I'm so fucking sick of the goddamn snow. I want rainy days with my girl. I want to have her on my lap reading while I watch TV. I want to swim naked in a pond while the raindrops make the water ripple against her skin, and I want to watch her dancing in my jersey while pretending to throw down a football. I want to kiss my jersey number she has tatted on her ribcage and feel the raised ink under my fingertips. I want to go trick-or-treating with her because I didn't get to as a kid. I want to make every memory with her I can. I want to move out of Massachusetts with her and build a life, marriage, kids, all of it. Doesn't matter which comes first. Our girl didn't either. I think she was expecting this. That makes my stomach clench. Why didn't she tell me that? I hope she can see her wrist. Whatever they're doing to her, I need her to know we're coming for her. Where the fuck are we? According to GPS, we're 12 minutes away from our first stop. Damon says, his tone low and even. I don't want it low and even. I want him to be something, anything but so goddamn cool, calm, and collected. Am I the only one feeling crazy? Where are we stopping? There's a military base. I've already spoken to a friend of mine who's a sergeant there. Said he could get us a few things we might need. Like what? Bulletproof vests, for one. We don't know who we're dealing with. If we go, we have to come back as one unit. His friend hands us a duffel bag full of everything from the vests to blades and rations at a gate. We don't even go inside the gate. We all remove our gloves, coats, and shirts, shove the vests on, and redress. But it takes us an hour to get to her. The mansion is practically a fucking fortress. Guards walk with large German shepherds pacing around. There's an at least 8-foot-tall brick fence surrounding the entire place. And Raven's little dot on Damon's phone, it says she's stark in the fucking middle of the place. There's no way they have her in the middle of the place like fucking bait. They don't want us. They want her. They'd take her somewhere not easily accessible. We stay quiet. Wine cellar, I think out loud. How the fuck are we supposed to do this? I ask, swallowing thickly. How did they do it? Maverick asks, but I'm sure it's rhetorical. I think for a moment. By watching and waiting for a moment of weakness. He nods. All right. I jump my chin to the mansion. Let's strategize and get our girl.
Chapter 33. Raven. My breaths are shallow and ragged as panic rises through me. Along with the bile, I swallow it down. My wrists are tied, not behind my back, but to the sides of the bed I'm on. I shimmy, trying to pull my wrist through, but whatever I'm tied up with tears at the skin. I stop tugging and start squirming, my ankles getting pulled as well, and I let out a silent scream. The back of my neck is killing me, and I know they've cut it out of me. But how did they know? It's not dark. That's my only saving grace. But a single bulb dangles from the ceiling in the center of the room. I'm in a hospital gown, concrete walls, a steel toilet, and a shower beside it in the corner. Oh God, I lean as far as I can to the side and release the bile in a weak cough, then spit the remainder onto the concrete floor. I'm back at Lorne Wood. I'm in solitary. But why? I've been good. I was a good girl. Images of Damon, Maverick, and Jonas flit through my brain, but I can't check my wrist. My wrist is bound at my side. Have I been here this whole time? Was it all a dream? I can't remember. Someone, please! The words don't come. They're there, balancing on the tip of my tongue, begging to be said. But then they're gone. I try to calm my breathing. I'm okay. I've done this before. I survived before. I was thriving. Wasn't I?
Raven, baby.
I look around the room as though Jonas is talking in my ear. I'm alone. No. The door opens and someone in scrubs comes up to me, but they're wearing a face mask as though I'm diseased. I flinch when their fingers feel cool against my hot skin. Something pokes my arm, and then I fly. I dream of them. I think Damon's kisses, Maverick's praise, Jonas calling me baby. I blink awake, not startled, not like before. This feels like I've woken up from a dream on my own. I'm sluggish, but it's not like before. I turn my head to try to get a better view of my surroundings, other than the concrete walls and the toilet. The ground is also cemented, but it's new. Squinting my eyes, I try to see more past the fog in my brain and the black that dots the edges of my vision. Stairs. Now my breathing kicks up. Something I can see. My toes. Something I can feel. The leather straps on my wrists and ankles. Something I can hear. I strain my ears, trying to hear anything. But it's obsolete, deafening silence. Okay. Nothing there. That's okay. Something I can smell. Myself. Ugh. Okay, I won't think about that. This isn't like before. I'm not at Lornwood, and I'm not in that goddamn locker. That was a hallucination. This is real. I am real. Something I can taste. My bile from earlier. Okay, Raven. Think. How did I get here? What was my last memory? Walking back into the house, I was letting Kronos back in. There was growling and grunting, and then darkness. So where am I? It's freezing in here. My fingertips are numb and I can't feel my toes. The flimsy mattress I'm on doesn't offer my spine much comfort from the steel underneath it. There's a creaking on the stairs, and then a slam of a door that makes me flinch. 1, 2, 17 steps. The stairs have 17 steps. A large man comes through my blurry vision. I tense when I can smell him. Loud hints of patchouli, cedarwood, and citrus. It's a delicious smell. A smell I've smelled for months, dancing at Inferno. There's a squeak as he sits beside me.
Oh, Raven, good, you're awake. Or should I say, Chloe.
He says my dancing alias with disgust as he looms over me. Twin blue icicles piercing straight through me. He holds something out and it lands on my chest. The familiar black and gold trim of my moth mask glitters in the faint light. The eye holes ruined, staring back at me in shame, judging me. This isn't real. I shake my head. But it is. It is real. I can't afford to hide in the recesses of my mind anymore. I have to push through. I have to stay here. I have to.
I should have known. All those months of you sitting in my lap, leaning into the conversations, clinging to me. It was smart, Raven, very smart. Truly, I thought you were just the worst dancer ever. I knew you would have been great for my Tyler. That's why I negotiated with John for you. From the moment I saw you in that little red string bikini and you flipped your brother off, I wanted you for myself, at first. Granted, I wanted you once all of you developed. I'm not attracted to children. Plus, the age difference.
I can feel his breath so close to my lips.
I knew you were going to be sensational, capable of great, beautiful things when I saw but a fraction of your spitfire, although murder wasn't one of the things when I imagined you for myself or my son.
Chills everywhere send shivers running through every inch of my fiber. I tremble uncontrollably, breathing out to see little puffs of fog. It's so fucking cold.
You know, Raven, Chase, his death I could have forgiven. I would have welcomed you with open arms. Reardon, well, the boy had been set up for failure since birth, but my son, my only, as much as the twink liked getting his asshole reamed, he was still my son, still able to produce an heir, a legacy. Reardon as well, but it's better when the blood comes directly from your line.
He lifts a finger, delicately tracing the scar on my temple, over my cheekbone, down to my chin, and up to my bottom lip, pressing down on it harshly, as though he's testing it out for himself.
A beautiful creature, so broken.
I blink back the tears that are burning behind my lids. He's wrong. I'm not broken.
So you turned 17, I made the proper arrangements and purchased you for my son. Your mother was a bit hesitant, of course, pleading with me to at least let you graduate from Rayne-Moore, which was fine and well. An educated woman can be intriguing at times, so I agreed. I mean, what good is a dinner party without a little banter and debating, eh? Imagine my surprise when my son tells me you've been applying to other schools, music schools. Did you know I was the one who made sure Rayne-Moore offered a greater program so you wouldn't be tempted to leave?
I shake my head.
I thought so. As soon as the contract between your parents and I was signed, I poured so much money as an anonymous donor so that you would love it there. But then you had that little incident, and you became a defective mute.
I inwardly cringe at the word defective. His callousness toward my little incident makes my blood boil. I struggle in my binds, needing to claw his eyes out. I'm going to kill this motherfucker.
Shh, Raven.
He soothes, but all it does is make me feel sicker.
That, too, I could have bargained with, used you as a sort of prop. The agreement was only made to further tie the Prescotts and the Monroes. After all, it was your voice that was gone. Your pussy and your womb still worked. I mean, the actual word they used to describe you was intact, a virgin. And you being tycoon money on your mother's side, well, that was just a bonus. But Tyler said no. He didn't want a mute, brain-dead wife, so I called it off. Made negotiations across the pond. Cost your parents a pretty little penny, but all was well, until photos of my son were blasted to the media. See, Butterfly.
I hold in my flinch when his hand goes to my hair, gingerly petting me as though I'm the most fragile thing in the world. If I could, I would projectile vomit in his face.
I already knew of my son's tendencies, but for the world to see a Prescott, my son, this large 6'4", 250-pound quarterback bent over with his ass getting rutted into and crying out for more like a cock-throating slut, you'd understand why it turned into such a scandal. Then the Royals we had negotiated with pulled out of their contract, which in turn cost me a pretty little penny. Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm not the villain in your story, not really. And yet, I'm the one that's lost the most.
He says those last words slowly, as if softly singing them. His hand stops petting me, fingers curling to pull, and my scalp prickles from the burn. I silently yelp.
What I don't understand is how it came to be.
He chuckles and resumes petting me, his fingers stopping at the tangles only to start over from my roots, over and over again.
I will say, Butterfly, once I had Arlo following you and he saw you signing to the Anderson boy, I had high hopes. But to find out you were Chloe... To find out you were my butterfly perched on my knee, getting all the details, killing us off one by one with no leads, just broken bones and flesh wounds. You know what I saw?
He stays quiet, waiting for my answer. I shake my head.
A queen. Finally, a woman so clever she could be a legacy herself. My late wife, Elise, didn't have the heart for it. Didn't have the heart for a lot of things, which is why we only had Tyler. I mean, Ashley Whitmore was there the night of your incident, but she didn't go through with it all. She didn't deliver a final blow, but you... 6 bodies in a matter of weeks. Chase, Tyler, Thad, Ashley, Simon, Thaddeus,
He trails off, his eyes light with a childlike wonder, like he's in awe of me. And that somehow makes him look 10 years younger. Fuck me. He'd be beautiful if he wasn't so fucking deranged. He's blaming me for Dean Whitmore's death, but I don't care. I'll take it. I'll take it if it means Damon is safe. He kisses the scar on my temple. I wish I could say that his breath is terrible, that he stinks, that he's ugly. But it doesn't. He doesn't. And he's not.
You'll have to tell me how you arranged for that to happen, Butterfly. The campus cameras show you were in class at the time of my old friend's death. If I'm honest, I don't think I want to know. I like a woman with a little mystery. It makes her that much more alluring. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't answer. Just watch him with narrowed eyes I hope resembles a glare. He pauses, reaching into his sports coat to the inside pocket.
One beautiful thing I did get to keep from my contract with the Royals was a merger with just one company.
He pulls out a vial and a syringe.
A pharmaceutical research company.
He stretches his arm up, shaking it into the light, the liquid tinted with yellow, and plunges the shaft of the needle into the rubber part of the vial.
This is a synthetic paralyzer and anesthetic. Neurosurgeons use this while conducting craniotomies when they need the patient awake. Isn't that fascinating?
I'm filled with foul dread, making bile rise to my throat once more as he injects it into my arm, only to pull out a second vial as my limbs grow heavier by the minute.
And this is injectable psilocybin with a side of methamphetamine. I heard you suffer from hallucinations, from your mother, no less, and unable to move from the anesthetic but unable to sleep from the methamphetamine. Let's just say you're patient 0.
He plunges the needle into my arm again with the second drug, and I spit at him. His eyes flare with excitement at the sound of my voice. Will kill you. He grins, the fucking psychopath, and kisses my forehead.
Of that I have no doubt you will, Butterfly. Until then, let's have some fun, shall we?
He flicks off the light, and it swings, glowing red. His features turn demonic as he makes it up the stairs, and all my nightmares come to life. The light flickers between red and white above me, gently swaying, and the shadows in the corners of the already dark room I'm in move with it.
Stars shining bright above you.
He steps out of the corner of the room, dark boots with mud on the sides, dark jeans, black zip-up pullover. The hood is up. As he steps carefully closer, spindly arms drag across the ground, fog-like, and I see he has no face. Not even the whites of his eyes are visible. I kick my legs, but it's futile. I can't even turn my head away from the grotesque form encroaching on me. I'm paralyzed, a prisoner in my own body. The hood comes down, and the mask comes off. Autumn eyes I've lost myself in distort and melt, pouring out of his eyeballs like hot wax down his cheekbones. Not real. I blink rapidly, but Jonas's features morph, and now I'm looking at Maverick, my devil, and that's what he morphs into, a demon come to torture me. Bile once again rises in my throat, and I swallow it down so I don't choke on it. Please! My moth mask sits heavy like a boulder on my abdomen, sinking into me. I can feel it coming alive and burrowing into me. Not real, not real. It squirms.
Tongueless, all tied up and nowhere to go.
He reaches out, his touch feather-light on my skin, but it feels wrong.
Worthless little thing, aren't you? Amorette.
Damon's voice is loud and it rings in my ears from the far corner of the room, fading in and out with every flickering sway of that fucking light bulb. He runs at me, and I swear he crashes into me. The bed shakes, or maybe it's me. Damon looms over me, and my heart sails through the concrete ceiling.
I suppose I always knew you were weak, years of therapy wasted, as useless as a flightless bird.
No. I blink, tears escaping and running down the corners of my eyes and into my hair. This isn't real. I close my eyes, my breathing erratic. It's freezing, but I'm hot all over. If I close my eyes, I can't see them.
Look at me, baby.
No.
Come on, Raven. Look at me. Look at me, baby. I said look at me.
My eyes snap open, and Jonas climbs onto the bed I'm strapped to, straddling me. A weightless ghost. But that moth is still fluttering inside of me.
Look who came to visit.
They grow out of the sides of his neck. Chase. Reardon. Blue eyes, now gray like ash. They move around like serpents, and I whimper, doing my best to get away, but I can't. I let out a sob and shut my eyes tight. Not real. I keep my eyes closed. I piss myself. I ignore the taunts. I sing to myself to drown out their voices until it's quiet. Then I make the mistake of opening my eyes, and it starts all over again. My sweet Kronos is a hellhound. Lucifer is a giant skeletal cat with fleshy bat wings. Maverick is a demon. Damon's just watching me, eyes glowing like silver flames. And Jonas has no eyes. The twins float and circle above me. The fucking light simply sways, casting more imaginary shadows that were once trapped in my mind. I don't know how long it takes. Hours, days. I'm starving. I'm wet, itchy, and smell of my urine. And there's no Lex this time to find me. Even if Shadow showed up, this one only watches from the corner, still as can be. Dirty boots, hands in his pockets. He's the only thing that doesn't shift or change into something or someone else. I drift, finally, shivering asleep, twitching. My hair itches, my skin burns, my brain feels like it's on fire, but I'm so very, very cold. I can't feel my toes. And then it's warm again. When my eyes shut for good to give me a moment's peace, I dream of them. The real them.
We're coming, baby. I love you, Amorette. We'll burn them down for you, Siren. Nobody will survive.
Retreating whispers that fill me with hope as I drift. And a melody begins to form, soft at first, in adagio, a cello, low and forewarning, The tempo accelerates with the accompaniment of violins. A piano causes goosebumps to break on my skin, and a clash of cymbals. My nipples peak from the cold, rubbing against the material of the hospital gown. I shiver as I dream of bathing in Stephen's warm blood, wearing my mask and nothing but the mask that he thinks is a butterfly. I can be good. I'll be so good.
Raven, baby.
I don't dare open my eyes.
We're coming, Angel.
Beautiful lies.
Gorgeous little bird.
Tears well into my eyes and seep out, warm against my face. There's a tap, tap, tapping against my cheek. My eyes flutter open. Blurry blue eyes, blonde hair. I don't allow myself to give him the satisfaction of hearing me scream.
You made a mess of yourself. Come, let's get you clean. And before you try to run, there are heavily armed guards standing at every exit and entrance. They're told to shoot on sight if you try to run. Now, I've unstrapped you. Sit up.
I get immediate vertigo sitting up and lean over, the last remaining bile landing on Stephen's shoes. I look at my wrist. Real. I really puked on his Armani's. Good. He helps me stand on weak, wobbly legs, my mask falling to the ground, just an inch away from my puddle of vomit, with not even one trace of disgust on his face, and leads me to a wall. I lean into him, hating myself for being so dependent on him. His warmth. He looks so fucking pleased with himself, utterly satisfied to have me dependent on him. He removes my scrub gown, and I'm completely bare for him. The thought alone makes me recoil, but Stephen holds me tighter, putting his hands against my flesh and squeezes roughly, the tips of his nails scratching. I try to push him off, but I'm too weak. I don't allow myself to cry. The water comes boiling on my skin, and I welcome the burn as I watch him lean, the water wetting his button up. He didn't bother to undress. He doesn't care that he's soaked. He merely cares about getting me clean, to be the shiny, pretty little dolly he remembers me as. A wash rag of soap, shampoo, conditioner. My bile washes off his Armani's, sliding down like yellow slime around my feet and down the drain. He dries me, carefully. Then it's a new hospital gown. I can hear the vials in his breast pocket clink together with every move he makes, and my skin slickens with nervous sweat. I shiver, the room colder with my hair wet. He uncaps, then hands me a tiny bottle of water. I chug it down.
Your men are circling my property,
He says once I'm sitting. Someone changed the thin mattress while he was showering me. Someone else was in here. I look around the room, unable to find shadow.
That was a surprise to me, Raven.
He pulls up the rolling chair and sits before me like he's my doctor. Is he? I look at my wrist. No.
You know, Arlo was my last remaining son, a half-breed. His mother's Puerto Rican genes overpowered the Prescott ones, and so he had the perfect cover. You know, he watched your little boyfriend's lectures and read over case files he closed to get an accurate sense of acting as a detective. All those pictures, Raven. You really should close your blinds. Sure had your professor nervous there for a while. But alas, your boyfriend was the smarter of the two, and because of that, I can admit defeat, and so here we are. Your lovers are circling my property, and you're in my prison, with my men standing guard and ready to shoot. So, I'll tell you what we're going to do.
He doesn't get another chance to finish his sentence. There's a commotion upstairs, violent and loud, and my heart stammers in my chest, hopeful, but unwilling to believe it, because if they're here, that means they aren't safe. The sound of fireworks goes off, as well as the music in my mind, a low, beautiful, mesmerizing hum. My breath hitches, my heart riding, and I lunge, knocking Stephen off the rolling chair and onto the floor and straddle him. The music begins, a low, beautiful hum, taking over me. I hear nothing but the music as I punch Stephen with all the strength I have in me. He swings back, trying to catch my arms, but I don't let him. I keep going until I hear a crash and thundering footsteps booming down the stairs, and all I can think about is the blood coating my fists and fingers. Stephen gurgles beneath me, but I'm not finished.
Little bird.
Hold him, I rasp, my voice heavy with vitriol as his eyes widen. So clear, so beautiful, so blue. I should be ecstatic that they're here. But nobody tries to break me and gets away with it. My vision is blurry and red when Jonas crouches before me, taking hold of Stephen's arms, his scent delicious and soothing. I let out a sob of happiness, wanting to do nothing more than crawl into his arms and never let go. But I reach into Stephen's breast pocket, the pretentious asshole, and fish out the vials and syringe. With shaky hands and numb fingers, I hold them up to the light to see the clear one and uncap the syringe.
Butterfly, don't do this.
Not your butterfly, I reply hoarsely, ready to plunge it into his chest. But Damon stops me, reading the vial, and his stare becomes narrowed and dangerous.
Allow me, Amoret. Maverick, help me with his sleeve.
A ripping sound. I don't dare look up from Stephen's busted face, and he doesn't dare look away from me. An ocean crashing against a steep brown rock.
A fucking queen.
He gurgles, and right before his jaw goes slack.
This won't kill me.
I hand Damon the other vial and quirk a brow at the handsome motherfucker at my mercy. Mercy I don't have to give. All of it will, I say clearly, finally tearing my eyes away to look at my deranged doctor, expertly shaking and then tipping the vial to fill the barrel. A mad scientist. A doctor. Mine. All mine. It takes 2 full rounds until Stephen is limp, his eyes moving back and forth, and I crawl to my mask, retrieving it from my puke pile and tug it on. I stand over Stephen and squat on his stomach like a paralysis demon and watch as his eyes fill with absolute terror. His breathing quickens, his chest going up and down quickly, and then quicker. Slight muffled screams fill the chamber we're inside.
He's pissing himself,
Maverick warns, but I don't move. Good. I stand over his body, cerulean eyes darting everywhere but my face, and I slap him so he can focus on me. I can feel his stomach doing something, and suddenly vomit fills his mouth. I stay, watching as he chokes on his own sick, until his chest stops moving. The deafening music in my mind decrescendos to a stop. When I rise over his corpse, I stumble backward, throwing my mask off. It clatters to the ground behind me, and finally, after looking at my wrist, I leap into their arms and allow myself to scream in pure, uncensored agony. And they let me. They don't ask me to stop. They don't shush me. What I am is wrapped in a soft blanket and carried up those 17 stairs.
Chapter 34. Damon. She finally stopped shivering and is asleep in my arms, but I don't dare let go of her. Not when Maverick put her feet in his lap. Not when Jonas asked me to give her and then sat between my legs so he could rest his head on her thigh, his hand on her tummy by mine. She's mine. 114 hours and 43 minutes. That's how long she was gone from my sight. Never a fucking again. The first 24 hours we roamed around the fence trying to find a break in the barrier. Thank God we're used to an even more bitter cold climate than here, and that Sebastian had included military-grade tactical pants, jackets, gloves, and rations. I'd never seen Maverick so in his element. By the 30th hour, we were able to calculate the time of rotations, determine the distance between the first break of trees to the gardens in the back and side yards, watching the exit and entry points. By the 70th hour, we were getting sick of the cold, but we finally found a portion of weak bricks and mortar where we could push the bricks one by one or wiggle them loose. It was the 4th day when we saw someone approaching us in the far distance, but Jonas recognized him immediately as Ivan, Elena's favored bodyguard, and he almost wept at his feet. The man was a sleuth, speaking to us with a rich Russian accent as we watched and waited. The blueprints to this mansion show there's a wine cellar that was renovated and revised. Who owns this property? Ivan's face grew grave as his eyes narrowed. Ainsworth. This is where the Bones chapter conducts their initiations. Jonas paled and swallowed. What does the Bones chapter do for their initiation? Did you ever read The Most Dangerous Game? My stomach dropped to the cold ground beneath our feet. Maverick grimaces, understanding what Jonas meant. They hunt humans. Jonas nodded. Initiates stalk someone, make them disappear without a trace, hold them hostage here for 5 days, no food, just a bag of IV fluids, and on the 5th day they hunt them. He nodded towards the thick trees we're in, trees that go into the property and beyond. While the elders watch the hunt from the terrace, but like the syndicate, they take back the body with ID so they can be identified. You still have to get away with murder. That's barbaric. I know. Your mother came from that. Jonas nods. Always said the syndicate chapter was the best of all the chapters. Kill someone and make sure the body is found. No extra. I couldn't imagine it. Didn't want to imagine it. Not my little bird in someone else's cage being prepared for slaughter. I swallowed down the bile that rose in my throat and pulled out my phone again, only to stare down at a dot that hadn't moved in days. I wasn't allowing myself to feel hopeless or for any negative thoughts to cross my mind. I couldn't. We had gone through too much for it to end like this. I wouldn't allow it to end like this. There is no end to us. Not now. Not in 15 or even 30 years. Not even in death will we ever part. I only allowed myself to simmer in my anger, watching and waiting for our perfect moment. It was Ivan who brought us silencers for our guns, and although Maverick explained they were still loud, they just suppressed the noise enough that we still took them. And it was Ivan that went through the hole we finally created in the brick wall, stayed behind, and closed it up enough while we trekked through the wooded area. But it was Jonas who took down the first guard, grabbed him, pulled out a knife from his pocket, and sliced through his jugular. I grabbed the second and followed in his execution. No remorse, even when the blood poured down my forearm, hot and sticky. We dragged the bodies back to the tree line and left them in heaps. It was me that found vines that led up to the terrace strong enough for us to climb. It was dark when we landed with soft thuds, and it was Maverick that was able to quickly pick the fucking lock as we entered what seemed to be the office. Bloody and exhausted, but we were in. As we traveled through the house, which seemed like it had over 50 fucking rooms, we stacked bodies, each kill becoming easier and more precise, knowing we only had a few rounds of ammunition in our pockets. The more we slayed upstairs, the less we would have to downstairs. But then we were spotted and all hell broke fucking loose. I'd never been in even a range of gunfire, and soon we were all too hyper-aware of everyone and everything. The blood, the ringing in my ears, the matter on the walls. Bullets grazed my arms, my ear, Maverick and Jonas, and even Ivan shouting, "Shit!" every now and then told me I'd have more than my own wounds to stitch up. It was the last man, and Ivan had the last bullet, and he didn't even hesitate to shoot him at close range between the eyes. Jonas and I dragged him by the feet away from the matter-splattered door he was guarding, then opened the door, running down the steps in quick succession to find my little love, my life, my killer beauty, already straddling Prescott. I saw her visibly relax when she felt our presence and let out a soft sob when she heard my voice, but it was as though something else had overtaken her, possessed her. I'd never watched her kill before, and it was such a swift thing, so fucking graceful in her execution, even though I had pumped the man full of whatever was in those vials. When she put on that mask, I knew. I knew he had known for a while who she was and what she was doing, exacting her pound of flesh. I have so many questions, but now isn't the time. She stirs in my arms just as Yvonne's van drives over a bump. Her hand fists my shirt. Although she was wet and in a clean hospital gown, it doesn't take away that she smells different. Her jasmine and berries scent is gone. The hospital gown smells sterilized, and I know she's coming down from something. I kept the vials. I'm going to have them tested in a lab as soon as we get home. All I pray for is that she doesn't regress, that Jonas can bring her out of it, be her light in the dark again, that she trusts Maverick's form of torture, that she lets me love her the way she deserves.
Daddy,
she rasps, caramel eyes fluttering open. Maverick and Jonas jump at the sound, facing her quickly. The back of my eyes burn at her voice. I scrub a hand down my face when the tear flows. Yes, Amorette.
Thank you.
She speaks so clearly, although her voice is still hoarse from screaming when we found her. Screams that echoed and ricocheted off those grimy walls until I took it upon myself to lift and carry her up those filthy stairs, away from the aftermath. She weighs nothing, and I hate it. I love you so goddamn much, little bird. So much. I told you once, not barred windows nor steel doors. There is not a goddamn thing on this earth that could ever keep me from you. Morals be damned, mon coeur. I love you with all I am. I breathe into her, feeling my heart finally beat properly in my ribcage. I plant a kiss to her forehead, her temple, her cheek, her lips, and stay there for only a moment so she can feel my love. I need to get this scent off of her immediately. It's making me want to hurl. Please, Damon, let me hold her now. Jonas straightens up, sitting in the seat caddy corner to me, and holds out his arms. She goes to him, but Maverick doesn't let go of her feet. He hasn't said a word, just covers her toes with his hands and bows his head. Are you okay? He nods. There's a bullet lodged in the tip of my shoulder, and there is going to be so much for me to unpack in therapy. He jokes, but he's serious. There's a bullet lodged in your shoulder? Maverick nods. He's okay, Yvonne says from the driver's seat. We almost to destination. Raven looks petrified. Don't worry, little bird. We won't be around people. I'm having Yvonne take us to my family's manor. You have a fucking manor? Maverick coughs, grimacing when Yvonne goes over a bump in the road. I raise my eyebrows quickly and point to myself. Old money, long line of Oxford graduates and physicians. The kind of person you love to hate, remember? Mav rolls his eyes, but I continue. It stayed partially staffed, and now that my father is back over the pond, it's fully stocked with food and medical supplies. I can get that bullet out of your shoulder, fix us all up, help our girl detox, feed and hydrate us. I've already sent a message to the house manager. She's sent one of the maids to get our brand of items and clothes in our size. The important one being Amorette's scent, and to have her comfortable in clothes she'll like. When did you do all of this? Maverick asks, a slight groan when the van lurches forward. Before we were even on the plane. Jonas smiles at me, twinkle back in his eye, skin going back to its usual color even though we're all still caked in blood. Told you, he's proactive. Raven is sitting beside a shirtless Maverick, holding his hand, and he's getting pale from blood loss and shock. I can feel it. It's just under the surface, he grunts, pressing his fingers around the wound. I nod, grabbing the sterilized utensils I need, along with the isopropyl alcohol, slipping on surgical gloves, then drench the gauze with it. Ready? Hurry the fuck up, Jesus fucking Christ, motherfucker! He chokes, holding himself steady while I dig out the bullet while Jonas holds a flashlight for me so I can see it. It clinks in the bowl and Maverick thanks me with a rushed exhale while I finish plucking out the debris, stitching him up, then prep him and hook him up to an IV bag with antibiotics in the living room so he can sit comfortably and hopefully rest in the recliners I have set up like a triage room in the living area. All that's missing is the curtains to separate them. We will never separate ever again. Rest is all I say, handing him a few painkillers. It takes me no time to disinfect and stitch up my pup. When he kisses me, his lips taste a little salty, but I don't let it linger. I know he's feeling so many rushing emotions, same as I am, but I hook him up to an IV bag and have him settle on the recliner across from Maverick and give him the same order to rest along with a painkiller. I do the same with Yvonne, thanking him, to which he shrugs at me and jerks his chin to Jonas, telling me he was just doing his job. I turn to my love and grab her hand, tugging her behind me so I can check her and myself out in the bathroom in front of a mirror. The tip of my ear is grazed and so is my arm, but I won't need stitches, just some skin glue. But all of that can wait. Now that she and I are alone, I can ask the questions I would normally ask a patient in private. Did he touch you? She shakes her head but then stops.
He gave me a shower.
That's why her hair was wet and she smells different. I'm going to run you a bath, okay? All your same items from home are here. I just need to get the scent off you.
I stink?
No, little bird, not like you're dirty. You just don't smell like yourself. I love you, but I can't stand it. I didn't allow myself to think anything negative while we were trying to get to you, but I'm alright. Once you were in my arms, all I could think was everything negative because you didn't smell like home. And if I could do just one thing for my mind to stop racing is smell you, will you please allow me that sense of peace? She nods, big brown eyes wide in understanding.
You smell like blood.
I laugh, letting more tears fall because fuck, she's so beautiful it makes my heart hurt. I guess if you're okay with it, I'll run you a bath and then shower myself. Yes?
Don't leave me alone, please.
My heart breaks and I have to clear my throat. Never again. I'll shower while you bathe. Then I'll have you sit in the living room with Maverick and Jonas while I hook you up to an IV so you can rest while I make us something to eat.
Okay.
Relief floods me and I get to work. I can rest later. There are new bruises on her wrists that Maverick didn't place there, bruises on her hips not caused by Jonas gripping her too tight, and the mark on the back of her neck, now scarring, is from taking something I did place there. The primal urge to replace them all with my own bruises and marks and reclaim her as mine is all-consuming and so fucking necessary. I want to consume this woman with everything that I am and erase every rotten memory she's ever been given and take them all for myself. I will work every fucking day to make sure this never happens again. I think of everything any of us could have done differently. But it's just as Maverick said. They took their opportunity, the only one they've had for months. I step into the shower, washing myself until the water runs clear down the drain, then wash my hair and my body. My muscles ache, and the warmth of the water feels fucking fantastic. But my mind is still on the woman waiting for me in the porcelain tub next to me. It takes me no time to dry myself, wrapping the towel around my waist, immediately going to the tub and kneeling beside it to make myself useful. I have the washcloth in my hand, wet and lathered with her favorite body wash, asking her to turn so I can get her back and shoulders before moving to her front. Small little sighs escape her the further down I go, and the man in me awakens. I was trying not to push, to be as professional as possible, but with each little moan, my dick weeps with need to be inside of her, to feel her wrapped around me, feel her body pressed against mine as God intended. I'm taken aback when she places my hand between her thighs, and I have to bite my lip to keep in my moan. Putain, amourette.
Daddy.
I am a weak man. Oui, yes.
Fais-moi me sentir mieux. S'il te plaît, aide-moi à oublier.
Make me feel better, please. Help me forget. Putain, amourette, j'essaie d'être un homme bien. Fuck, amourette, I'm trying to be a good man. I let the washcloth fall from my fingertips to the bottom of the tub, letting my middle finger slip into her heat.
I need...
What is it you need, little love? Her moan is raspy, but it doesn't stop her from saying,
My daddy.
Christ, this is possibly how I'll die, buried between her thighs with a discernible look of pleasure on my face and not a fuck given. Without another word, I withdraw my finger and I do the only sane thing, the thing that makes me feel like myself, which is never denying her my love, and reach down to hook her knees over one thick forearm, slide the other behind her back, and stand with her in my arms, heading straight to the bed, losing my towel in the process. Her still damp legs fall open, the pink heaven between her thighs glistening with arousal and moisture from her bath, and my head dips to taste her succulent cunt, groaning when her arousal touches my taste buds. Home. Her back arches and her thighs pull up on their own accord to accommodate the span of my broad shoulders, and every breathy sigh sends shivers down my spine. I lap and suckle at the engorged bud, plunging 2 fingers deep into her tight channel, drinking every drop of delicious cream that leaves her. I am nothing but a devout man worshipping at the shrine between her legs, a heathen begging for a mere morsel of her divinity. Everything about her is nothing less than sacred to me. Her hands dig into my hair, drawing me closer, my tongue swirling and teasing, lips nipping, teeth scraping, each cry music to my ears. My cock weeps, aching to be inside of her, and when I remove my fingers only to adjust myself between her thighs, she welcomes me with open arms. Her kiss is the sweetest, the most rejuvenating thing on this planet. Her mouth, the most pleasant thing I've ever had the honor of having against mine. Besides her pussy, I am a man engulfed in the finest heated silk when my cock finds her entrance and I sink into her, cradling her to me when she cries out my name, eyes latched on mine. That's right, Amorat. You look at Daddy when you come for him.
So big, so full.
And you're so very wet, and so very, very tight. Such a good girl, taking Daddy's thick cock in your sweet little pussy. I growl, putting power into each thrust so I can feel her nipples graze my chest with each recoil. I need you to come for Daddy. Make a big mess so I can clean it. Every word is spoken between kisses, tongues colliding, and when I lick along the column of her throat, she flutters around me. It's a quick, hungry fuck, but I needed this more than her. To feel her stretch around my cock and every earth-shattering clench, to hear her breath hitch, those little sighs, to look into her eyes when she shatters for me. I don't dare break apart from her, holding her closer as sweat accumulates between us, but every gasp and rock of her hips has us both tumbling, racing towards an edge we're diving off of. Together.
Damon, please, I need everything more.
She begs so prettily, and I am a weak man lost in the rasp of her tired vocal cords, crying out to me to love and fuck her with all that I am. Feel me fill your pussy. Come apart from me, Raven. Such a good girl for Daddy. I groan, unable to keep from spilling inside of her at what feels like lightning speed, sparks of fire licking at my lower back. Her eyes widen and I nod, unembarrassed that I've shot my load too quickly, but it makes her begin to pulsate, raking her fingers down my back, nails scratching and knowing she's marking me. Claiming me triggers another small release of my seed to her womb until I'm a trembling heap above her. I trail kisses from her lips to her neck, up to her chin, cheek, and temple, unwilling to disconnect from her yet. You and I will never part again. If I have to place a biochip between every vertebra to ensure I never lose you again, so be it.
Yes, Daddy.
She hums sleepily, but I don't let her get too comfortable. I still need to get her hydrated and feed her. I make quick work of cleaning us, getting us dressed, and back out to the guys, who take her from me with waiting arms, and when I come back with another biochip to insert into the back of her neck on the other side of where the other one was pulled out, even with the other in her shoulder, she only moves her hair to the side and accepts my form of control.
I loved you longer.
That may very well be true, but I will love her harder. Drained of any natural energy, I place the roasted chicken, potatoes, and green beans on the table, unsurprised when Raven and Jonas come in to help set it for me. Mav digs out a chilled bottle of red wine, stares at it a little too long, and opts for white. I would have done the same. We sit around the table, me at the head, Raven on one side with Maverick, Jonas on the other, Yvonne beside him. He digs in easily as we continue to stare at our food. Starving, but exhausted. Eating will feel like a chore, and as soon as we all begin digging in, it does. Forks scrape against the plates, loud in the silence, but it's not overbearing. It simply is. Raven pushes her plate away after a few bites, and Maverick tries to get her to eat more, but I let him know she hasn't eaten in 5 days. We at least had MREs to feed ourselves. They kept her starved and drugged. My stomach clenches, and I lose my appetite, unable to take another bite of anything. I rise, grabbing my plate and hers and throwing them into the waste bin, plates and all. They crash loudly at the bottom, causing me to flinch, but I don't care. I am so grateful we found her. I am so ecstatic she's alive. I am so angry we lost her in the first place. We took so many precautions. We had so many security measures in place, and even though I can't be angry with a carnivorous Kronos for being distracted by a piece of meat, I am. If we had been just a few hours too late, would Prescott have hunted my little bird? I can't fathom a life without her. Every negative emotion I didn't allow myself to feel suddenly bubbles to the surface, and I grip the edge of the counter, feeling it all rise, squeezing my lungs and heart together. There is so much evil in this fucking world, and we only scraped the surface. The only good thing that's happened is the only Prescott left seems to not be able to differentiate his asshole from a hole in the ground. But I want each and every single one of them to pay. Jonas. Yeah. I allow myself to face them, not hiding the pain on my face. I need to distract myself with anything. You said there were tunnels under Rayne-Moore? Yeah. Where do they lead? Mostly to where we do the initiations. It's like a dungeon. The Raynes and the Moores. What were they known for? Why aren't they around? They all stop eating, Yvonne included, and stare at me. I know I may sound crazy, but we are so fucking far from any of us being crazy. In this world, it's flipped. The crazy have been sane, and the seemingly sane ones have been absolutely fucked in the head. My pup's hazel eyes connect with mine, but he swallows, Adam's apple bobbing visibly. Architecture. It's one fucking word, but it's enough. I race to my room, grab my laptop and back, settling back in my chair, firing it up and typing out the information I need. Ding, ding, goddamn ding. The blueprints for the Anderson home show historical entrances from the Underground Railroad cited on the website. I type in the Monroe residence as well, then type in the Hoover's address. God damn it. They all have them. Not only that, but each blueprint is showing servant corridors, something the wealthy would have pre-plumbing for servants to carry chamber pots out of bedchambers to empty them out and not disgust the owners of the homes. We have them in this house. The house staff still uses them to get from one room to the other quickly. How long has your home been in your family? He arches a dark brow. Generations. I look at my little love. The Monroe mansion. How long have the Monroes lived there?
Same. Generations.
She signs. Were there hidden passageways? He takes a sip of his wine, thumb grazing over the condensation from the chilled wine. Yeah. And for you, Amorette, did you have them? She shakes her head, looking confused, dark brows pinned together. My eyes roam over the screen, Maverick rising to stand behind me to see what I'm seeing. Yes, Siren, looks like you did have them. You probably just never knew where to look for them.
Chapter 35. Raven. The door to the Monroe mansion opens for me even at this hour without having to knock, as though the house itself were expecting me. But once I step through the threshold, there's no one behind the door. It only thuds softly behind me. A game. Gone are the tinsel and twinkling lights, the ornaments, and the warmth that usually fills this place during the holidays. It's just a vast, dead silence occupying the large home, except for a crackling fire in the fireplace. It's nothing and everything like I remember. I let my jacket drop to the ground behind me, uncaring if I leave a mess behind. Let them find me. A floorboard above me creaks, and I already know to whom it belongs to. And without another thought, I grab the oak banister and slowly make my way up the stairs, one foot in front of the other. Memories of sliding down these banisters as a child to annoy Axel haunt me. How many pranks did I play? How many times did I force him to grab his mattress and join me in sledding down these same stairs? Too many to count. The closer I reach the landing, the more I can see the soft orange glow of another fire emanating from the bottom of the door, calling to me like a moth to a flame. The fucking music that's coming from inside those walls is nothing like the one being created inside my mind with each step. A closer step to vindication, my retribution, my wrath, my sanity, whatever's left of it. The walls begin to pulsate, screaming to me, here, he's in here. A low, incessant hum of his murmurs. Whatever he's saying doesn't matter, will never matter, has never mattered. I enter the room with only one thing in mind: blood. I can see the top of his head bobbing along as he speaks. But the music, it's so quiet now. His eyes widen as he takes me in.
Raven, what are you doing here?
He glances down at my free hand, the one holding the knife I've had up my sleeve, and let it slip free into my grasp. Why? His eyes narrow, almost in a dissociative understanding of what I'm asking.
It was just business.
He shrugs. The simmering anger in my belly boils into fury, but I won't go silent into the night. Not this time. I take a step closer. Why? A spark of surprise flashes in his jade eyes at the sound of my now raspy voice, but they're the wrong kind of jade. So unlike my darling professors. No, this devil's eyes are devoid of love or warmth. They're unkind, as if the light behind them went out a long time ago. That's okay. He'll be back home in hell soon.
You were simply an asset.
I was simply an asset. A thing. A joke. A mere object. A pretty little doll to be given away for the price of a soul. My soul. I take one more step closer and lift my hand, tipping the blade to his throat. That answer is just not good enough. Why? I press the tip when he swallows, watching blood pour slowly out of the small cut onto the blade, and chills spread throughout my body as it sings to me.
I only negotiated for you to marry Tyler. The rest, you'll have to ask him about. We covered up as much as we could, his involvement. Kept you under lock and key in that facility, Prescott making sure you still didn't remember, still couldn't speak. I kept him safe. Did what I could to keep you safe. And him, well, he was reprimanded by the elders. Couldn't even negotiate for him anymore. He's stuck now. Nothing more than a watcher, a henchman. All because you didn't die.
He says that last word like a whisper, but it reverberates, bouncing off my eardrums, twisting and swimming back into my brain, sticking like cancerous tar in the crevices. I let my hand fall to my side as John stares up at me. For years, I thought this man wasn't great, but I didn't think he was this.
It may as well have been him that night, our legacy. He still completed his initiation, and that wasn't enough. Stephen still wanted more. After he found out it was you murdering them all, he still wanted you. Now more than ever. I should have known you'd try to come for me, but I did nothing wrong.
I snap. Without hesitation, I plunge the knife into his stomach, causing him to lunge forward, just like Thaddeus. But this time, I go until I feel his stomach rupture, and then drag the hilt as much as I can before withdrawing, and then keep fucking going. Even when he's slumped on the ground, I turn him. Anywhere I can reach, anywhere that's vulnerable, I stab and I slice until I'm drenched, and I've hit every spot available to me, drenched in blood and pieces of viscera, but it's so fucking warm. And this melody, oh God, it's delicious. Inhale. Exhale. Real. My fingers are drenched in John's blood that's seeping out onto the floorboards. I've seen red before, but not like this. Not as deep, not as beautiful, not as... Every hair on my body stands on end, the air in the room zeroing in on me like a pressure so dense that it makes my ears aware of every inhale and exhale of my lungs and every slow beat of my heart. There. I tilt my head, looking straight ahead at the last Monroe family portrait painted. Without me. It's a soft click, the kind you'd never even hear over your own breathing. But I've become so hyper-aware of this entity for the last 12 years of my life. Come out. Come out. Wherever you are. 3 heartbeats pass. 4. One soft thud of a boot. The other. I'm sure I look unhinged, blood on my hands and parts of my face. But as I turn, rising to my feet, I make sure to take him in, dragging my eyes from the same dirty boots he wore while in the corner of that fucking basement Prescott had me in, watching over me while I was drugged. His denim jeans, black thermal long-sleeve shirt covering arms that held me while I slept, up his pouty lips that spewed comforting words, Roman nose, and landing on those chameleon eyes that watched over me during some of my darkest times, even in the shadows. My breath hitches in my throat as I stare Axel down. He shoves his hands in his pockets as he keeps slowly striding toward me.
You found me.
The hilt of the blade in my hand, while already warm from his father's blood, grows hotter in my hand. I only have one word, one question. Why?
Chapter 36. Shadow, Axel Monroe. I fell in love with Raven Alvarez Paloma the second she walked into the Monroe mansion. She trailed behind Sophia, who was a vision in white, a contrast to her reluctant daughter dressed in a dark navy dress with a skinny black belt on her tiny waist. Dark hair in long pigtails, big brown eyes and sooty lashes. She looked like a Latin version of Wednesday Addams. She didn't have braces yet, so her teeth were a little too big for her mouth, but to me, she was perfect.
Son, say hello to Raven, your soon-to-be sister.
Stepsister,
She said proudly, uncrossing her arms and looking around the mansion. I took a hit of my inhaler, holding my breath, letting the albuterol do its job, then slowly letting my breath go, shoving the thing in my trouser pocket and holding out my hand. Hey, I'm Axel.
like Rose?
I looked at her quizzically because who is Axel Rose? Her mouth pops open and then she smirks.
I'm about to make you so cool.
I was born with weak lungs, prone to fits of bronchitis, pneumonia, and asthma attacks, so I wasn't allowed to play outside often. But with Raven, I wanted to keep up. She was a month older than me, August 26th, to the day. She was brazen and wild, and she loved screechy rock bands and laughed all the time. If she wasn't outside exploring the grounds and woods behind the manor, she was in the attic or the basement, making up games, sliding down the banister, cackling and driving the maids crazy. We were 10 the day our parents married. She took my hand and we put our ballroom dancing lessons to use by making me dance with her.
I guess we're officially siblings now.
She said, almost bored to tears, but I wasn't. She was in my arms in a cute little pink dress Mom made her wear. The entire wedding was lavish and ostentatious. Gold glittered everywhere amongst the whites and pale pinks, and honestly, it kind of made my eyes hurt. I twirled her, setting us up for another turn, keeping up with the music, and she giggled, flashing her invisible braces when I dipped her, placing a kiss on her cheek. I'm so glad you're my sister.
You're probably the coolest thing about this whole thing.
I took the compliment to heart because at school I was not the coolest thing. She often fought my battles for me, unafraid of the older kids, punching anyone who even breathed wrong in my direction. My protector, my warrior. If this was your wedding, how would you make it better?
I'd get rid of the white and pink. Purple everything. The walls, the floors, the windows.
I laugh because, okay.
except for my dress. I'd have a black dress.
Are you getting married or attending a funeral?
Hey, this is my wedding. I'd make sure it was all chic and stuff. Very posh.
Sure, I reply, imagining myself as her groom at this very violet wedding.
Anyway, I'll probably never get married.
I stop dancing. Why not?
I'll be too busy traveling, hiking in the rainforest, or discovering a new mummy tomb with an ancient curse. And you won't be getting married either, because you'll be too busy with me. We'll skydive and go skiing and get lost in Germany.
I resume dancing. Why would we get lost in Germany?
Why not?
We'll stay at hotels, have a guide.
Oh, that's boring.
She scoffs as if she can't fathom being told where to go and what to do. Besides, you know I can't really do any of that. Now she stops dancing.
I'm your big sister now. I'll take care of you, and you will get better. You'll see. We just have to get you used to stuff like dirt and dust and running and cold weather. I've heard that's how people can build up their immune system, you know? Like you keep doing the things that might hurt you, so you build up tolerance. I've heard people can poison themselves a little bit every day and build an immunity to it. So that's what we'll do. I'll be your poison and your antidote, and then we'll travel the world together.
I don't know why, but I believe her. Because I love her. Because I'm so lucky she's mine. We were 11 when our parents put me in Taekwondo. She raged when she was made to take ballet instead. Our parents said she was too aggressive already. She should put her energies into something more relaxing, more feminine. But she'd come home and cry when her feet were bruised and bloody. I hated Mom at times. Raven hid her tears from her a lot, so I would bandage up her feet when I would find her crying in her bathroom. We couldn't play those days. She called her dad crying to come pick her up, that she was miserable here, and it made me so sad I begged Father to make Sophia pull her out. I often used the hidden wall walkways to get in and out of the manor, to walk into other rooms going unnoticed, because before Raven came along, that's what I was, a living, breathing ghost.
He's threatening to get full custody.
Sophia worried. He's a drunk, my love. He'll never get custody.
I'm not so sure. My PI says he's sober, going to AA meetings. There's a chance he could take her. Axel says she's unhappy here. She fights me at every turn, fighting in school. John, are you listening? What do you think the media will say about me, about us, if I lose custody of her to a nothing lawyer drunk?
My father sighs in resignation. Sophia, come here, kitten. Blah. I'll take care of this. I love you. You are my whole world. If this makes you unhappy, I'll take care of this.
Hi, mi amor. You always know just what to say.
Good. Now, lift your skirt. Show me what's mine. There was a sound like skin slapping against skin, and then...
Oh, Johnny.
I grimaced, walking away. Raven's dad died just 2 months later. I had never seen her so sad. Then her night terrors started. I would watch her sleep, a lot, standing guard. I'd go to her room using the trapdoors in the walls, standing in the corners. The first time she saw me, there was a lightning storm. She ran to my room, where I zipped through the wall and jumped in my bed merely seconds before she crawled in with me, shaking, sputtering nonsense about a shadow person in her room watching her. While I felt guilty for scaring her, it sent a thrill through me. For the first time, I was the one protecting her. I was the thing that kept her safe, not the other way around. So I asked my father to get a second opinion on my lungs, and he found a doctor who prescribed steroids to help strengthen them. Then we got older, and she started blossoming. It was almost overnight that she started, having boobs, and her hips were wider, and her thighs. I loved them. They reminded me of when Galvina made my cookies and the dough spread in the oven. I even started calling her that. Cookie. She thought it was because she always stole mine, but no. Mom started limiting her snacking when we were around 13. She was no longer allowed to wear skirts unless they were the uniform ones for school, and when we attended events because the way her thighs jiggled was embarrassing to her image, she was made to wear long dresses. She was still beautiful, but now it was more of a quiet, resilient beauty. The cello became her favorite thing in the world once she mastered it. It didn't take long. There were maybe 6 weeks of screeching coming from her room. 3 broken cellos from when she'd get angry at it and smash it to bits. But once she got the hang of it, she really got the hang of it. Soon we were going to her first chair recitals, then her solo recitals. She was incredible, spending weeks in Japan for the summer, then out to Paris, London. She was gone for entire summers, no doubt being her adventurous self, staying out of trouble. It seems she was only a hellcat here, with us. Her rounded cheeks slimmed down, her face edgier and sharper. She walked with a stoic elegance, a quiet confidence that was so becoming of her that she made my heart drop and kick-start every fucking morning we bumped into each other in the hallways. Dad caught us wrestling one time when we were 14, nothing major. She wanted to learn a few self-defense poses in case guys at school got handy, even though she was already pretty scrappy. Cookie had me pinned to the ground, laughing when Dad caught us. He sent her to her room without dinner and gave me a weird look, a knowing look. Soon her laughter was less heard around the mansion, but when she did laugh, it was because she was at school, with her friends, with mine, and I wasn't the only one who started noticing how gorgeous she was becoming. My friends started noticing, and Dad's friends did too. So I had to get stronger. I had to work out harder, lift heavier, be faster. It was that same summer when Dad was having a meeting in his home office. I knew these men, but not really. They only came around sometimes. They weren't his usual clients. They didn't greet us the way his clients did. They were solemn and kind of creepy. I was doing my thing, heading to the pool, walking past his office, the door barely open enough, as though someone had closed it, but it didn't latch all the way shut. She's gonna be a fucking beauty, that one. I mean, just look at her mother. Christ, Monroe. She got rid of the braces, growing a nice rack. I heard and stopped in my tracks immediately. That she is, Prescott, but you know arrangement negotiations don't start until she's at least 16. Arrangement negotiations? And then it's off to the highest bidder as soon as she graduates RMU. God, the one that gets to breed her. Fuck. Someone said, and they all laughed, and suddenly I had to find her. She was in the pool, a red, extremely appropriate 2-piece on, and for the first time I was angry, not hard, that she was walking around with something that showed so much leg. Christ, I was mad at her legs. No, I was mad at those gross pricks in my dad's office ogling an almost 15-year-old, and what the fuck were the arrangement negotiations? Raven, you should go inside up to your room.
Me? It's the first nice day we've had in weeks, and you want me to go inside?
Yes.
Fuck you. You go inside.
Raven, I'm not kidding. Get away from the window. Dad's business partners are in there staring at you through his office window like old creeps. Go inside through the sunroom. They're watching us now. Act like you're mad at me or something. I don't know. Just get away from the fucking window. There is a small panic that crawls on her face, but for the first time, she listens to me. She grabs her towel, dries off, throws it at me like she's angry, and rushes off with her middle finger in the air.
Fuck you.
Fuck you right back, sis. It's a lame comeback, but I don't know what else to say. I've never been mad at her, even when I should have been. I threw her towel down and jumped in, ignoring the look on my father's face as he peered at me through the window. Later on that night, I climbed into bed with her. It had stormed so often these last few weeks, it was weird sleeping without her in my arms. When I went to hold her, I felt her little body shaking. What's wrong, Cookie?
Nothing, Axel. I'm fine.
Ray, look at me. What's going on? She turns to face me, her head on her pillow and mine on mine.
I just really miss my dad sometimes. I think if maybe I'd been there, he'd have given up drinking. My mom is so hard to please. I know he drank a lot to forget the things she'd say to him, the things she called him and treated him. And sometimes I can't help but wonder if it had just been us.
She shakes her head as I wipe the tears from her face. Those hurt me more. Her silent tears, I mean, because it means she's hurting in a place I can't reach, like when she was doing ballet. She wasn't crying silently then because her feet hurt. She was crying because she was miserable and her mom still made her do it. She cried silently when her dad died too. Cried silently when she was denied going to his funeral. Silent tears. Her silent tears hurt me more because it means I can't help. All I want to do is reach into her body and cradle her heart in my hands. I love you, Cookie. I'll never leave you. This makes her cry harder, so I hold her tighter.
I applied to Berkeley.
She says, leaning on my doorframe, arms crossed over her chest, one ankle over the other. Her hair is up in a ponytail that rests on her shoulder, cascading down like a dark chocolate waterfall.
And Juilliard.
We're 18 now, about to graduate. My dreams have been crushed, but hers haven't. She doesn't know. I want to keep it that way. Except I can't imagine being away from her for too long. I still need her. I want her. She's still mine. I sit back in my desk chair, twirling my pencil between my fingers, watching as she enters my room slowly, one step at a time like a black cat prowling closer. She's still in her school uniform, her black socks up to her knees, plaid blue and black skirt barely hitting the middle of her thighs. The light blue button-down is tucked into the skirt, but I know what's under the uniform. I've seen her in bikinis and her underwear enough to have a lifetime of material for my spank bank, but her, like this, in her uniform, it will always do things to me. I know I'll be in the shower later imagining her bent over, that little skirt shoved up to her back, tits hanging out and swaying, knocking together while I spread her ass apart and fuck so deep into her she can't keep quiet. It's a thought that usually gets me to blow my load quickly. I drop the pencil and spin in my chair to face her as she sits on the edge of my bed. I thought you wanted to go to Rayne-Moore with me. Their music program is better than Juilliard. She sighs and leans back on her hands. If she let her knees relax, I'd be able to see what I'm dying to see.
I'm not sure.
You loved their campus, she nods.
I did. It was creepy.
Come here. She gets up and sits in my lap, arms going over my shoulders while mine go around her waist. I've had years of being able to control my hard-ons around her. What's got you so pensive?
You don't think it's weird neither of us applied and we still got in?
I shrug. Not really. Dad went there. He's a legacy, in more ways than one.
That's just it, little brother. I think I want to be out on my own. I know you'll be playing football and you'll be happy there, but I want to be away from...
She gestures to, well, everything.
all of this.
And me?
Never you.
I scoot down lower so she sits better on my lap and let my hands fall to her hip and thigh. I love that crease where they meet. Feels like it. She hugs me, putting her breasts in my face. It's innocent to her, but for me, it's always been different. More.
I just feel like it's time for me to break away.
I stay silent when she pulls away, her scent in my nostrils, her ass in my lap, her breasts under my chin, my hands on her squishy parts to look up at her caramel eyes. They make me dizzy. If you go to RMU, I promise I'll stay away. I'll let you have your own life. Just promise you won't stop going to my games, and I promise to go to your recitals.
I would still go to your games, even if I went to a different school. I'd still be close enough to make them.
But who's going to protect you when it storms and there's lightning?
Hopefully, whomever I'm dating.
She grins. I hold in my growl, but I do take it one step further and do the thing she can never resist. I clutch her tighter, furrow my brows, and pout, lowering my voice to a whine. I've noticed she can never tell me no when I become a fucking puppy for her. Please, Ray, please don't leave me yet. Just do a year with me there, and if you hate it after that, then you can transfer out. I promise I'll leave you alone.
Fuck, Axel.
She groans, frustrated, rolling her eyes, and I know I've won.
Fine. 1 year.
Happily, I tug her to me again and pepper a dozen kisses on her cheek. Yes!
Ugh, you slobbered on me.
She says, wiping at her face, and I tilt my head back and laugh. Fuck it, I don't care. I always want her with me. Negotiations have been settled and the contracts have been signed. Their offspring will be the most powerful and wealthiest legacies of their generation. Not even God will be able to touch them. My father sneers with pride, but my heart crumbles in my chest, all blood draining from my head to my toes. There's no way. There's no fucking way Raven signed her life away to Tyler. My hands curl into a fist as I stand from my chair in his office. You said she was going to be mine. I said if no other offers come as close to what we can build by staying in the family, then I'll allow it. Staying in the family. He makes it sound so incestuous. It's not. She's mine. She's always been mine. He knows this. He's known this since they first stepped foot in our house. Since the first time she sat at the foot of my bed and watched over me when I was sick, making sure my fever didn't spike and brought me juice and watched cartoons with me. She's been mine since our first dance at their wedding. She's been mine since my eyes landed on her, plain and simple. What's going to happen to her? Stephen has allowed for her to graduate with her degree in music. She'll have 2 years to believe she has a choice in this, in which Tyler will try to woo her. And then when he fails, it'll be known she has no choice. But she's not going to go down without a fight. Father chuckles as if this is just a soft form of entertainment to him. Stephen likes his women with a little fight. Stephen, you said she was negotiated for Tyler. He shrugs. Semantics. Tyler has certain tendencies that haven't escaped Stephen. If Tyler can't perform, well then it'll just be a marriage on paper and the heir will still be a Prescott. I can't imagine her genetics being washed out by his. I can't imagine her holding a child in her arms and they not have her eyes. She's not going to want this. She'll flee. She's a runner. She's always been trying to escape you and Sophia. This life. And for good reason, I don't add. The smirk on his face slides right off. Then she'll die. The only way this contract does not go through is death. Hazel eyes harden as they peruse me from where he stands in the corner of his office, tall and somewhat imposing, but if I were to stand, he'd have to look up. If she dies, life will continue on, son, but if Tyler were to die, she goes straight to Stephen. I don't hide the disgust from my face. Always read the fine print, son. You'll know this once you pass the bar and work for our company. That's my future. To be another lawyer on my father's executive team of lawyers while I learn Monroe Tech's policies and procedures inside and out so I can take over for him as CEO when he retires. My entire life is set for me. Nothing is mine. Not even her. I wait until practice is over and we're back at the Sigma Delta Chi house and everyone's gone to bed to approach our star quarterback and captain, Tyler Prescott, knocking on his bedroom door. We've grown closer this year since he's taken me under his wing and I was nominated as co-captain for the Yellow Jackets. Hey, Tyler, can I talk to you? His door opens and I'm instantly met with bright blue eyes like clear ocean waters and a singular blonde brow lifts along with the corner of his lips. Yeah? It's about your contract with my stepsister. He blows out a breath, steps back, and motions for me to step into his room, the master suite, since he has seniority and as captain. Closing the door behind him, he steps forward until he's in front of his desk chair, sits, then swivels to face me. Trust me, this is the last thing I wanted, but my dad is dead set on Raven. I don't even think it's about the money. He just wants her. My guts churn and a wave of nausea hits me. Can't you do something? I tried. He waves it off like he's just accepted it. Tyler, please, she doesn't belong in this world. She'll never be happy. She's going to do big things with her music. Look, Axel, it wasn't my choice. He stands, making his way to me, stepping so close we're toe to toe. If I could have a different choice, it would be you. I feel my eyes widen in surprise. What? Are you really that blind? He laughs, but it's not funny. The smile on his face doesn't reach his eyes, and there's not enough air in the room. He presses his firm lips to mine, and my brain short-circuits. I pull away to break the kiss, but all I feel is more conflicted than ever. Axel. Why does the crack in his voice send chills up my spine and down my forearms and back up? Fix this. Please, I plea. A rumbling noise at the base of his chest makes me want to tremble, but I don't back down. What is your fixation with her, huh? Is this some kind of cruel intentions shit? You want to fuck your sister? Why can't I have you both? Keep you, inseminate her? You could have us both, but I don't want him. You would share me? Her? He looks alarmed, but then doesn't. Any marriage I would enter would be a lavender marriage, Axel. In this life, I can't have you the way I want, and you probably don't want me the way I want you either. But if you're begging for her because you want her, let me marry her. You can have her, and I'll have her give me an heir to continue the legacy when the time is right. I shake my head. What about when it's time for her to give me an heir? It'll have your last name. Would that be so bad? Yes. Because I want our children to be just that, ours. Fix this and you can have me. My life for hers. It takes him 3 weeks before he calls me from downstairs. I walk into what looks like an intervention. Simon, Thad, his clingy on-again, off-again girlfriend nobody in this house can stand, Ashley, and Jacob. We've come up with the perfect plan. We need you as a witness. My jaw drops. You're going to kill her? The contract is ironclad. I shake my head. No, I don't want her dead. Tyler stands up from the red velvet cushioned chair and walks toward me. I don't want this marriage. It'll happen with or without you. You planted the seed in my brain. It's a done deal. Jacob will be the lookout. Thad, Ash, Simon, and I will do it all. We just need you to bear witness and sign. I feel sick. This way you don't have to lay a finger on anyone and still be initiated. You still haven't done yours, neither have any of us. We need to do it while there's still time. I'm going to vomit, which is why I don't understand why I nod along and say, fine. I stand watch while I look away as she tries to scream when they break her leg, swallowing my bile down, tears in my eyes. But it's better this way. This isn't the life she wants. She'll be trapped with nowhere to go. Her face is too recognizable. I know her in complete darkness. I do know her in complete darkness. They close the locker with her inside, and I can still hear muffled, ragged breathing, and it's when we're out and past the gardens I double over and spew everything I've ever eaten.
Axel, corazon, where's Raven?
My blood rushes to my ears. Oh, she said she'd meet us tomorrow before her birthday party. I answer Sophia, who smiles unknowingly and resumes looking at sketches of her designs for her fashion line. To be so ignorant must be such bliss. Across the desk, my father's gaze latches onto mine, but I go upstairs to my bedroom. When Raven doesn't show up the next day, or to her birthday or Sunday morning, without us knowing, Sophia calls the police while we're on our way to RMU to be initiated, because who survives that much blood loss? Had one of the initiates not forgotten to put his phone on silent, we never would have known she had survived. It was kismet. Raven being thrown into an asylum was not on my bingo card, and every day I'm sicker than the last. I let Tyler kiss me. I let him do whatever he wants. I can't feel it anyway, and he remains oblivious. It's when I have an individual meeting with the elders about my future, about having to redo my initiation, that it all comes into focus. While we do our best to keep up with the times and tie them in with our traditions, my grandson's proclivities and tastes are still not within the marginal bounds of our society nor the adjacent chapters. An heir must be produced, Stephen's father says. Due to the circumstances, should the girl ever speak, Stephen and I are making sure she doesn't, John intersects. His half-breed will be taking vital steps and making sure she doesn't say a word. Be that as it may, your son still owes blood and arrangements for him are called off. There will be no merging of the families. Tyler doesn't want her in her state, and she's useless to Stephen behind barred windows and steel doors. The contract has been signed. The contract is null and void, John. No heir is capable of being produced. She's unable to sign a marriage certification in her constant state of drug-induced interventions and therapies if what I'm told is correct. It's in the fine print. If my blood wasn't boiling, I'd laugh at that last bit. Oh, how the tables have turned, John. Tyler is now signed off to marry a daughter from the Bones chapter. Your family is no longer needed, and your boy will now have to prove himself for the time being. New blood and 5 years of watcher affairs and operations. 5 years. It's a prison sentence. What did Tyler get? A fucking duchess. The night of the annual homecoming ball, I take a Viagra. It may be the dumbest or smartest thing I've ever done. I set up a camera in the coat closet, and when we have a moment alone, I pay the attendant to go elsewhere. It's not perfect. It'll never be enough to avenge her or redeem myself, but I keep my mask on the entire time I have Tyler bent over, fucking his tight ass, making him moan like a bitch in heat. I almost laugh when he makes a mess on the floor of the coat room and I fuck him till his asshole is sore and red. I take the condom off and make sure to cum all over his face where the camera can see where he licks and sucks on my balls. He thinks he's adorable like this, but all I can see as I douse his face is a retribution. I kindly clean him up as if I care about him and have him leave first so I can take the camera. I edit, then I post. Everywhere. Then, I'm ghost. I sign up for sessions with Dr. Archer as part of my watcher duties, but it helps a lot. For 4 fucking years, I can almost taste freedom. But then Raven re-enrolls at RMU. Catching Damon in a room made me furious, but I allowed it. Then it was Jonas, and goddamn, I was almost impressed. But the envy I felt was complete and utter torture. Finding her with a broken heart makes me murderous, then giving her a bath takes everything in me not to take what I want, to take her away. But there's another place I can take her to. I treasure our time together at her lake house, feeling her slip into bed with me one last time, holding her close, breathing her in. My slice of heaven. But then it all goes downhill from there. I drop out of Hartford to keep a closer eye on her, and thank God I did. I jerk off, watching as Chase licks her pussy silly, becoming a green-eyed monster in the flesh, but then a splash in the water makes me jerk off harder when I realize what she's doing and come so hard I'm breathless when he gets back on the dock, naked, and she pushes Chase's body away with her toe. I watch everything, see everything according to the cameras I placed about the lake house, fisting my cock so much it's raw. I tell Stephen only what he wants to know. No, she isn't talking. No, it can't be her behind these murders because when I see her signing, when she's talking to me, I'll do whatever it takes to get her back. I only have less than a year in my sentence. It's when Reardon burns her house down and she moves in with Maverick that I see red. Sneaking in is difficult, but soon I know the entire layout to his house. When Arlo asks for the best way to break in, I already know the answer and how to get into his backyard. But I tell him to go when I know Mav will be home. I already know the outcome to that scenario. And I was right. One less Prescott cookie. I look at her, standing before me, my father's blood slowly dripping from the dagger in her hand, as I tell her about Reardon and then having to kidnap her for Stephen only to end up watching him drug her. I couldn't stay to watch it, duties or not. Don't you see, Ray? I made sure you knew how to get to the restricted section. I made sure you found the ledger. It was the last thing I did before I left RMU campus after dropping her off that first day. I did what I could to help you from afar.
You killed me.
She rasps, but there's so much emotion and turmoil in her eyes that I can't stand it. Tears spring to my eyes. No, I didn't touch you. I would never hurt you. I love you.
You killed me. I died.
My brows shoot up.
For 1 minute and 17 seconds, I was dead.
The word lingers in the air, but all I can hear is the blood rushing to my ears. I didn't want that to happen, Cookie. I swear. I didn't see any other way out of this for you. You wouldn't have been happy. If not one then, it would have been the other.
You did this to me. You made me like this.
The venom in her voice kills me. She's never used that tone with me, not even when she would get in trouble for getting me sick or me tattling on her when she was doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing. My knees buckle at her accusations, my heart thumping so loudly in my ears, but I can't look away from her. Not then, not now. Don't say that, Ray. Don't say that. I love you. I found the only way out of this I could. They would have kept you a bird in a gilded cage with nowhere to go, nowhere to fly. You would have dwindled and died. Can't you see that? Can't you see that I love you enough to kill you? I love you enough to set your soul free. I sob, tears streaking down my face.
I loved you.
A tear falls from the lid of her left eye, clearing a path through the blood caked on her cheek, but I don't care that it belongs to my father. With shaky breath and a war cry, she's on me.
I loved you!
She screams as we go down, and the knife is at my throat, and her salty, bloody tears drop onto my face, warm and decadent, like her love. I still love you. Every moment of every day of the last 14 years I have loved you. Kill me. I won't stop. You were always meant to be mine, Ray. Can't you see it? Honey eyes lock on mine, full of fury and exasperation. I'm as wrecked for her now as I was when we met.
You betrayed me.
She breathes against my lips. She trembles in my arms, the weight of it all crashing down around me. No, I didn't. But I did. Not once. Not even twice. I betrayed her every time I had a chance to tell her to run away, to create another life, a new life, that I would find her wherever she went and join her later when we were safe. I betrayed her every time I chose to preserve myself. 3 different pairs of footsteps fill the room. I should have known she wouldn't come alone. Little bird, Damon says from the corner of the threshold, let us take care of this. She sobs in my embrace, a string of saliva connecting from one lip to the other. They curl back and she lets out one last sob, her face going to the crook of my neck.
I would have run away with you, gone anywhere with you. That was always my dream. Me and you took it away.
My eyes widen as my mind replays every single fucked up deed I've done for the past 5 years, leading from to this moment to the day we met like a fucked backwards reel, and I scream when Maverick hauls her to him, my vision blurred from tears, and Damon and Jonas lift me from where I was laying with her perfect weight on me. No, wait, please, I can share her. I just want her happy. I'll share her. I try to reason. Raven! But Jonas and Damon crowd me and she's out of my line of sight. There's no goodbye. I'm still alive but barely breathing as the wheels of whatever vehicle we're in roll beneath me. I'm in the trunk, too weak to scream for help. We come to a lurching stop and then 3 doors open and slam shut. It's freezing, but the cold wind feels good on my open wounds. I'm too tired to hurt to even groan when they lift me. Here, one of them asks, yeah, this soil is still fresh. That's Jonas. It will be easier to dig up and just bury him there. Nobody will look in a cemetery. Maverick replies. He would know, wouldn't he? It takes a few hours for them to finish digging, and I'm shivering, hypothermia settling in by the time I'm dropped into a grave, landing hard on a casket, and soon soil is being thrown over me. Fitting, isn't it? That I'm being buried alive, almost as cruel as leaving someone in a locker to die. Over time, the moist dirt is nice, warm, a blanket shielding me from the bitter cold. I'm sure the last of the night sky is turning pink as I take my last breath full of soil. I was born with weak lungs after all.
Chapter 37. Raven. 3 weeks later. It only took 2 weeks for us to move everything into our new home in Brooklyn Heights and set everything up the way we wanted, only taking a break to fly back to England for Sabrina's rather impromptu engagement party in Kensington. I was grateful it was small and not overly crowded like Sophia's holiday party. Just a small get-together of their closest friends and family. It was still a bit awkward, but Jonas was by my side the entire time, interpreting for me. My audition for Juilliard went perfectly, and all I have to do now is wait for my acceptance letter. Maverick starts at Columbia in the fall, having resigned but still teaching via Zoom, and Jonas is finishing up his last semester at RMU via online courses, since he no longer has football practice to go to. He is waiting for the NFL draft to call his name come April. But we have it on good authority he'll be staying here in New York with us, as his terms were non-negotiable. Damon now sees patients in the comfort of his office downtown and is home when he's not. It's been a smooth transition, being away from all of, well, that has been a real breath of fresh air. I'm slick and covered in sweat when Damon opens the door to the basement. I turn down the music. The punching bag Jonas ordered and set up slightly sways from my weak punches. But hey, it's something. Daddy?
You have a visitor.
Silver eyes gleam down at me, a smirk on his lips. Oh. Kinda wish he interrupted me to fuck me on the mat again like he did before my workout today. But okay. Maverick is the one who prefers me sweaty. Something about my scent and pheromones, but I don't care. I'm just glad he still fucks me until I'm sore and my thighs shake. I unwrap my knuckles and throw the sweaty binding away, heading up the stairs, giggling when Damon grabs my ass as I brush past him, and I stop to kiss him. Where would I be without him? Without any of them? Dead this time for sure. Or, like Axel said, a bird in a gilded cage with no way out. I think about that a lot, even when I don't want to. And that's why I'm downstairs every day, punching the shit out of a bag full of sand, pretending my tears are caused by sweat in my eyes. It's harder some days than others. Hard because I could have and would have forgiven him. It's true what I said. I would have run away with him had he just asked. But he had so many chances to make it right. So many times when we were alone while he visited me at Lorne Wood, or when I first got bi-weekend home visits to come clean. Even before then, before everything, he made the wrong choice every time. They didn't tell me what they did to him. All I know is that he's gone. There are days when I think I'll never be able to get over this, that it'll live rent-free in my mind, unable to move past the heartache. But I've already mourned myself. I'll never be who I was ever again. There are still snippets of that girl in me, and all I can do is heal her with time, let the memories fade. The emotional pain I felt was so severe, I knew Damon thought I would regress. I won't lie and say I wasn't catatonic for a few days after. But knowing it was over, that my song had reached its final crescendo, was a weight off my shoulders. But I take it un dia a la vez, one day at a time, one foot in front of the other. That's what I struggled with the most, the lack of anger and vitriol I had. I no longer feel like I'm drowning. And when the memories of that night get too harsh, Kronos comes to me, and I mentally tell him everything while he lets me pet him. Lucifer, on the other hand, he's a fucking menace. There are days I'm sure he hates me, but then finds my lap the most comfortable seat in the room. Cats, am I right? I'm only pleasantly surprised to see Sabrina standing in the foyer, taking off her coat. She's wearing running shoes, baggy black sweatpants, and a loose baby pink shirt. That big, scary blonde guy stands behind her. It's not Maxim, but her bodyguard, who I now know as Parker. I wave with one hand, then lift both. I'm sorry. I'd hug you, but I'm disgusting right now. Damon chuckles when he interprets for me. She looks around nervously, biting her lower lip. I've been signing around her since her engagement party. She clears her throat. That's why I'm here. I was wondering if you'd like an extra workout partner. I'd be terrible, but with the wedding coming, I want to look good in my gown. The only wedding gown I'll ever wear, and I want to feel good about myself. I hold back the tears that prickle my eyes. It hurts when the people you love don't see themselves the way you see them. And if she could borrow my eyes for 10 minutes, she'd know how radiant I think she is. But if this is something she's doing for herself, then I want to be a part of it, no matter how small. I don't tell her she's beautiful. It's not what she wants to hear. I don't tell her I already think she's a knockout, because my opinion doesn't matter, only hers. So I grin and nod enthusiastically, lifting my hands again, and turn to Damon to ask if he's busy so he can interpret for me every now and then. But it's Parker who speaks up.
I can.
I'm surprised he can read my hands. Sabrina winces. No, Parker, I'd like to be alone with just her, please. She lifts her gaze to mine, and I know what she's not saying. She doesn't want to be seen shirtless or sweaty, and Parker looks a little dejected, but he fixes himself quickly. I've been taking an ASL course online. I'm not proficient yet, but I can decipher most things. My grin widens. I crook my finger at her to follow me, then ask Damon if he doesn't mind bringing down a few more water bottles later. He nods and leads Parker to the living area to wait for us. We worked out in almost silence, but when it was getting overbearing for me, she let me turn it up some. It takes her 45 minutes for her to call me a twat, and I throw my head back and laugh, getting on the ground to lay flat on my back like a starfish. This is called corpse pose. Her nose scrunches. Corpse pose? I giggle, nodding. Best yoga position ever. She laughs out loud, joining me on the ground, and we stare at the ceiling. The silence between us is not heavy, just nice. You know, I think I like yoga.
Baby, are you teaching her your version of yoga?
I smile wide at Jonas's grin, reaching a hand out, making a fist, and saying yes. Sabrina sits up and grabs the shirt she got rid of 30 minutes ago, throwing it on over her sports bra.
Oh, sorry, Brenna. I didn't think.
No, it's fine. I should be getting back anyway. I have an early morning. Raven, same time tomorrow. I don't want her to go, but I nod anyway. I watch her leave, and Jonas helps me up and kisses me.
Did you have fun?
Yeah. I breathe when we break away, and I tell him all about why she wants to work out.
That's good. Maybe I can slowly start joining you guys so I can get my workout in too. Might be able to help a bit.
I lift a shoulder and let it drop, letting him know I won't push her until she says it's okay, and he agrees.
Baby, help Daddy come so I can slide in. I want to use his cum as lube.
His whisper triggers chills that explode every atom in my being, little goosebumps skittering across my body from the warmth of his breath in my ear. I do as I'm told and hike my thigh that's over Damon's hip and slowly rock, meeting each lazy thrust with my own, taking him as deep as I can, softly crying out. My arm lifts to Jonas's head behind me, my fingers in his soft hair, pulling when it feels like too much. He shushes me, encouraging me to continue, to help our daddy make a big mess of my pussy.
My perfect little cock sleeve warmed my cock all night.
Damon? I'm so overwhelmed by every touch, every depraved word, every kiss, every lick, the feeling of being entrapped by two men that love to abuse my body to my breaking point. So fucking good. Jonas chuckles and reaches between us and strums my throbbing clit, Damon's mouth on mine, tongue dancing and taking whatever I have to give, fingers tugging on my peaked nipples roughly, only to be so soft and loving. I can feel his thick dick already pulsing, imagining how angry and red it gets when I suck him, and he holds back, but but I don't want him to hold back. I want him to use me. Please, Daddy, fill my pussy. Come inside me. He groans roughly with his release, pushing down on my hip, thrusting so deep my eyes squeeze shut.
Take it all, every ounce.
I nod, loving when he slips out and Jonas shoves into me from behind.
My perfect, sick little slut, letting us use you like this.
Oh, God, I moan. Those filthy words always get to me. You're so big, so good.
You love it, don't you, baby? Yeah? Fuck yes. I just want to get you so wet and messy, baby. Keep you so full.
His thrusts grow frenzied and brutal, Damon gripping my thigh tightly, keeping me locked in, and I'm so fucking lost in pleasure, in every overwhelming sensation spiraling toward my release when he pinches my clit, and when I cry out, Damon swallows it.
Say it, baby. You know I need it.
I love you, I gasp, his fingers still rubbing and playing, dancing over my sensitive clit.
Again.
I
Fuck yes.
love
Oh, God.
you.
Every fucking time.
His hips punch with every word, spilling into me. He doesn't pull out even when he's semi-soft, just nuzzles his head, delivering kisses to my shoulder, leaning to kiss me, then Damon.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I moan, repeating it back to him, then snuggle in a little closer. I check my reflection one last time, making sure my skirt is nice and short and my thigh highs are symmetrical. I grab my backpack and throw it over my shoulder and an old textbook before going downstairs to the study where Maverick is teaching. He lifts a brow when he spots me, tapping a pen against his bottom lip.
Any questions? Class dismissed.
He shuts the laptop we got him for Christmas and pushes it to the side.
Miss Monroe, can I help you?
I nervously bite my lip, taking a seat in the chair before him, the leather cool against my naked ass. When I don't say anything, he sits down.
Speak, Miss Monroe. My time is limited.
I don't understand some of the material. I was hoping you could help me. He sits back in his chair, green eyes sliding from my boots to my thighs, to the outrageously tight button-up shirt I put on, without a bra. My nipples tighten underneath, and they feel strained against the material.
I see. Come, show me what it is you find just, oh, so difficult.
He growls, and God, it's so hot when he's like this. I shouldn't find his condescending tone so sexy, but here I am, warmth pooling between my thighs, needy and begging for his touch. I stand and let the textbook fall open on the desk. His eyes look down and flick back up to me, annoyed.
I said come here, Miss Monroe, not stand on the other side of me. If I'm to teach you, then I must do it properly. Now.
Oh, God. I purposely leave the book where it is and round the desk to get to him. He moves away, so I have to get in front of him. And then I stammer, "Oh, sorry," bending over to reach for it, then drag it down and flip it, which causes him to hiss. When I try to stand straight, he gently pushes me forward.
Is that how you walk around campus?
It was laundry day.
Was it?
His fingers are gentle as they crawl up the backs of my thighs, pushing the hem of my skirt up to the small of my back. I make my voice as small as possible. Yes.
I think you're lying, Raven.
He kneads my ass, thumbs lifting and separating, only to drop them.
Coming in here, interrupting my class, wearing this little skirt.
No.
I think you are. I think
He goes back to pulling my ass apart again, using his foot to kick mine wider apart.
You came here to try and seduce your professor.
Fuck yes, I did. No, I'm a good girl.
Then why are you glistening, Filthy little liar.
I moan when his thumb rubs around my clit in tight little circles, teasing and tormenting, waiting for me to answer, applying more pressure. I can't think.
That's right.
His touch is so delicate, coating his large, long fingers in my arousal, then rough when he shoves two in me, spreading inside, then hooking, and I cry out.
I'll ask again, and this time, if you're honest, I'll reward you. Now, is this what you came here for, Miss Monroe?
He spanks me when I don't reply. Yes! I try to move, to follow his fingers, but his hold on my lower back is strong. He removes his fingers, and I groan at the loss of him.
Quiet, Raven. Anyone could walk by and I'll be fired. Be a good little mute.
I try. I really do. But when I hear his zipper going down the teeth, and the tip of his velvety length nudges my sopping wet entrance, so eager for him, I let out a whimper, and it earns me another spank. God, yes. He teases me with only the tip, never going fully in. Pure torture. Please.
Please what, Miss Monroe? Quickly, I don't have all day.
Please, fuck me, Professor Harrington. Words I wanted to say out loud for such a long time. Please, I'll be a good girl. He shoves every stiff, thick inch into me so brutally that I don't even have a chance to prepare for the biting stretch of him. I let out a scream, which makes him haul me up by the hair, and he covers my mouth with his free hand.
I said quiet, tongueless.
The lip of the desk hits my clit with each thrust, and I'm so fucking gone, already a trembling, fragile mess in his arms. He pulls out and turns me, helping me on the desk. My heels find purchase on the edge of the old thing as he sinks back into me, looming over me, ripping my shirt so my breasts pop free, buttons scattering everywhere. One hand between us to play with my clit, the other fisting my hair so we're nose to nose.
Is this what you wanted, Siren? To have your professor's cock in your exquisite cunt,
I nod, trying to be the best angel for my devil, biting my lip, overwhelmed by every sensation racking my body, driving me insane. God, it's so good. The thickness of his crown hits my spot over and over, the strong veins like pulsating ridges, strong fingers stimulating my clit, and the way he throbs, so hot and thick, has me seizing, lost and trapped in the pleasure he gives me. My legs drop to my chest, allowing him to go deeper.
Yes, my perfect girl, there it is. Fuck. Come for me, Siren. Come on your professor's cock like the filthy little slut that you are.
He groans. The rumble in his chest is so deep when he comes, it triggers another small orgasm to know I make him come undone, that he reaches ecstasy because of me.
There's my good fucking girl squeezing every drop out of my cock.
I'm spent, but I don't move from where I'm perched when he withdraws, tucking himself back into his slacks and sitting back in his chair, peridot eyes drinking in the way my pussy leaks out our cum. He grabs his phone and snaps a picture, throwing his phone down to relax. He's still dressed, only his sleeves are rolled up, and the sight of his strong, tatted forearms makes me happy. He finally grabs a few tissues and cleans me up, then holds his arms out for me to sit on his lap, and he plants a kiss on my cheek.
You are divine, Siren. I love you with all that I am.
Warmth floods through me, making me want to squirm. I love you, Maverick, I sigh as we sit silently together. For the second time today, I'm checking my reflection in the mirror, heels on, red dress on point. Makeup is flawless. They didn't tell me where we're going, only to dress up. So I did. As soon as I step out of my bedroom and climb up the stairs, it's gotten colder. I got up to the final floor, seeing the door leading to the rooftop open, and clamber up those steps too. I can hear soft cello music playing, so of course now I'm suspicious.
Happy Valentine's Day.
They shout as soon as my head pops up, and Kronos barks happily. I gasp when I see them. My beautiful men, dressed to the nines in tailored suits, then giggle when I see my happy boys, Kronos and Lucifer in little Cupid costumes. The space heaters Damon had installed are on, making it much warmer, and twinkling lights are dangling from the fenced-around roof. To our left is the New York City skyline. In the center is a table set up for 4, along with candles and wine, and as I approach, I laugh at the contents in the center, bringing tears to my eyes. Gourmet pizza and pasta from my favorite place on 7th Street in Kingston. My men approach me, Jonas first, then Damon, and lastly Maverick. I bend to nuzzle Kronos, and Lucy lets me pet him, but I'm sure it's more so to take off the little cap I'm sure Jonas wrangled him to put on. Little hellion. I relieve him of it, which makes him purr, and they take me so we can have our candlelit dinner and look at the skyline. It's only then that I recognize the music playing. Mine. The symphony I orchestrated from scratch. My death lullaby. And as I take my seat and Damon pushes in my chair, Jonas hands me a manila envelope. I arch a brow as I take it and open it up, my jaw dropping at the documents. It's from a record label. Jonas is biting his lip nervously.
I know you want to go to Juilliard, and I want you to do whatever it is that you want, but all the views you've gotten from our Instagram reels...
I didn't mind that he would post me playing guitar or any other instruments. My room looks like a music store with how many instruments I've accumulated while recording.
They reached out, baby. They see what we see, how incredible you are. My mom had her lawyers meet with theirs. Babe, they want to work with you. There are bands out there asking for you to play a violin or cello section for their songs.
I worry my lip, but Damon places a warm hand over mine.
You wouldn't have to leave New York. They have an office and recording studio here.
I let out a sigh of relief, just as Maverick brushes my arm with his fingertips, sending goosebumps up my arm into my shoulder.
But if you want to put this on hold and finish school, that's okay too. Whatever you want, we want for you as well.
Marry me.
Oh, fuck yeah. But we do the asking, baby, not you. This may be the least traditional relationship ever, but I'll be traditional with that. You don't have to think about this right now, baby. I couldn't wait to tell you, but they made me promise to hold off until tonight.
I grin at my men. I'll think about it. I promise. Because they're right. Juilliard is my dream. Well, one of many. As the pizza boxes open and we start eating the best pizza in the entire continental U.S., looking over at the skyline, Kronos and Lucy at my feet, the conversation flowing, I'm pretty sure I'm living the dream. I check my wrist. Jonas. Damon. Maverick. Yeah, it's real. And it's mine.
Epilogue. Jonas. 8 months later.
Trick or treat!
I hear from the front door and then it slams shut. My ears are muffled from her thighs being on either side of my head. Have I ever said how much I fucking love Halloween? I slurp on her clit, drinking every drop, grinding down on my face, riding it like there's no tomorrow. I'm pretty sure she's gonna break my nose, but I don't give a fuck. Worth it, in my opinion. At least this rug she got is fucking nice. Maverick gave her one job, to get off while riding my face before he came back from giving out the last of our candy to trick-or-treaters. She's doing the best she can with her hands tied behind her back, and I'm so fucking hard and dizzy from lack of oxygen, my poor baby trying to get off in the 30 seconds Mav has been gone. I stick my tongue out, my hands beneath her ass, and help her bounce her swollen little butt on it. She makes this little noise when my middle fingers touch her puckered hole. That's cheating, pup. Damon chuckles, and I whine. I just want her to come on my face so bad. She came down in this sexy little angel costume, which was more like white lingerie with a garter belt, a halo, and a pair of wings, and I was hard the second I saw her. One of my hands reaches down to palm my dick, but Damon tisks. Fuck. Good boy. My eyes cross at his praise and the taste of raven on my tongue.
Jonas!
Fuck it. I shove a finger in her ass and she yelps, twitching above me. My girl is so fucking filthy. God, I love her. Aw, was my naughty little rich girl not able to come? Hearing Mav's voice, she doesn't stop, only tenses.
Professor, I'm trying.
I swallow every little gush that comes out of her, humming happily. But it's not what you need, is it? You need to be filled and fucked hard. Her ass squeezes my finger and I unwillingly hump the air. Fuck, I need to fuck her more than I need to breathe.
Yes, please. I'll do anything. I'll be so good. I promise.
She's such a pretty liar. From what I can see, mostly tits bouncing, Maverick stands before her. Stick out your tongue. That's it. Such a dirty angel on your knees for me. No, Raven. Just my tip. You take what I give you, remember?
Yes, sir.
Her bounces have become slow grinds, probably matching the rhythm Maverick is setting, which gives me a chance to shove more of my finger into her ass, fucking it slowly. God, my dick is aching. I could probably come like this if I think about it enough. She gags, and I look up in time to see drool dripping from her chin down to her tits. I reach up to swipe it along her hardened nipple with my thumb, pinching it only to rub it again. I moan when I'm rewarded with more cream, and my hips jump again. Pup? Only the sounds of Maverick groaning and Raven gagging fill the living room when I feel a finger trail up my boxer briefs covered dick. I shudder at Damon's touch. I keep from following because that's exactly what he wants, and I'm doing my best to be good. Good boys get rewarded. I feel Raven quiver. I can feel her impending orgasm, but if she comes, I will too. And I want more, need more, always. Maverick seems to notice she's about to jump off that ledge as well because soon she's off my face and I almost cry out at the loss of her. I love it when she comes on my face. I look over to see Maverick has her straddling him, his dick already hard and notching at her entrance, guiding her while she lowers herself. She's so wet, so pretty, stretching around Mav. She's so pink. I love the way her pussy looks gripping a thick dick, especially mine. I look at Damon's piercing metal eyes and he gives me a nod. I can't eat her pussy like this, but her ass is up for grabs. I get on all fours and crawl to my woman, a slave to her pleasure, and when Maverick spreads her ass for me, I dive in, tongue first, loving the gasp that fills the air. She loves that. Damon crouches beside me, watching us pleasure his little bird, putting his hand on the back of my head so I can shove my tongue deeper, wiggling it in. His hand trails lower, and soon he's helping me out of my underwear, spitting on his fingers and gliding them between my cheeks, finding me wanting. He gently presses, circling his spit-coated fingers around my anus, rimming me until one finger begins fucking into me. Fuck, Damon. I groan, so ready to fuck and be fucked. Stand up. Maverick's waiting for you. I do as I'm told, and soon I'm sinking into her wet heaven along with Mav, groaning at how tight she is like this, lost in every sensation I'm feeling. It's perfect. My heart is full, and I'm so fucking overwhelmed. But it's when I feel Damon behind me, I'm ready for the intensity to kick up. He licks my neck, and soon he's bucking into me, hitting the spot I need, making me come involuntarily. But I slowly fuck my girl, passing the oversensitivity so I stay hard in my girl. He keeps going, and soon we're all nothing but a tangle of limbs and sweaty bodies, searching for the last orgasm. I shiver when Damon roars, filling my ass, and Raven screams as she squeezes around us. Maverick and I both groan, filling up our girl, and it's everything, and so much more. It's forever. My heart feels like it's going to burst, and I put one arm around Raven, my other hand on Damon's hand on my hip. He only slips out of me when he's soft, kissing my shoulder, muttering, "Je t'aime," and then kissing Raven's temple, whispering the same words to her. I love Damon's love. I'm so lucky to have found both of my soulmates and that they love each other as well. It's well past our usual bedtime since I was drafted into the NFL and have to get up early as fuck, but we're all dressed in our jammies, watching Halloween and eating popcorn when someone at our front door starts knocking like crazy, banging on it relentlessly. We go into alert mode. Maverick gets his gun from under the end table. Damon and I follow, having grabbed ours from a secret compartment on the table lamps.
Raven, please, open up.
We hear from a familiar voice outside.
Please.
Raven dashes between us, unlocking every lock, and we find a crazy-eyed Sabrina, eyes red, tears running down her cheeks, hair wild, and she's in a red and pink little bunny costume without shoes on like she ran out of a damn horror flick. It's when she comes inside and steps into the light, I see the red on her costume is wet and there's a metallic scent the closer she gets. It's blood. Raven starts to check her over, making sure her best friend is okay. Sabrina makes a motion with her hand.
It's not mine. Please.
Her lips part and she says,
I think I need your help.
Well, shit.
Thank you for listening to Stutter, written by Ruby Darling.